for Jeff.
Welcome to World Class Bullshitters, the epitome of pop culture. I'm your host, Jeff Hicks, and with me tonight is the Bombay bad boy himself, Big Rig Nick Utah.
Yep, glad to be here on this wonderful Thursday night. I know we skipped last week, but we got a lot of shit to talk about this time, so
yeah, but Nick, you got to remind the folks, we didn't leave you here bored on a Thursday night out of spite. We weren't bored or angry with you guys. No, we were in, and I do mean lovely Lexington, Kentucky, at the Lexington Comic and Toy Show. And folks, it was one of the best WCBS events we've ever had. We sold tons of books. We had dozens of people come to the table and hang out. It's not an exaggeration. Nick was there the whole time. We were busy as shit. People recognized us. People wanted to talk about Wokebusters. It was a blast. Yep. And that is why we weren't here last week. But we've been waiting for a week to do this show, so there's so much energy built up between the three of us. And Dion may show up in a little bit. If he does show up, I don't know if we'll be able to understand his language. It's been so long since we've talked to him. Maybe, English has evolved. Some people are concerned about that.
Still on that.
Not just me with the audience. They love that bit. But folks, another person you love, he's more than a bit here on the channel. He's a friend of the channel all the way from Wrestling with Horror. You know him. You love him. Say hello to, well, he goes by many names, but here he's E. Tepukuian.
It is I, it is he, it is me, PWE Tepukuian from Wrestling with Horror, back in the World Class Bullshitters, which right now is the place to be. So, hail, it is good to be back. I'm back off my suspension from the show. I had to serve a couple months on the bench, contract violations, negotiations, and all. But no, it's good to be back, guys. I've missed you and this wonderful audience. And yeah, I go by many names, but yeah, now it's Pete Daddy Dollar again. And if those of you are wondering, it's because I am now a independent professional wrestler. Once again, I came out of retirement. So yeah, been back in the ring since November, and had my first match in January, worked one show at Color, and now I am in the ring full time again. So it's good to be back there and right here in this squared circle with you gentlemen. We're in the portholes. We were just talking about this Manhattan. So.
Just coming right through and grabbing Kelly Hu, and doesn't he shove hot rocks in somebody's stomach? Isn't that how they die in that one?
In the sauna. In the sauna.
That's such a crap movie, folks. We were talking about
it's fun.
Jason Takes Manhattan.
Yeah. Listen. I will be the first to say a lot of those movies are questionable, but God damn it, I love them. There's something just fun about a good bad Friday the 13th movie. Like there's just something great about it.
The Paramount 8 are really like I will finally, and I said this on my stream when we broke it down, because I watched the 2009 version 3 times in the last couple months, and I said I've softened my stance on that movie officially.
Good.
I can accept it a little bit more now. Jason X is just stupid fun, and Jason Goes to Hell can literally go to hell. That movie.
That's the worst one.
There's
folks,
no redeeming qualities.
I thank you. I was about to say, anybody out there have a movie with no redeeming qualities? Because for me, it's Friday the 13th Part 9. Well, it's not even Part 9. Technically, it's just called Jason Goes to Hell, because they didn't buy the rights to Friday the 13th. They bought the rights to Jason. See, folks, that's what happens when you let, well, us personally, but when companies divvy up all those rights. You know what it's like to live through Marvel. It's like, hey, Captain America and Iron Man and everybody just saved New York, but New York's greatest superhero, Spider-Man, isn't allowed to come out and play because of copyright reasons, and it kind of ruins entertainment. But Friday the 13th has suffered. Luckily, we got Freddy versus Jason, which I don't think they should have ever made a movie after that. That's like the peak of it all. It ends, they fight, we're done.
Yeah. We should have got at least one more sequel after that. Freddy versus Jason Part 2 or something. I would have
Ash
loved
kills
that.
them both.
Yeah, I don't know if you've ever read the Ash comics that go into that. They're great, and they should have done that. But people, Hollywood's greedy, and it never happened. I feel like I remember hearing that that was a conversation they were having to get Ash in there and do the whole thing, but there are too many companies, and too many. They were too greedy, and it never came to fruition.
You know what? A lot of it is too that I've read, Nick, is they wanted to have the rights on how their characters came out at the end, and if you're doing Freddy versus Jason versus Ash, the only logical outcome is to have Ash win, because that's that character's defining trait. As he overcomes the Deadites, he overcomes the evil, he doesn't die. Jason and Freddy are awesome, but they're dead, undead creatures. They can come back from the grave. Ash has to win. He has to chainsaw Freddy Krueger's arm off, and he's got to chainsaw Jason's dick off. Like, he's got to be like that guy. Drowning Jason ain't really it.
Don't bury the lead here. So all these years, all these people have been trying to burn, drown, dismember Jason. All they had to do was cut his dick off, and that would have ended it. Right there.
Any person, living or dead, that was a man at one point, if their dick gets cut off, they're done.
So that's like Jason Silver. That's a silver bullet. You got it. That was the whole thing they were missing the whole time. Cut his dick off.
Instead, it's like the Highlander, except it's a lowlander. Instead of the quickening, it's a dickening.
That's what we're gonna make our next comic, Lowlander. That can be only one.
Lowlander, the dickening.
Yeah. I'm putting that on a t-shirt.
Oh my God.
You're welcome. He's like, oh God, I got a Jewish writer.
Look, we'll cut you in. You'll get your percentage. Don't worry.
I'll just take a t-shirt. I'm cheap.
There you go.
All right, fair.
There you go.
Folks, real quick, since Nick brought up comics, Wokebusters is out there. It is getting to you. I got my printer stuff taken care of, so we're gonna pick fulfillment back up. I gotta sign a lot of books and do stuff, but I got most of.
You were signing a lot. You were signing a lot of books in Lexington, man, as well. It was constant. Like I love how it happened from Thursday to Sunday, and it was just like constant people coming through. It was great.
That's why I told you, man. Comics and toy shows are our automobile. Horror shows are fun to go to, but they look at us like we have 3 heads. They're like, "What are you? A person?" And then I'm sorry, I don't have any VHS tapes to bargain with. Like, no, I will not sell you a copy of my book for like Friday the 13th Part 4 on tape. I don't care if it's wrapped in plastic. I just don't want your copy. But we had a great time, folks. We'll talk about more of it later. Really, just Nick and I were there from the show. But Dion and Kendo were missed. Sort of. We had a great time. There were strip clubs involved. Look, there were strip clubs involved. Like, There were strippers walking the con, handing out free passes to go to the club.
Yes.
And so,
yes.
Nick went home to go to sleep. And we decided to go out 2 different nights in a row to 2 different clubs.
Because here's the thing, all right. Jeff had to deal with the circus. I was by myself, so I made the initiative to get there early and open the booth and make sure that I'm not saying Jeff didn't do his job. I'm just saying he had to deal with a lot more people. That's all it is. That was the difference.
See,
strippers.
Yeah, strippers. And I was making sure, because this is our first convention doing this convention. So I was like, all right, let me get there early. And I did my job, and I was tired.
See, that's I may look like somebody who might frequent those sort of establishments. I haven't been to a strip club since 2008.
Oh my God,
that's when I first went to one. In Michigan.
Was it one of the Deja Vus?
It was the Deja Vu near Lansing. That's where I met Dion. Seriously, we became lifelong friends because this stripper did this move where she like hooked her leg around his head and like pile drived her ass into his face. And I looked over and I went, I want that. And then she came down and did the same thing to me, and then we high-fived, and we've been friends since 2008. That is how you build a lifelong friendship.
That is amazing.
I also love that Pete knew which one it was.
It's Michigan, bro. You don't realize how little Michigan is. When everybody you meet goes, well, I live here, and I'm in the UP. Like that's Michigan for you, man. It's
really
beer,
that's hilarious.
And cheap weed.
That's hilarious.
Yeah, I used to see Saginaw. The Bay Street Ballet was mine. I actually dated a couple girls from there, but that's a Patreon story.
Oh yeah. It's funny though. This is all I'll say is the ladies wouldn't stop talking to me. It's like the lady didn't even ask me if I wanted to do anything. She just kept talking to me about her life and her mom and all this shit. I'm like, all right, I'm not buying anything. I spent $0.
That's it right there. I love that.
The funny thing is, she asked me to buy her a drink. I take that back. She like got the drink, but the bill never came. And then she went, and then we left, and we're just like, all right, well, I guess there's no transactions happening.
You're at the VU. You're at the VU. It's like a $10 Coke. Like I'm not, I love that when you get a lap dance. Like, would you like to buy a lady a drink? No. Like, I just dropped $60 on 3 songs. Like, I ain't buying you a $10 Coke, bitch. You got a fucking fifth in the back.
I was buying the girl at the second place. I bought her like they were just shots. She wanted like Tito's shots, and they were only like $7. And I took a shot, and then she's like, "Where'd yours go?" I'm like, "I drank it all." And she's sitting there sipping on a shot, and I'm like, "You want another one?" She's like, I guess I do. And then I made her I was like, you have to drink this though. So
see, that's the best when you go to the strip clubs where they serve alcohol. That's right now for me. That was the only way it would be palatable is if I'm with.
That's why Phil went
where there's alcohol. And even then, it's just like
Phil and his strip club stories.
Let's be honest, Phil. Actually, he's a man of culture, and he's like, "Hey, let's go into this specific store," and they gave us free passes to all these places, so that's why we went, Nick. We literally.
Oh yeah. You're talking about that. You're talking about that.
There you go.
Yeah.
You can avoid the cover charges.
Yeah, not $1 was wasted, sir. I'm an industrious man. I may like boobs, but I'm not going to waste money. So
right,
there's a limit.
Like boobs, I might get thrown out of a bar for touching.
I'm not either, but. Boobs are wonderful for many different reasons. One of my favorite things about boobs is they have many different names. And one of those names is now Word of the Day from Shrebels08. There you go. That's how you transition into something fun. The word of the day is honkers. With great honkers comes great responsibilities. How Stella got her honkers back. I was going to make a really tasteless joke about how she lost them, but we won't. Honkers versus booty. Honkers and burritos. Debbie does honkers and a fistful of honkers. Now, Shrebels08. I don't think you should have a fistful of honkers. You should have a handful of honkers. One, it's alliterative, and two, nobody wants their honkers squeezed into the fist.
That's a violent act.
That is a violent act.
You're like Odd Job in Goldfinger when he turns the golf ball into dust. You just grab like a titty and it just milks on you. Never mind, we're done.
Stop.
Right there.
Oh.
We've been gone for a week, and we get wily.
Buddy, this is the shit that we did at the con. We're just trying to bring it to the audience.
We did. We were inebriated every day in one way or
at
another.
Night.
It was...
At night. Never at the show though.
No, never.
Business first. We are like a mullet, okay? Business in the front, party in the back of the con.
Oh god, yeah, it was fun. It was fun. We had a good time for sure.
So we got Honkers Hard. I hope they're not hard, unless they're fake. Star Wars 111, Revenge of the Honkers. I hope they don't need much revenge, but, whatever. I was just trying to think, like...
If one of them got popped, the other one probably wants to fight back.
That's true.
Let's see. No Country for Old Honkers. Honkers
Big Honkers and Little... This is a rarity. Big Honkers in Little China.
There you go. See that there you go. Goodwill Honkers.
Eric, you logged into Thursday night's WCBS podcast. We've been around for a long time.
Yeah.
Welcome.
Let's see, what do we got?
Nightmare on Honker Street. Honkers the Vampire Slayer. Honkers Warrior Princess.
The Honkers Who Fell to Earth. I guess we'll go with that one. Let's see, what do we got?
Star Trek 6, The Undiscovered Honkers.
There you go. There you go. That's what we need to make.
If there's anything that you learned from tonight, folks, no honkers should go undiscovered.
Honkers Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest.
Let's see.
Sisterhood of the Traveling Honkers.
There you go. There it is.
Dr. Strangelover, How I Learned to Stop Worrying and Love the Honkers.
There you go.
Folks, tonight's show is going to be
Taylor Honker Spy.
Yes! Honker Spy. I'm a honker spy. Isn't every man technically a honker spy, Nick? You see him,
sure,
you don't want to get caught.
That's why I wear sunglasses, so you can stare at them and not stare at them.
Yep.
Yeah. You should get the kind of sunglasses they wear in the desert that cover this side of your eye, though, so you never get caught giving the side eye.
There you go. I need to get...
Yep, the wraparounds. Just the wraparounds.
I'm just laughing at the chat. I should make a commercial promoting Dion's theory of linguistics. We had a meeting last night, Clone Geek. We talked about a lot of stuff we're doing soon. So, folks, send in your honker titles. We have a couple from our friend, I believe it was Overkill. Yes, Overkill161 says, Honkers Club, 12 Angry Honkers, Honkerwood Boulevard. Hollywood would be a lot cooler if it was called Honkerwood.
Honkerwood Boulevard sounds like a very classy porno. One that happened in the 70s with a lot of bush.
Like David Lynch made it before he made Eraserhead.
There you go.
That's the type of artistic creativity we have. Honkers. I want to watch it for the story.
Honkers 2 First Blood. To go along with the exploding honker from earlier.
Oh God. Honker the Love Bug.
Oh my God.
Oh God. So folks, here we go. Wrestling, the honker tonk man. He's cool. He's cocky. He's bad.
He's a honker tonk man. It just sounds like Vince Russo's saying it. It's the honker tonk man, bro. I said honker tonker, bro.
Thank you, Shrubbles08. We got a way to talk about everyone's favorite subject tonight. So Georgian, thank you very much. And by the way, folks, this will be a fun one. It's sponsored by nobody, but it's powered by Voodoo Ranger. I figured, Pete, you were here, and when you're here, I always get like a sense of excitement. Like, this is going to be a fun show. We're going to bullshit extra world-classly. And so I thought I needed a beer to celebrate. So, folks, I have two. It's going to be a fun show.
Yeah, you got a couple tall boys, man. That's good.
Well, when they're 2 for $5. The economy's shit. But it's Voodoo Ranger, and they're 9.5%, and they're 2 for $5. What bar can you go into and get 2 pints for for $5?
You can't.
No, you can't.
Where'd you get them? Just so I know for future reference.
A little mom and pop shop called Kroger.
Gotcha.
It's local to here. You might have it in your neck of the woods.
I think there might be one down the road. I'll have to check. I'll have to GPS it and see.
Yeah. I had to GPS to find a Smoothie King the other day. Joke's on me. I was in the parking lot where the Smoothie King was. I just couldn't see it. So, yeah.
Don't you fucking hate that? Don't you fucking hate that?
Yeah, first world problem.
I'm 50 feet away. Shit.
I should have walked over there. I drove in a circle. So, Georgian, thank you very much for your super chat and being a member. I said I never made a joke with Andrew about HBO's Black Snape on the High Council. Black Snape teaches Harry how to make crack and meth in potions class.
Oh, my God.
Dude, I wish Dion was a better actor. Let me rephrase it. I wish Dion was an actor because we could have him play Black Snape. You know what? I should be Black Snape. Fuck it. We should do, because I watched this guy on the internet called Black Facts, where he's like, Black Facts. Black people are the only people that you can talk to and not say anything. And it's like, what? And then it makes sense when you listen to the Black Fact back. I should play Black Snape. We should do it like an SNL skit.
We should.
Besides crack and meth, what else should Harry learn? Like how
He's
to
got to
disappear?
Learn.
How to negotiate a lap dance.
Yours are much nicer. Never mind. I won't say what I was going to say on the air. That's fucked up. We'll go with lap dance negotiations.
Yeah, strip club etiquette. That should be the class. Strip club etiquette.
That should be our movie. That should be the second WCBS movie. We do our college movie, and then the sequel, Strip Club Etiquette. Same characters, different location.
Dude, yeah. We're gonna be the ones to bring the raunchy comedies back to the good old US of A.
With lots of honkers.
Yeah, lots of honkers.
Now, do our films need cocaine? Yes or no, Nick?
Okay, now, what do you mean? What do you mean by cocaine? Like, are we gonna do it to make the movie, or are we gonna put it in the movie?
I think we should sprinkle it over the celluloid. No, I mean, like, the best movies came from the 80s. Everybody was going skiing.
Samurai Cop, Miami Connection.
Oh god, what are they called for one movie? Hand Truck Fuel or something? I think it was like Empire State. I forget what some movie they called it. And it was like they put in their accounting or whatever. That's what they called it.
It's Always Sunny calls them nose clams.
Nose clams. So, there you go. But no, I mean, I'm down to do some nose candy and get some shit done. It's fine.
Yes, we're gonna be the new Ralph Bakshi. Colin Kaiser, you win listener of the night because you knew who Ralph Bakshi was. Just there you go, and you used it accurately. So thank you. You win, folks. Check out Ralph Bakshi. He's still alive, I think. Yeah, he's awesome. He worked on a ton of animation, like Fritz the Cat and the Spider. Dude, the Spider-Man cartoon from the 60s becomes an acid trip when this dude takes over. Like, all the memes that everybody has seen where it's like Spider-Man pointing to Spider-Man and all that shit? That's the first season. Nobody knows the story's not even hidden. It's a public story. Most people just don't know it. They went for the second season and they had less of a budget and they hired Ralph Bakshi and he had like no money. So they had to rip off shit. It got real weird and psychedelic. They even took another cartoon and drew Spider-Man over the main character, but Spider-Man fights aliens. Like, it is the craziest, wackiest show. Nick, we're going to take a trip to Michigan with my DVD box set, and we're all going to have a good time, get really relaxed, and watch that cartoon. Pete, you better be there.
I'm down with that.
Absolutely. I'm not.
We'll just bring it to you if you can't get out.
I got room. I got room.
Dr. Meatball, you're correct. Nose truffles if you're fancy. Well, there you go.
Is that what the English call cocaine? Nose truffles?
They should now.
Is that what the British call cocaine? I need my nose truffles.
They only do it with their pinky. That's where it carries. That's where the coke comes from. Never mind. We're done. We're done.
Yeah. YouTube community standards has prevented us from proceeding further.
We don't look it. Let's kill the fun. We don't promote this shit. We're not on cocaine, just a beer. So there you go, YouTube. Funnel that into it. There we go. Let's have some fun though, shall we, folks? We have all sorts of topics tonight. We've talked about the con. We're gonna check in with you. We have not a new segment. We have a fun segment for you guys tonight. We have fake headlines. So I wanted to bring that back for fun because Nick, one of the headlines was so funny, I spit out my drink when I read it. One was sad, and one was insane. And folks, you have to figure out which one is real.
I hope the one that you found out was insane and true was the same one I found a couple of days ago that was just like, oh, that's terrible.
It might be. You guys want to hear the fake headlines?
No, well, no. Let's save that for later, and
Oh, that was our opener, Nick.
Oh, it is? Okay, then
yeah, that was always our opener. It's in the notes. I sent you the show notes, Nick.
You did. I skimmed
We got to get these people.
I should have read them better.
You should have just fed them into AI. That way, I at least would have been like, all right. So I just realized I left my phone in the other room with all the notes. So you guys talk amongst yourself for 30 seconds.
God, you had one job, Jeff. One job. What the fuck, man?
Yeah, to go get the beer.
This is correct. This is correct. And you failed.
Yep. Oh, well, it happens. It happens.
Damn it. Damn it. So I want to go see that Death of a Unicorn with
dude, that looks fun.
With Paul Rudd.
Yeah.
And Jenna Ortega.
Yeah, Jenna Ortega.
Yeah.
That looks a lot of fun. I can't wait for that. I know I think I want to check out Novocaine. I need to see Mickey 17 as well.
It's Robert Pattinson. Do you need to see it?
Well, I mean, it's a funny movie about space stuff, so I'm like, I'm already there,
buddy. I want to see it too. I'm just talking shit. All right, it looks pretty solid.
Yeah, and then I've heard Black Bag is interesting. I think that looks fun. So and there's also Last Breath. So a lot of movies to watch. I
still need to see The Monkey.
That looks really good.
It was good. If you like Companion, go watch The Monkey.
See, Companion was another one I saw the trailer for, and I'm like, ooh, this looks interesting. Like, I want to see that.
Yeah. They're both what we need right now. I'll say that because they're really good. There's a little bit of comedy, a lot of death, good amount of blood, and just an overall like fun experience. Like, definitely, if you haven't seen it, go check it out.
The horror movies that have been coming out as of late have been fairly good.
Yeah. One of the first ones I saw was Heart Eyes. That one was a lot of fun.
Yeah, I've heard a lot of good about that. Which that's another one. I'm going to just catch it on streaming because I didn't get a chance to see it in the theater. But yeah, that one looks pretty fun too. Yeah.
Surprisingly, yeah. When I watched that when it came out, and I was like, oh, this is actually really good because I watched that and like Love Hurts with Kiku Kwan, and that one unfortunately was okay, but I'm still glad I went to go support it. So,
all right, so. Guys, that was the perfect time filler. It was very on brand for the channel. And now we have some news stories for you guys. So, we'll start out with this one. Boy 10 crushed to death when 340-pound foster mom sits on him because he was acting up. We also have an Air India flight from Chicago to Delhi had to turn around to make an emergency landing after 5 hours because passengers clogged 11 out of the 12 toilets.
Oh my God.
Or this one. Woman allegedly held stepson captive over 20 years.
Jeez.
Of these three, which is the real one?
The stepmom killing the overweight stepmom killing the kid.
I'm gonna go with the toilets, the airplane toilets. I want to know what was served as the meal on that flight, though.
Buttered chicken. That's what it was.
Oh man. Well, here's the joke. They're all true. Every one of those is a real story from this week. Yes. So obviously
that's even worse. That's even worse.
Yes. So the Indian story is true. They had to emergency land because they clogged all of the toilets. But here's the shit kicker. They didn't clog the toilets with shit. For some reason, they were all flushing plastic bags and clothing out of the plane, and they had to stop. And like now, the company has to issue like a thing to these Indian passengers: please do not flush clothing down the toilet. That is real.
Oh, what?
Yeah.
What?
Yeah.
I feel like they all did that just so the plane could turn around. I feel like that was their like ploy because
they didn't want to go back to India.
Yeah, that could be it. maybe if you were getting sent back because they weren't here, honestly, and they didn't want to go back. So they're like, fuck it, we'll screw up the plane in a way that will not kill us. So
we won't hijack it. We'll just clog the toilet.
They don't want us all shitting on the plane. Clog the toilets with your clothes. Why are there a bunch of half-naked people on this flight? Where'd all your shirts go?
No, Pete. They're Indian, which means that like they didn't want their bag to be 50 pounds, so they put it all like in their backpacks and their carry-ons. That's how it happened. We're very cheap people.
Oh,
people shouldn't laugh like that.
Yeah. Us and you are the same.
My cheapness then started tingling.
Yeah, I know.
I need to get an action figure of you with the little lines behind your head, with like dollar signs.
Well, I mean, Jeff, we do know a guy who does 3D print stuff, so we can have that happen.
That's true. He's good too. He was.
Really
we were handing out 3D printed stuff all weekend long for fun, and we had some free Wokebusters keychains if you bought a book in person. Nick got a keychain. Pete, I'm going to send you a keychain up too.
Nice, thank you, sir.
So, folks, it's just another reason why you should come hang out with us at cons. By the way, the lady who killed the kid, if she's prosecuted, will only get 6 years maximum.
Huh? Oh.
Okay, did she do it on purpose? Was it an accident? Like, did she like slip and like
No, he was acting out, and he wouldn't stop making noise. So she took him outside and sat on him until he calmed down.
Okay.
Yeah, it's kind of a downer.
She confused calming down with killing, and here we are.
It's kind of like that scene in Billy Madison. I was hoping for this lady to be like, "He was supposed to pinch my leg," but never did.
Okay.
She's gonna join the. Where did that take place? She can join the independent wrestling scene as the female version of the Revolting Blob now.
I'm down. Now, let's move on from something comically tragic to something tragic in just a moment. But our friend Adam Wofford, thank you very much, Adam, for joining us this evening, being a member and for the super chat. Adam says, I heard Mark Ruffalo brings down Mickey 17. The middle story is true. Well, Adam Wofford, yes, you are correct. The middle story is true, as well as the first and the last. But Mark Ruffalo is usually not an actor that I'm going to see a movie for, even when he played the Incredible Hulk. I couldn't do it.
No. The reason I want to see Mickey 17 because it's very much like a space thing and it looks funny. Like that's really why I want to watch it because it looked kind of funny and it seemed entertaining. So that's why I want to watch it. Not Robert Pattinson, not Mark Ruffalo. Like it just looked entertaining. That's really why I wanted to go watch it.
Yeah, Nick's not a twihard, folks. He, like most of us, scoffs at the idea of sparkly vampires and the people who promote them. Namely, what movie company made them? Was that Lionsgate? Fuck Lionsgate.
It may have been Lionsgate. I don't know. I never watched them.
I was not sober in a hot tub once, and that final scene came on where they all rip each other's heads off, and then you realize it's a dream, and then I was like, well, I got honey dicked, and I turned it off. So
much like what is it, Game of Thrones, I have not seen a single one of the Twilight movies, so
I saw the episode of Game of Thrones where the kid saw the brother and sister having sex and they pushed him out of the window. Yep. And then I saw when they cut off Sean Bean's head. And then I saw the one where they poisoned the shitty Kid King. And that's all I've seen.
King Joffrey. Yeah, I've watched the whole show and like most of House of the Dragon. The show was all right until the big battle with like the Night King and everything, because I know everybody was complaining like we can't see it. And HBO was like, turn the contrast on your TVs up. And it's like, no. Screw you, light your shit better. Like it was.
Yeah, well, I mean, this is during like I think what is it, the last season or so, and like they really messed up. Even with the coffee cup incident, there was that as well.
Oh yeah, the Starbucks.
Yep, Daenerys had a Starbucks cup in a shot, and they just fucking left it in. They didn't fix it in post like Nick likes to do.
Thank you for referencing the book. Appreciate you. That's a big plot point in Stealing Solo too, Pete. Thanks for the plug.
Is it really? Of course it is.
It's a filmmaking movie, except Mark Hamill has basically built his own film studio. He holds us hostage in a film studio. He kidnaps us from our home, puts us in a wagon or a van in the middle of the night, and drives us to this fucked up movie studio where he holds us hostage for the course of a week while we shoot this movie.
You know what's funny? He was in a movie where he did that. That was one of his. That's what his character did in one of the movies. I think it's called Brigsby Bear, where he kidnaps a kid and he tells the kid, "Oh, don't go outside; it's toxic." And to keep the kid, to give him a small cartoon to watch, or whatever, they make Brigsby Bear cartoons or shows for him to watch.
I know that one. Well,
yeah,
he's not doing anything nice to us. He says if we go to the police, well, he's just going to go to the police too. And well, we committed kidnapping and murder, Nick. So he kind of has our balls in a vice, a Star Wars themed vice. And he references the movies and holds us hostage. Anyway, let's thank you though, Keely Chow, Summit Entertainment. Yeah, I agree. There needs to be a Stealing Solo movie, folks. We are almost out of that book. Let's make it happen.
I mean, if you
get the word out there,
if you subscribe to our Patreon and help us out, it'll happen. It'll happen.
Honestly, there are alternatives. Like seriously, get a copy of the book, read it, and give it to somebody, and tell them to just pass it along. Go on social media, say, "Hey, I like this if you like the book."
There you go. Buy 2 copies of the book. Keep one, give one to a friend. There you go.
Just saying, you guys want to see that movie? We want to see that movie. I don't think the 4 of us actually want to be in the movie. We just want them to make the movie. I don't have any, I tell this to people too. I don't put myself in anything because I'm hungry to be famous. It was a joke on our show, and we're the people in this joke. So
yeah, we'll definitely be involved in making the movie, but we won't be in it. We might make cameos, but that'll be about it.
Clone Geek, he actually did do something illegal in Stealing Solo, and it's addressed in the 4th page of the 2nd book. That's why Dion is stuck. Yeah. So let's talk about being stuck with what's on screen right here. This lady, we'll call her a lady to be. Okay, let me just pull it out. I was not really interested in a live-action adaptation of Snow White because I'm not interested in a live adaptation of anything from Disney. Not Aladdin, not Lion King, not The Rescuers Down Under, any of those movies. Stuff that I grew up watching that I loved. I don't like Disney, folks, but I still like Aladdin and The Lion King. They still hold up, and I don't care about what so-and-so did 30 years later. That was a good movie that I enjoyed, and it's still great. That being said, Snow White, a classic, very important to cultural relevancy. As an artist myself, I go back and I look at these movies and I'm amazed by the technology that they created to make this animation. It's so important to America, and really, seriously, because it's such an American thing. All of that stuff was done here, created here, and, we talk about the Japanese have perfected animation. I don't know about that, because what we created over here really does influence what's over there as well. So, that kind of stuff goes through my head when I think about Disney and the importance to the modern world of entertainment, good or bad. But one thing I can't stand from any modern entertainment, good or bad, is when you get a loudmouth actress who is annoying. And so, I don't follow what these people say because this lady is like Zendaya to me. I don't like you. I don't have anything to do with your movies or your shows because you're in shit I don't like. So I don't really follow this woman. But she has been in the news for so long, and I know that, and there's a whole buildup for this for a reason. People want to act like, oh, it's just a couple of people on the internet. Oh, it's just, 5 dudes in their bedroom or their basement or their parents' basement. The fucking rigmarole they run us through.
Yeah.
But Disney is actually pulling back on the promotion and the premiere of this movie, and it's making news all over. It's like Rachel Zegler and like a few other people. I have this written down. Let me just tell you the whole situation. So here you go, folks, for anybody that's out there listening or that watches this clip. Rachel Zegler, the 23-year-old star of Disney's upcoming live-action Snow White remake, is reportedly causing significant challenges for the studio due to her outspoken progressive views. According to an insider, Disney is struggling to manage Zegler's repeated controversial statements, including her criticism of the 1937 Snow White film as sexist and dated, and her vision of the character as a fearless leader, rather than someone who is focused on romance. Her comments have sparked backlash, notably after she wished Trump and his supporters never know peace following his election win, prompting her to issue an apology. And here's the result. Disney has scaled back promotional efforts, such as limiting press press access, at secretive European events in Spain, attended only by Zegler and a small group of VIPs. The studio is also navigating controversies involving co-star Gal Gadot's support of Israel and criticism over the film's diverse casting and reimagined Seven Dwarfs, amid fears that Zegler's actions could jeopardize the film's success. Now, the Hollywood Reporter is talking about this. The Daily Mail, which is less reputable, is talking about this. Variety is talking about this. This lady has run her mouth so much that now these companies are afraid, and it looks like this movie might flop. What do you guys think about this situation? Because I think it's funny. We haven't been talking about it each and every week, but this is the news now.
Yeah, Pete, go ahead.
This is absolutely hilarious. It's just another case of open mouth, insert foot, not in the Quentin Tarantino context of the situation. No, this is a very inexperienced and honestly, I'm just going to go ahead and say it. I'm going to venture a guess. She's not very intellectual. I don't think she's a very smart girl. Obviously, like I said, the age and inexperience comes into play too. But, she's espousing her views, which it's absolutely fine that you have those views. If that's the way you truly feel, then that's the way you truly feel. But at the same time, when you're promoting a product that's meant to appeal to a widespread audience, the last thing you want to do, Jeff, you especially as a creator, you don't want to alienate your audience with your own personal views. I mean, no. And that's exactly what she's done, to the point where it's almost that, stereotypical people of her ilk are so tolerant and loving, it's come to that level of her basically just bullshit, and it's cooked the movie. And yeah, the trailer's the most downvoted freaking trailer, I think, in like history. It's ridiculous. That, and if you guys are familiar with the Chat Music channel, they make AI songs out of comment sections. Did you see the one? That video got more likes than this video did. I mean,
I love it.
It was, yeah. So this girl, I mean, they need to sit her down. And I mean, first of all, her getting work after this, she's toxic now. I mean, literally, even in the world of Hollywood, which exists in a bubble, you've really got to look at it like she's got like go away heat, as we use in the in wrestling. She's got go away heat. It's not legitimate heat to where people are going to boo you because you're a heel. It's they don't want to see you at all because they legitimately dislike you, and that's what she has, and it's not going to play well for anything she's a part of. I mean, people are going to remember this shit.
The X-Pac of Hollywood.
Yeah,
X-Pac of Hollywood. I love it.
X-Pac heat. Thank you. You took a beloved IP, you dissected it, and first of all, Peter Dinklage cost other. I mean, I'll just go ahead and say it because I'm promoting a show. I'm doing a commentary for a Midget Mania show coming up, and he basically like pulled the ladder up, no pun intended, for all the other small actors when he was like, it's disgusting, and that they're still using dwarves, like they live in caves. It's like, dude, it's a fairy tale. Like the other guy came, one of the other smaller actors, midget actors, came out and was speaking out. Who is he to speak for all of us? It's like. He costs 7 people roles. Now they're just seven weirdos in crazy outfits. Or didn't they CG them all or something?
Yeah, because they were different. Like this movie was DOA, and I think it took this lady's voice and all of her stupidity to get people to actually figure out what's coming up soon. And I think she's doomed her own movie, and hopefully that kind of sticks with her for a long time. And people in the chat are saying thanks for not letting Dinklage off the hook. Yeah, that candy ass is out there playing Toxie. That's fine. I've never once been the Toxic Avenger is supposed to be 6'5". Like whatever. But my point is, and then that movie's finally coming out. But yeah, it's dude. I will never. I'm not like mad at these people on a personal level. I'm not gonna watch his movie. I think it's stupid. You know what? You don't need to remake Toxic Avenger. You need to remake The Last Action Hero. I've been thinking about this all week. You want to remake a big movie that could really use it? Remake The Last Action Hero. It's a great concept and a shit execution. That's what you remake.
Who's gonna play Arnold though? Who's gonna play that role?
Who?
No.
Okay,
Here's what you do. You remake. But no. The people that have to remake it are the guys who did 21 Jump Street because they know how to do that meta like funny joke. And if they do a part 2 and make it, this is a rebranding or whatever, dude, it would be so goddamn good if they redid that.
Well, you should have Arnold Schwarzenegger in the movie at least, because it's like, just get the kid that played Danny as well. Get all the people back. If Charles Dance is still alive, put him in that shit too.
Yeah. Dude, that movie was ridiculous. It was so much fun.
That was I thought of that at the con and I just screamed it out. By the way, speaking of the con, remember the guy that said he had the lightsaber axe? He's listening right now. Qui-Gon Gimli, he's in the chat. We met this guy at the
What's
con.
up, buddy?
We remember you.
Yes.
You're talking about Last Action here.
Petridge Farm remembers you.
Hold on. You get the full screen.
I've got.
Dude,
oh my god!
I had that Jack Slater as a kid.
Fuck?
That was my Jack Slater.
Oh wow! I had the car. I loved the car. The car was awesome,
dude. Yeah, they have
the Cadillac.
That's a Cadillac.
They show them on the back.
Yep, there it is. Yeah, I had that Cadillac. It had a little like stunt wheel on it. It was wonderful.
These are
really cool. And the good thing is that figure fit into the car. That figure 100% fit in the car. It was great.
Dude, those were fun back in the day.
The guy had the whole set at the toy store I was at. It was TNT Toys in the Midland Mall in Midland, Michigan. And I was like, man, I should have bought them all, but it was like around it would have been about $400 to buy the whole run. But I'm like, so I bought other stuff though. But
I mean, that's not bad. At least you got a couple things from it. That's
I was good. Like, I wanted to get one Jack, and I had to get the villain. You know, it's like you gotta have him.
Dude, that was the Jack Slater I had as a kid. I had that, and I had Danny. I got him at Value City, real cheap, because my mom would buy me any toy. Like we go to Toys R Us, she'd buy me something, but then she'd go to her, her other stores, and we'd be like, at Value City or this place or that place. I'm like, Mom, can I get Arnold Schwarzenegger? So of course my mom always said yes. So I went home with both of those. I thought they were awesome. They broke though. The little Arnold, because Arnold, you squeeze his legs and his arms pop up because he'll break out of that jacket. And I played with that toy until it fucking literally fell apart. All I got left is the little head of Arnold Schwarzenegger.
Nice.
Yes, John Thomas, the Toxic Avenger is real, and here it is on screen for you right now.
No, it's real. I know it's been on the shelf for I think a couple of years, and like they've been trying to get it released for some reason. It won't get released, but
Nick,
it's happening this year.
I got a question for you.
What?
How the hell can a movie from almost 40 years ago that had like the budget of the craft services for an episode of The West Wing, how can that movie look better in terms of makeup work? This looks like Peter Dinklage in a Halloween costume. Like if that guy walks up to me, I'm just like, it's a kid on Halloween, trick or treat. This doesn't look intimidating at all.
I was going to say, did they even put makeup on him? Because that just looks like Peter Dinklage.
They didn't put any effort on it. That's what they didn't do.
Oh God. Yeah. I mean, I'm surprised there's still screenshots of that movie. I know. And like even Kevin Bacon's in it. Like it's a whole thing. I still remember watching the first one as a kid. Like, and it was, it was pretty violent for what it was back then. It was awesome though. I loved it.
Dude, my introduction to it was the Toxic Avengers cartoon. I had all that.
Yes,
toys.
Yes. No. I had the toys. I had the Game Boy game. I watched the cartoon. I think I have. Whenever Lloyd comes up to Dragon Con, I would always buy. I think I bought the cartoon from him and a couple of the movies as well, and the action figure too. So I got a good collection of that stuff.
What a weird thing to adapt into a kid's cartoon.
I agree. But I mean, it made him his initial money to fund Trauma Studios and make all of his crazy shit. So
it's the house that Toxie built.
Yeah, it is. It is the house that Toxie built.
Yeah, dude. Between the Toxic Avengers cartoon and then there was Attack of the Killer Tomatoes, as they're saying in the chat. There was RoboCop. There was Rambo earlier. Like we had a lot of R-rated movies have cartoons, and you didn't blink an eye.
Well, I mean, look. Pete just pulled up Pete just had the action figure as well, so it was a whole thing. The cartoon, the action figure, and all the stuff. So back then we had, if it was cool and they knew that it was cool and we loved it, they would make everything for us. When we were kids. Yeah, they made the cartoons, we'd watch it, and they made the action figure so we could bother our parents to go get it for us. The only thing they were missing was like breakfast cereal.
Yeah, I wouldn't eat Toxie breakfast cereal. Like, you know that like gross out shit in the 90s? Like they would do like the snot slime and toy boogers.
Yes.
I didn't like any of that shit. I was just like, give me the Power Rangers. It's Morphin time.
Yeah. I don't know if they made specialty old school cereal of like old franchises, I might buy them in bulk and see how they are.
Hey Nick, you want to start that business?
Yeah, let's do it, man. Write it down right now.
I miss the Legend of Zelda cereal from the fucking 80s.
The Nintendo Power System?
Yeah. Had that. And yeah, when they re-released, I'm not going to lie, man, because I don't eat cereal anymore, but like when they re-released the Ghostbuster cereal when Afterlife came out, please believe I bought like 4 or 5 boxes of that.
Hey, buddy, don't feel too bad. When Ghostbusters 2016 came out, I bought Ecto Cooler.
Oh,
I just didn't care. I was like, it's fucking Ecto Cooler. It's back.
Ecto Cooler was like the jam as a kid. I freaking love that stuff. It used to come in like the cans. You had to open with an actual can opener and shit.
Yeah.
That's how old I am. I remember that.
Dude, I remember
can Ecto Cooler.
I went to a party and they had Hawaiian Punch in one of those cans, and I was like, "What do you do?" And so the mom goes crack on the other side, and then it flies out.
Yep.
But yeah.
Yep.
Oh man. Yes. Somebody said about the Police Academy toys. I had those as a kid.
Oh my
Police
god.
Academy,
Yeah.
dude, those were some of the best toys because they built a to scale police station, so you could do like all the Police Academy scenes from the cartoon. It was such a weird thing to make.
That like I'm kind of shocked we haven't gotten like a movie from them or a show from them in all honesty in a while, because like that's prime, like that's about the time and it's prime now where like people would dig that if they did it correctly.
Police Academy. It's funny. I was just watching Malibu Express the other day, and
I remember that.
I did a really long form review of it too, available on the channel. Cheap plug, but cheap plug. But no, the guy that played
too. Don't worry.
The guy that played Mauser in Police Academy before we had Captain Harris, which was G.W. Bailey, was one of the goons in Malibu Express. He was the fat one that was with. It's funny too because the black dude, the really jacked bodybuilder, the black one, because there's two of them. There's like the Italian guy and the black guy.
Yeah.
The black guy is Amon-Ra St. Brown from the Detroit Lions' dad.
I knew that.
That is so amazing. I found that out like a year ago when I was watching. I was like, I'm looking at it. I was like, who is John Brown? Like this bodybuilder. I'm like, who is this dude? He's Amon-Ra St. Brown's dad. I'm like, holy shit.
Folks, if you're unfamiliar with Malibu Express, don't feel bad. It is a wonderful series from a wonderful director called Andy Sedaris. If you love this channel and you love boobs, guns, and explosions, go subscribe to Eat Queen's channel because he watches them. I think you have a Patreon for them as well.
I do.
And he does a whole thing. He does a whole thing for them, and they're worth your time because
they feature lovely women too.
They.
I did for the Malibu Express video, which I had to do a Patreon exclusive version because I did an unedited version. And the one I uploaded to YouTube, true story, I uploaded it and I was watching it as soon as I made it public. And I'm like, oh shit, hurry up, take it down. I was like, I forgot a titty. I was like, I missed a titty.
You forgot a titty.
There's a rogue titty in there. I was like, God damn, take the video down.
It's a rogue titty.
We had a rogue titty. So there is
Rogue Titty is my next graphic novel. It comes out in 2029, folks.
We need a metal band called Rogue Titty.
Nah, it's a Russian girl who got kicked out of the cage. No, her dad was in the KGB. They murdered her dad. She wants revenge. Rogue Titty coming soon. Rogue Titty near you.
Oh, I see.
It's just Russian La Femme Nikita. That's all it is.
Can we get what's her face to be in it too? Linda Fiorentino? No, she was in Jade. Never mind.
I remember that. The freaking David Caruso.
He was my favorite South Park joke. Hey, Ike, do an impression of David Caruso's career. He just jumps out of an airplane or whatever and falls. Oh, so let's check in with our lovely audience this evening. Folks, you can tell we're having a good time. That's why you should hang out on Thursday night. John Thomas, thank you very much. He says, no art form exists in isolation. Correct. All are influenced by others. There is an AI trailer out there where Godot is the heroine and Zegler is the villain. LOL. I don't know Gal Gadot's like politics, so I don't really speak on those. But as an actor, I like her more because I know her. And the other one is just some annoying kid. So I would always cheer for Gal Gadot over the annoying kid. In terms of the art in isolation, I agree with that. It's very interesting how so much of Japanese art, like manga and anime, is just ripped off of Western influences, but people think that it's really brilliant Japanese work, but it's just like Japan copied tons of shit in the 80s. Like a lot of their anime, it's like if Rambo took place in the future and that's what something else is. Like so many of these things rip off action movies. They just rip our shit off, and that's fine and not a complaint, but I think it's like important to understand where all these things come from.
Yeah, and a lot of it happened because of spaghetti westerns and westerns in general, because they were getting those movies after we made them. So they thought America was just like cowboys and things like that, and that's why you had a lot of that stuff, you know, in their storytelling for a while.
Yeah, and it's so fascinating to go back and watch a lot of the stuff nowadays with the internet when we've seen, you know, more stuff, and you're just like, oh, well, that's what influences. And it's really cool to see what influences other forms of art. Personally, John, I love to watch Metropolis because it influenced Star Wars, or check out the stuff that inspired Indiana Jones, even with the Treasure of the Sierra Madre. So I love the stuff that made, you know, my favorite things what they are.
Hell, watch heavy metal. Heavy metal, yeah, heavy metal. Yeah, that
Bro,
cartoon,
I got it in 4K.
Yeah, because I mean that, like, if you watch that, like, there's a heavy influence in Fifth Element with that one. It's like
it's the same artist.
Okay, that makes sense.
It's Mobius. Yeah, his name Mobius is like, okay. For those who don't know, Mobius is one of the biggest artists that ever lived. His name was Jean Giraud, and he was French, but he was a big deal, and so a lot of his work got adapted. And what he did too is he teamed up with a lot of other artists. We don't have that anymore. Everybody on the internet's so cutthroat and they're against their competition. We should all come together and create like a humanoid society like they did in the 70s. And then they had Metal Hurlant, which was just heavy metal magazine. And they sold that shit. And they all, you know, it got adapted, brought to America, turned into movies. Long story short, Nick, that one guy, Mobius, is one of the most prolific artists ever in the comic medium. And all of his shit looks like The Fifth Element. Like The Fifth Element is just the movie version of his work. There's a thing called The Inkle, and you should read that book because it literally looks like The Fifth Element, including like the fucking taxi cab and all the multi-level streets. It's beautiful work. I got tons of heavy metal magazines back here, and Mobius pops up all the time. So
nice.
Yeah, good reference to the Sixth Sense or the Fifth Element. I need to watch that again. I got that on 4K in the living room too.
Same.
But I don't have the Sixth Sense, which who cares? Does anybody like Shyamalan anymore? I don't.
He's
all right.
He's all right. Yeah.
Where did we go?
I don't know.
Sorry. I was just trying to switch us over for the button request from Shrubbles08. We wanted a Joe Rogan high as fucking a slap nuts, please. Well, as we always say on the channel, ask and you shall receive.
Did you see that guy accidentally hit that moose with his car?
No.
Holy shit. Jamie, pull that video up.
Oh, God! Down goes Beetle! It's Mr. Flatnut to you.
Oh, that poor guy. By the way, it's weird. I'm trying to like not unshare the screen and we're still tiny. But while I figure that out, here's your Joe Rogan button.
Imagine if you gave a white supremacist 5-MeO DMT and then as the first one, as they're exhaling.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
What a rush!
Now, Pete, in preparation for WrestleMania, which folks, we're gonna have a good wrestling segment at the end of the show tonight, as Pete is a pro wrestler himself. I would love to say WCBS is one of WCBS's favorite wrestlers. Would you say, Nick?
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, Pete, we love you, man. We want to see you become world champion.
I love you guys too. That's the goal is to win the Super Shogun Wrestling championship. When we don't have belts, we have personalized samurai swords. When you win a championship there, you get a personalized samurai sword, which is pretty freaking rad.
I love that, and I'm very jealous. You know what katana means in English? It means Japanese sword. Hey, folks, next week we're going to have some Samurai Cop buttons for you. You're going to understand why I am obsessed with. See, that's the funny thing. Before the pandemic, I was so obsessed with Samurai Cop. Like, I lost that part of my identity. I need to bring it back. All right? Hey, Nick, we talked about our other segments we're doing off air. We should get Samurai Cop on. That's what we should do. He is so available.
We should. What is?
Come
what
on,
is he
Matt
doing?
Hannon.
What is he doing these days? Working on part 3?
No,
wanna
please don't.
Dude, you know what my ideal hangout would be, Nick? The WCBS crew, and that includes you, Pete, with Samurai Cop and Garbage Day, and we just listen to stories.
You know who else you need to add into that too, and he's an interesting follow on Twitter, is Gerald Akamura.
Is he still around?
Yes, he is. Gerald
love him.
Akamura is still around. And I followed him on Twitter. He follows back. He always posts. He's got his little action figures of himself, and he posts them in various like locales. He'll have his little action figure. Like, that's amazing.
That's great.
I'm a fan of that guy because he's in Big Trouble in Little China.
He's in everything.
Yeah. Him and like Al Leong. Him and Al Leong were like the quintessential like Asian like henchmen in a lot of 80s and 90s action movies. They were.
Yeah.
They were.
Dude, Al Leong's in Die Hard.
Yeah. He's
the guy with the Crunch Bar.
Yep.
Yep. That's him.
And he's in is it Hard Ticket to Hawaii, I think? Or Savage Beach.
It's
Savage Beach. I think it's Savage Beach.
Yeah, I think it's Savage Beach.
It's Savage
Beach. Even bigger. I'm pretty sure he's in Dumb and Dumber. I think he's the guy that Jim Carrey's heart. He rips out his heart. Remember when they do the martial arts scene in the gym?
Yes.
I think that's Al Leong that he fights
in the restaurant. Yeah, when he's having a dream sequence, he's out with Lauren Holly. Yep.
His real life wife.
Yeah.
I love the part where it's like, oh, and he comes back up and it's the roller coaster sound effect. And then he rips his heart out. It was very Mortal Kombat of the time.
It was. That movie was so good.
It really is. Thank you, Shrubbles08. Adam Walford says, don't forget Aliens was going to be a cartoon series, but instead they made it into comics with the toys. I wish they made it. I think it would be awesome. Adam, I concur, but all I can say is I'm thankful for the toys because I grew up with an Apone action figure and a Power Loader. The toy. I had I loved my Alien figures from back in the day.
Dude, I had so many of them. It was so much fun. And they had some of the awkward ones and like the bull alien and things like that. They had all the weird ones. It was so much fun though. They were great. They were awesome.
Part of me, since you showed that Last Action Hero line, Pete, that's something I would like to down the road collect is the entire Kenner Alien run. That's like literally like 45th on my list of toy lines to collect, but I would love to have it one day.
You know, when they started re-releasing the new Alien toys, like they started.
Oh yeah. I saw them.
I bought Trey, like, well, the little like 5 POA 3 3/4 figures. I bought him like the entire first run of them, plus 2 of the tanks. He's got all the aliens. He's got the big like purple.
Oh
queen.
my god, that's awesome.
Yep, and I bought him a couple when I was at that TNT toy store where I bought the Last Action Hero figures. I bought him like it's a pretty sweet like black, red, and silver alien. I got it. He's got a bunch of them though.
I love the I think it's like the initial Men in Black toy line. Like those were fun. That would be
my only complaint, Nick, was you could not get the Men in Black normally. The only way you could get them in their Men in Black suits were like Agent J had all this green slime on him and he came with a tree stump, and Agent K came in like a space suit with the front blown out. That was his suit. Yeah. And I loved the Men, like even before I saw that movie, I saw a special on Entertainment Tonight and I went, this is the greatest thing I've ever seen. And so the entire build to that movie, I was hyped. I watched The Fresh Prince of Bel-Air every day. I saw Independence Day in theaters. Little 8-year-old Jeff was amped up.
That's another toy line I want, the Independence Day toy line. Like that's one I would.
But you know what you got to do when you get them? If you ever open them, you got to take the floppy disks out and see what they say on the floppy. I need to know what's on those floppy disks, man. Is it the code? Is that how David cracked the alien code? Do you have a MacBook?
He used it using fucking iTunes back then. That's what he did. He used
Dude,
iTunes.
No, man. He's before Real Player. Like,
oh shit.
What do you use, folks? If you're technologically sound like we are, even though we're having a hole drawing a blank, what was a 1996 digital media player?
Wasn't it just Windows media player? I think.
Yeah. Windows media players on the Windows, but what was the one for Mac that they could use, or was it just like
they didn't have one? They're just like buy a Windows computer to play your music. You can play Oregon Trail and Word Munchers on this PC, but not a CD.
Oh my god! But on Windows we had Minesweeper and like the pinball game.
Dude, my name on my first computer was Boba Fett, and I had like millions of points on that pinball. I would play it for hours.
That and Solitaire.
Yep.
Yeah, and then wasn't there Spider Solitaire as well?
Okay, apparently Apple had QuickTime, the QuickTime player. That's what it was. Okay.
QuickTime was around. Thank you to Luminous Path, Hannibal Grimm, Dean H, John Thomas. Giving shout outs to everybody that got it before us. Thank you guys. But no, man, I should get the Independence Day toys with you. They don't look like Will Smith. They just look.
No, they don't. No, they
They're
don't.
generic people.
Yeah, they are. They're very generic. Oh my god.
President Bill Pullman. I want his action figure.
Right. Who wouldn't?
You know, you could just sell me an action figure called President Bill Pullman, and it's just a dude in a suit. I'd buy it. Like his shirt's unbuttoned, he's got his tie disheveled, he's got that little microphone. We will not go quietly into the night. We will not go on without a fight. We will live on. We will survive. Today is our Independence Day.
Do they have a Randy Quaid one?
Dude, if they they only have an airplane that says "Up Yours" on the back. Did you ever read what the original ending of that scene was supposed to be?
No.
It's ridiculously stupid. And yes, this is Independence Day I'm talking about. So in the movie, folks, if you're wondering what we're talking about, Randy Quaid plays like Russell Case is his name, and he was abducted by the aliens, and he flies with the president and everybody, the final assault on, to save humanity. But in the original cut, he doesn't go up with them. At the very end, he takes that little shitty crop duster with a nuke on it, and he flies up and does the exact same move. But the test audiences had that reaction, Nick. They cracked up, and it killed the tension and the emotion. So they went back and they redid it.
Because that crop duster could not carry a fucking nuke that high. It does not have the it doesn't have the.
Yeah, I don't think that would work.
Duster. It's a crop duster.
Little twin engine crop duster.
Yeah.
You ain't getting out of the atmosphere with that.
Yeah.
Tell me that wouldn't have been horrible.
You're not getting like, what is it? You're not getting to 35,000 feet with that. It's like,
No.
It's not happening.
No.
What was it? He duct tape a nuke to the body?
He duct tape.
But
I kind of want to see it just because I want to see how absurd it is.
Well, according to the listeners, it's on the DVD special features.
Oh fuck! I need to check this out. That's amazing.
Yep.
I've never seen it. I have the disc in the living room. I've never watched the special features.
Oh my god! I need to find this after the show because just to see how it I want to bet it was fucking duct taped to the goddamn plane.
You see him out there. Come on, help me with this, boy.
Yeah, exactly. Like it's oh my god, it just sounds entirely absurd. At least like with with him being like box 2, and it didn't fire. It's like box 2, and like the missile didn't go out, and he just flies into it. And he's like up yours. It was like more epic than what you just said.
Oh my god, here's a picture of it right now.
Oh my god.
Oh Jesus.
Oh wow. Independence Day holds a very special place in my heart. If this would have been the ending of this movie, I'd be embarrassed. There it is. It's flying up.
Hold on. Oh my god.
What the fuck?
Oh my god. No. The aliens would have shot him down in like 0.5 seconds immediately.
Oh.
Yeah,
Independence Day was awesome. Like
I know that was I think because I think that was like I don't know the height of the tentpole movie, but it was Roland Emmerich and his crazy world-ending movies.
Well,
dude, it was the end of an era.
Yeah,
wasn't
correct.
It was 96. Yeah,
I remember. I went to see that one twice.
Yeah, I
saw
think
it
I did
opening
too.
weekend.
Same. It was a single screen theater we had in town that we went to, with me and my cousins, my brothers, everybody, all my friends went to go see it. Like it was great. It was back then when you couldn't pick your seat. You had to get their ass early and make sure you had a seat.
I miss those days. Dude, I remember going to see that movie so vividly. I went to Wendy's for lunch, and then after the movie, I had a couple of quarters left. And I played Area 51.
Oh my god! Yes.
It's just like Independence Day. I thought I was in the fucking hangar shooting aliens.
If I could ever have one arcade game in my place, it would be Area 51 and Area 51 Part 2.
Folks in the chat, if you could have an arcade machine in your home, what would it be? Nick, my answer is one I almost bought in California because you were at my apartment. We had so much space in that living room. We were going to get a full-size X-Men the arcade machine for that back corner.
God.
The 6-person one. That is my favorite arcade game.
That's fucking sick.
Yeah, that would have been awesome. That'd have been great.
I would have been like, hey, Nick, you want to come over and play X-Men? You can be Colossus. I call Wolverine your Cyclops.
Oh, man. Yeah, that's awesome.
real quick before we jump into the next super chat, I wanted to say Independence Day, and you talk about the end of an era or a different era of movies. It is so, and it's not an age thing for me. It's their movies were so different, and not in a technical way. I watched Con Air yesterday through today because I ride this bike, folks, and I watch action movies in the morning until I start my day. And I was watching Con Air over the last couple days, and Con Air is the type of movie that Hollywood would ejaculate over in terms of like representation and diversity. It's got Mexican bad guys and black bad guys and gay bad guys. It's got everybody in it. But now today they would be like, oh, it's offensive or stupid. But like beyond today's stupidity, that movie's just fun to watch. We don't get fun movies anymore.
Put the bunny back in the box.
Yeah. and I know this is unpopular to say. Con Air is better than The Rock. Like for Nicolas Cage movies,
come on.
Con Air is better. Con Air is better than The Rock and Face Off.
Oh,
yes.
I don't know about Face Off.
Come on.
John Travolta does not bring the movie down. John Travolta is less entertaining than Nicolas Cage. And so when you're stuck,
The Rock, come on. The Rock is
The Rock says
awesome.
It is, but I'd rather watch Con Air. There's no Zeus's butthole line. Dude, The Rock is one of Michael Bay's best movies, hands down. I'm not even going to debate that, but like, you have John Malkovich as the bad guy in Con Air. Yes. You have Ving Rhames as his sidekick. Mm-hmm. Danny Trejo, Dave Chappelle. That's not the full cast. You got John Cusack, all these people. Like, Con Air has such a great cast, and it is such a stupid movie. I love it. Like, it is one of the best action movies ever made, in my opinion.
It's incredibly stupid. I mean, they could have theoretically done a Con Air 2, and it would have been. I think it would have still been okay.
Hold on a second, though, Nick. Cameron Poe is a free man after the end of the movie. What is he? Does he like team up with Vince Larkin to take down? They're all dead. Who? And the airplane got destroyed.
Dude, who the like? Okay, maybe he's on vacation. Like
Nick, that's called Die Hard. Okay, we have Bruce Willis for that. Nicolas Cage is a prisoner.
No,
Bruce Willis is a cop.
No. Being on vacation is Speed 2, Jeff. Get it right.
We don't talk about Speed 2 on this channel, Nick. All right.
I love how we're going through all these
love,
90s.
No love for Jason Patrick. What?
He's going to be at Horror Hound.
He is.
I just want to talk to him about Wayward Pines. Just be like, hey man, talk to me about Wayward Pines, bro.
Oh my god.
I don't want to talk to Jason Patrick.
I like that show. It was funny too because what's his name was the sheriff, dude from Hustle and Flow. He was the original roadie. Why does his name? Terrence Howard. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. He was in that.
Yeah. Hustle and Flow is a damn fun movie. I love it.
That one's good.
It won an Oscar.
But he played the sheriff in Wayward Pines.
Okay.
I remember. It was I can't remember if he's in the second season because they only made 2 seasons of it, and they switched the lead. It went from Jason Patrick to somebody else. I think they did anyway. It's been years since I saw it.
I think so.
That's when I think Jason. I'm joking. When I think Jason Patrick,
it could have been. I don't know. It's been a long time.
24 was a big show, man. Agent Jack Bauer. That was TV's hottest action show for like a decade.
I remember that. That was a long time. God, it was a long time.
John Thomas, thank you very much. John says, as his penance for being a Blue Falcon to his fellow Little People actors, Dinklage must do at least 3 Leprechaun horror movies. Jeff picked the plots. Oh, I love these. Okay, we're doing Leprechaun 2, Back in the Hood.
Oh, no. Back in the Hood?
For like back in the Hood. No, sorry. Leprechaun 2, Black in the Hood. That's the name of it, Nick.
That's it.
Oh, and we have to. It's here to embarrass. This is penance, right? Peter Dinklage has to be in blackface the whole movie.
Oh my god!
That's your penance, Peter Dinklage. You have to play a blackface leprechaun with an Irish accent and a drinking problem. That's what you have to play.
Oh,
hold on, gosh. I got it, folks. That's what we should do on the channel. Nobody else is doing it. Pick an actor who's had terrible transgressions, and we need to tell you how they'll get their penance here on the channel.
Right on the segment.
Yep,
Jeff,
I am.
Right down.
Folks, you send in a super chat, we'll give you the actor's penance. That's how this will operate. So that's it. Blackface, Leprechaun, Black in the Hood. And then there's 2 more you said. Black in Space and Black to the Future. I want to see a time-traveling Leprechaun blackface movie.
I was listening to 2 of them, like through time and then the space, yeah, for sure.
Oh.
Oh my God. Yeah, that's somebody
Hannibal,
said involve Leslie Jones. Like, yeah, that
That's punishment enough. Come on now. We don't want to go that far.
Hannibal Grimm at 9:48. He said Tony Cox is going to be pissed.
Dude, Tony Cox is the man. For anybody, we were talking about what's the preferred nomenclature? Little people, midget act. I don't know. We'll just call them actors because that's what they are. But Tony Cox, that guy, people were like, oh, what has he done? He was in Return of the Jedi. He was in countless roles. He was in Bad Santa. Like, that dude is like Warwick Davis, where they're like, they exist so Peter Dinklage's pretentious, spoiled ass can get Game of Thrones. Like, that's, I have no stake in this, but I do think people should respect where they come from or the people that got them to where they are. It's not about, this or that. It's literally like, if those two dudes and other actors weren't like, oh, what's his name? Ed so-and-so that played Chucky. Remember when he wore the suit to do the walking scenes? Ed, not Ed Leslie. That's the fucking Bruce the Barber Beefcake. Ed somebody. But my point is, like, those guys were making the bit rate parts and they were making the small scale acting jobs. Like, and Peter Dinklage is out there ruining their careers and their futures because, oh, it's offensive to hire people that look like that. No, it's not. When we watch these movies, no one's making fun of him. I don't watch Bad Santa and go, oh, look at that little black guy. No, I go, man, he's nefarious, man. And I'm feeling bad for the other criminal because he's a good actor. Same thing with, what's his face? Hell, Peter Dinklage, I used to like him. I thought he was funny. Like in, was it For Death and a Funeral and all those other things?
Yeah.
I was on board. But like, if like Warwick Davis and these other guys, they don't do anything but work for their family and make good roles. Like, and I always think of this about Warwick Davis too. When we were at Celebration all those years ago in Chicago, Warwick Davis comes rolling around his little scooter. Somebody goes, oh my God, it's him. He comes back, he signs an autograph for that person, takes a picture, and goes on his way. Like, that dude was cool. He handled himself with class, and I respect that. And this candy-ass Peter Dinklage is just ruining it for everybody else.
It's funny because a major comedian called him out, Brad Williams.
Yep.
I love that dude.
Yes, Brad Williams.
He called him out, and like he's called him out a couple of podcasts. But like, if you like, that guy in general is fucking hilarious. I watch a lot of his stuff, a lot of his acts and things like that. He is incredibly funny. Oh my God. I think
Dr. Meatball.
I think one of his first specials he did. He gives some like lady a lap dance on stage at the end of his like bit. I'm like, that's funny.
That dude, whenever he pops up in my reels, he is one of the few people that I watch every like second of the reel. I'm like, oh shit, Brad Williams is on. What's he gonna say? If it's not a podcast or a stand-up show, the dude's funny. Pete Holmes is pretty funny too. Not a midget comedian, but I don't know. He popped up in my feed the other day. I was like, man, Pete Holmes is funny. Is Batman or not? I like that guy.
Yeah, he's pretty good.
Let's see, Dr. Meatball. I just wanted to say that is not Vince McMahon's penance. That's his like Thursday afternoon, like before SmackDown. That's what he's watching. So
Hang on a second. I'm gonna watch Paul plow away at the $1 billion princess.
Did you see they gave Stephanie McMahon a podcast? You talk about privileged people getting handouts.
Yeah, but
that bitch doesn't need one.
Yeah, but Jeff, like, starting a podcast is like starting a meme coin these days.
That's why we've been doing it for a decade, and our shit, people still listen regularly.
Exactly.
I don't think that's the only thing I hate about like celebrity podcasts is they're vapid as shit, because celebrities are vapid as shit. I have no envy for anybody out there.
I think Meghan Markle had her own show or something, or podcast as well. And it tanked.
Markle.
She couldn't keep up with it.
It tanked.
It didn't tank. It beat Joe Rogan. She couldn't keep up with it, so she tanked. Fuck her.
Oh God, I love it. I think the governor of California has a podcast too. So
I have a podcast that's just like his. I can go flush my toilet and listen to it right now. I hate you, Gavin Newsom. I lived in your state. Eat a dick, you garden party bastard. Well, I can't go out to In-N-Out Burger. I can't go to Best Buy. I can't live my life. But you're hanging out at P. Diddy's house. Oh, stay in shelter. Fuck you, dude. That was terrible. Anyway, Susan Dolan, thank you very much. Jeff, Ironheart is a ripoff of a Japanese porno. Which one, Susan? For research. We're going to do a review.
For research purposes, we need to acquire this film.
It's named Ironheart.
Oh.
Is it really?
Yeah.
Bro, yeah. I know a lot of stuff about a lot of stuff, but Japanese porn is not.
Yeah. Research purposes, I've had to look that one up.
Okay.
Is it well drawn? Or is it like an actual like human porno?
It's a human one.
Oh, are they Asian people well drawn in real life? I don't even know what that means. Anyway.
Yes.
The answer is yes.
Yeah. Are they attractive? Are they attractive?
Yes. I came across on my Roku the other day, Nick, Machine Girl. Remember watching that?
Oh my God, Machine Girl.
With Groove and Alex and I think Eugene. Oh my God. I'm like, oh, Machine Girl. I remember watching it the first time going, what the fuck am I watching?
Yeah, you want to see an unhinged like Japanese movie, watch Machine Girl.
Yeah.
I thought Tokyo Gore Police was pretty unhinged.
It's in the same vein.
Yeah.
Well, I'm going to give this one a shot because it's on Tubi, but I hate Tokyo Gore Police.
Yeah,
this they cut off a dude's wiener. That's my joke too. I was like, I'm not watching that. They cut off a wiener.
Choppy.
Yeah, it's in Kai and Tai. John Thomas, thank you very much. He says, Nick, is there a restored version of Metropolis on DVD and Blu-ray? I've only seen the crappy TV version.
Metropolis. I think
I did some research for you, Nick.
Okay.
In 2010, Kino Lorber restored Metropolis as the complete Metropolis. It incorporates all the previous missing footage, resulting in a more complete and impactful viewing experience, according to what I found right here.
Yeah, and the thing that also sucks is that you'll get these nicer versions, and they'll be in like another region or whatever, which kind of sucks. You'll get that too. But yeah, I mean, yeah. It seems like everything's going to 4K now. Like if you follow that one account, Dawn of Discs, he has like 20 a day that are getting released or getting like they're coming out. It's wild. Even movies that haven't even hit theaters yet are getting like 4K releases. It's crazy.
So here's your answer. Who said that? John Thomas. Here's your definitive answer. There was a miracle. A 16 millimeter cut of the full movie based off the original cut was found in a film museum in Argentina. And a safety copy was made in the 1960s that included 25 minutes that had not been seen since the original release. Thanks to a massive effort and a print found in New Zealand a few years prior that also contained the missing bits, the reel was restored and the 2011 version of Metropolis sits at 148 minutes. Which is still technically not the full movie. The original edit of the film was 153 minutes. So you're going to get a 5-minute shorter cut, but that's almost
listen to the stuff that they went through to get it. I mean, that's a pretty good cut already,
Well, Nick, here's something even crazier. 85% of silent films across the board are gone and lost forever. But they saved Metropolis. Yeah.
That's really terrible. Yeah, I mean that's unfortunately the thing with when we keep switching formats from like film to 4K, you'll get that there will not be, things will get left behind in other formats, unfortunately. So it happens.
Why did we skip over 3K?
I mean, you're not wrong. You're not wrong because Blu-ray is technically 2K, and then we went to 4K.
Well, we just doubled the resolution. You can't see, Eric. You can't sell a technology that's not at least double the quality. It's like, hey, this is only 1.5 times better. Let's make it 2 times better and sell it. Okay, cool.
This is only 1.5 times better.
Yeah, you didn't have me at 1.5, but 2 sold.
It's marketing. It's like, this is double the resolution. You'll see double the quality. I hate to say it, I'm a sucker for high quality pictures in a movie. It's like, oh man, I can watch this film from 1927 and it looks like it was shot yesterday. I'm there. Dude, when I was doing research for Stealing Solo 2, I watched Frankenstein, the original one. I got it on 4K and I was like, I can't believe how good this movie looks.
Oh yeah, because Universal holds that close to the chest. Like they're in like airtight, vaults, and they'll only bring them out to get scanned by like a few things. I'm sure they have a few copies to get scanned through, but like they're very careful with those old ones for sure, because that's their bread and butter. Like they will not let that shit go.
And that's the kind of shit I love, because when you see that a company that holds something very important respects it, it makes me treat it just as valuable as they do. Like when I sit down to watch Frankenstein, I turn off the lights, I don't have anything on, I don't put my phone, and I just watch the film. I sit there in the dark and I experience it like it's supposed to, because the people at Universal have treated it like it's this event. Same with all the Universal horror. They're not my favorite movies, Nick, but man, do I love to sit down and watch all the Universal horror.
Yeah, they I mean, like, yeah, they're way below us now, but like, I mean, they started something. They started this wonderful horror thing that happened with Universal in that era you know, I want to say it was during the Depression. Was it during the 20s and 30s, or was it 40s and 50s?
Frankenstein's 31.
Okay, so yeah, so it happened during that era, and like the infancy of film, right then, and it was interesting to see. Like it's funny, even back then at the beginning of film, they went to horror. Like that's what they did. They went to horror. It's funny.
You know why they did?
Why?
Because they found that the times people found horror as like a cathartic release from the Depression and the other things. That's why horror movies work even better in certain eras, depending on what's going on in the world, because there's like a psychological connection to horror movies and catharsis. And I find that kind of stuff fascinating. I just wish more modern horror was worth, going. Well, the new shit is actually pretty good. There's like a small window of time where horror is all garbage, and we're well past it. And I hope no one gets nostalgic for it.
Yeah, I mean, unfortunately, horror is a redheaded stepchild of the filmmaking world, especially Hollywood, because they will use it to make money, and then they will not give it its accolades ever.
Yeah, but I look at and I hate to be that guy, Nick, but some horror movies don't deserve the accolades.
Oh, 100%.
Some do.
100%.
Like, if we're talking, like, this is just Jeff's list. We're going to put this out there somewhere. But if I'm going to go, like, what do I think in terms of horror is actually worth, like, putting in the National Film Registry? The Exorcist, Halloween, A Nightmare on Elm Street, Universal horror movies. Very few. I don't think everything horror is... Very few horror movies stand up.
The Thing.
I consider it a sci-fi movie. Sorry, that's why I never say The Thing in horror, because The Thing is like the ultimate science fiction movie to me. It's a monster alien. It's gnarly.
I understand that, but I still think it should go in the National Film Registry.
Oh, I think it deserves to be top tier contender for like if it's for horror, it's horror. I would put it in for science fiction along such classics as Star Wars, Forbidden Planet, Planet of the Apes.
Yep.
Like Invasion of the Body Snatchers. Is that horror or is that sci-fi? Because the 70s one is awesome. That's kind of a hard discussion to have. Is the 70s version better than the original? Like, that's one of those weird times where I go, maybe the remake is better. It's got Donald Sutherland, Jeff Goldblum, Leonard Nimoy, Veronica Cartwright. Who does the original have? And then there's the 2005. Wait, that's the Earth. Day the Earth Stood Still. Sorry. Invasion of the Body Snatchers. I'm still right. By the way, speaking of right, our friend Zombie Box Reviews is correct. Thank you very much for sending us a sticker. I love your Kathleen Kennedy icon, by the way. Hilarious. Our friend Adam Wofford, thank you very much for your super chat as well. He says the Japanese porno movies are called pink films.
Yep, and in Europe, they're called blue movies.
Are they called green films here? Is
there
a color coding for porno around the world?
I don't know, but I remember hearing that, like, somebody who was over there a long time ago told me that they're called, nobody refers to them in Europe or the UK as like pornos. They're just called blue movies or blue films.
I call them art films, if you ask me. Like, where in the world are they called white movies? Because I think they should all be called white films for a very obvious reason.
Canada probably do that shit. Canada probably does that shit.
They mistake it for the Red Green Show because it's a snow episode or something.
There you go.
Like folks, what is your preferred color of film for art? I like the orange films myself, or the cyan films.
The cyan, okay, all right. You don't like a good like umber?
Yeah, I was gonna say, Nick, shut up, get out of my head. I was gonna say burnt umber. Burnt umber.
It's an acquired taste. I enjoy a burnt
or chartreuse.
I enjoy a good chartreuse film in like April, this time of year coming up. So we're gonna get like some chartreuse films on this wall because you can't see it on camera.
A good mauve.
Yeah, nice
mauve,
mauve.
yeah.
Nice mauve is always it's classy.
We should do a book called The Color of Porn.
Seafoam green.
Seafoam.
That's just like the bathroom out of The Shining. That's gross.
I know.
Yeah, that's an infection. You're right, Pete.
Yeah, might want to get some penicillin for that, unless you're allergic to penicillin, and then don't do that.
Does black count as color?
I don't know.
Dr. Meatball, that's amazing. Color me black, you win.
We'll allow it.
Oh, so will Riley Reid. Hollyweird, says John Thomas. Thank you very much for your very generous super chat, John. Hollyweird Studios finally wisened up and started storing negatives and prints in underground storage, like a place near Jeff in Indiana that was a limestone quarry. Several places in Kansas City as well. Yes, John, that is correct. I've read stories about salt mines underneath Chicago. I don't know if that's an actual thing, but
yeah.
Nick, they found, PE too, because you're a horror guy, they found deleted scenes from John Carpenter's Halloween that they've never put in the movie because all they found was the audio for extra scenes they shot. Yep. So somewhere there are reels of audio recorded. I would love to know what those deleted scenes are, but they are, out there. And I love that. See, film is important for many reasons beyond being entertainment. It's a time capsule of when it was made. Most of them are culturally relevant. And if anything, it's just cool to see what 1978 looked like, because how many things out there, like a lot of movies out there, like Star Wars. I love Star Wars, but it's a galaxy far, far away. It's not our world. A lot of these classic films that are made here, you're like, I wonder what it was like to be alive in 1992. Well, watch Reservoir Dogs and see what LA looked like. So
yeah, or watch French Connection and see what, like, I think New York looked like.
Yeah, dude. Did you hear about the whole Gene Hackman story, Pete?
How they found him and his wife and dog, or what did I miss?
How she died?
No, how did she die?
She died because she was exposed to mouse droppings. She got some disease. It's got a name. It's like Hannah something. It starts with an H.
Is it rat lungworm?
It starts with an H. That's all I can tell you. Look it up. But she got sick from that. Gene Hackman, I'm pretty sure, if I'm remembering correctly, Gene Hackman didn't even realize she was dead. So he was like talking to her for a week, thinking she was alive. And then he went and laid down and died. And then the dog died from a different way. It's like a really fucked up, dark story.
Holy shit.
Jesus Christ. That's insane.
Yeah. Okay, so hold on. This is from 7 hours ago. Gene Hackman and Betsy Arakawa's longtime contractor describes the horror of finding the couple's dead bodies. One of the worst days of my life. Gene Hackman and his wife were found last month. The 52-year-old contractor, Jesse Kessler, worked on the couple's home as a handyman and a contractor for 16 years. He said he was growing worried that he hadn't heard from the actor and his wife. He said, I wish I'd gone in quicker. I might have been able to save Gene or the dog. So let's see if this article tells the whole story. Give me a second. I'm not going to find the whole story, but that was it. What I told you guys is a very truncated version of what happened.
Yeah, I found the virus. It's called the hantavirus.
Yeah, that's what it is.
Yeah, the virus causes the virus causes diseases like pulmonary syndrome and hemorrhagic fever and renal syndrome. So all the organs you need to live.
Oof.
Okay, so here's what it is. Authorities determined that Arakawa, 65, died around February 11th from hantavirus pulmonary syndrome, a rare and often fatal respiratory illness contracted from rodent droppings with signs of decomposition indicating she had been deceased for some time. Hackman, 95, likely died about a week later on February 18th, with his pacemakers last recording a heartbeat that day. His death was attributed to hypersensitive atherosclerosis, cardiovascular disease worsened by advanced Alzheimer's, which may have left him unaware of his wife's passing. The couple's bodies were discovered during a welfare check prompted by a maintenance worker, and while initial suspicions of carbon monoxide poisoning were ruled out, the deaths were initially deemed suspicious due to the circumstances, though ultimately classified as natural causes. Their secluded lifestyle and Hackman's frail health likely contributed to the delay in discovery, painting a tragic picture of their final days.
Yep.
Jesus.
Yeah, it's a sad story.
It's very sad because like a lot of things went wrong and everybody in that house died. Like it's almost like a Final Destination vignette. It's very bad.
Yeah, it's one of those situations where like anytime I watch a Gene Hackman film moving forward, I will remember the circumstances around his death because it's like a Vic Morrow situation where you remember it. It's not like, Betty White died of old age. You're like, all right, she's passed away. But man, that story just blew my mind. Not in a good way. That was fucking terrible. So
yeah, because I mean, in the initial, I mean, when we all heard it initially, we were all just like, oh, foul play. But then they investigated. It's been a couple of weeks, and they found all the stuff, and like everything went wrong. It's wild.
Yeah, R.I.P. Gene, man. He was a great actor, though. So
Rest in peace, Hackman.
Hackman Houche.
Yeah, he's I remember I think one of the first movies I ever watched him in was Enemy of the State with Will Smith, where he's like, you're supposed to you're supposed to make a phone call or something like that. Like something kept screaming during the trailer.
That movie was awesome. Now, Angela Straven in the chat says Hoosiers is his favorite film. That was the first one I saw for sure.
Same.
I first saw Hoosiers, very early. And then I also saw, what was that other movie was it called Blue Chips with Shaq and
Nick
Nolte? Who was the coach? Nick Nolte, that's who it was.
Nick Nolte, Penny Hardaway was in it. I can't remember.
Oh, he was also in Frankenstein, Young Frankenstein.
Oh yeah, putting on the roots. That I didn't see that movie until I was in college because I grew up with Spaceballs and Robin Hood Men in Tights as the only two Mel Brooks films that I watched. So, I mean, did he ever make a bad movie? I mean, you love Dracula Dead and loving it, so.
Oh fuck. Completely underrated. Everybody should go watch it. It's great.
Lots of love and respect for Gene Hackman. You guys are awesome in the chat. Freddie loves Popeye Doyle. Eric loves Unforgiven. Thomas loves Superman. It's funny, too, about a week or two before Gene Hackman passed away, I was watching Superman, and I had a new appreciation for how tight that movie is. Crimson Tide was good. Is that the one with Denzel when he talks about the Silver Surfer? Yeah, that's a good movie.
It might be.
What's better, Crimson Tide or Why are all movies about submarines named Red in America?
I don't know.
It's a good point.
Well, it's not.
Oh, it's a Cold War reference, Red Scare and communism.
Ah, there we go.
Yep.
Thank you. You're ahead of the curve.
I try.
Zombie Box, if there is such a thing as the Superman curse, that would be horrible. Because I mean, Christopher Reeve, that was tragic as it is, but Oh, Down Periscope. I love Down Periscope. You guys ever seen that movie?
Oh, yes. Dude.
Yes.
That was one of those movies that came out during the 90s. It was like it came under the radar and you had to like really know about it to watch it. But it was so good and it's so rewatchable. Oh my gosh.
Dude, Down Periscope was a movie that I rented right away. I was too young to go see it in theaters by myself. I was I think 7 or 8 when this movie came out. So I wasn't making any decisions as a kid like that. But I remember vividly saying to my mom, the movie from the TV is, available in theater or on tape. Can we rent it? And we rented Down Periscope, and I loved it. I thought that movie was
so
awesome
funny.
As a kid.
So hilarious. Oh my God.
I like Rob Schneider. I know it's an unpopular thing to say, but I found him funny. He had a decent career.
I like Rob Schneider. I do. He's, you say what you want about him outside of the realm of entertainment, but in the roles that he plays, and we'll set the animal aside, and which that movie, it was what it was. It was in the Deuce Bigalow era, but I like Rob Schneider. I think he's always been a funny supporting actor. I always dug his work. You know what I mean? In the Sandler crew of guys, and then he steps out and does his own stuff. He's funny.
I'll even take it back. Guilty pleasure time, folks. I like the Beverly Hillbillies movie. I know. I unabashedly enjoy that film
with one of our favorite actors, Ernest P. Worrell.
Man.
I didn't know you liked Diedrich Bader that much, Nick.
Diedrich.
No, Jim, dude. Everybody in that movie is well cast, from Dabney Coleman to Diedrich Bader to obviously Jim Varney. I fucking love Leah Thompson, where she's trying to be a fake French tutor, and she goes, happiness is hard to find. And Jim Varney's like, excuse me? She goes, happiness. And he goes, oh, happiness. It was such a great line. Oh my God, he was great. All right, Jim Varney.
Yeah, Diedrich Bader's another one who's done a lot of fun shit that kind of went under the radar. He was in Eurotrip. He was the guy who was, give me cash.
Yeah.
With the knife.
Dude, he was Batman in the cartoon. He was a good Batman.
Yeah.
I stand by the brave and the bold. If you ever want a great Diedrich Bader interview, go listen to the Kevin Smith podcast where Diedrich Bader, I think he talks about Drew Carey and like stories of Drew Carey getting a hand job in a movie theater. So if you really want to hear like a funny podcast,
Oh God, yeah, he was in Office Space.
oh yeah, he's Lewis.
Yep.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. He's not. Yeah.
Hey Peter, man, check out Channel 9. Doesn't that chick look like Ann? Oh, when he comes up and says, "Sorry, man, I thought you'd want to see something like that."
Oh God. Yeah, he's been a lot of stuff. Been a lot of stuff for sure.
What would you do if somebody said it sounds like you have a case of the Mondays? I'd probably kick their ass.
Shit, man, shit.
Yeah, he was also in a movie with what the fuck was it? It was called Dead and Breakfast. He did. There was a lot of people. God, there was a good amount of actors in there that came out. I want to say who the fuck is it? I know. It's Jeffrey Dean Morgan was in that. That was one of his first things. Dead and Breakfast in 2004. Fuck, it's been a while.
I can't believe you consider 2004 a long time ago.
It's 20 years ago. 21 years ago.
The age
Shut
gap
up! I remember 2004 vividly.
I know you do, buddy.
So do you. You're older than me.
Now and then has a drinking age. It can legally.
Yeah, I know.
alcohol.
Also, David Carradine was in that movie. It's about like voodoo zombies.
Back when he was alive.
Yeah, back when he was alive. I think it was one of the last things.
Before he met his end at the yeah.
Is that the worst celebrity death ever?
I have
He died
an
jerking it?
interesting story about that actually, because when he croaked, that same, I think it was a week after that, I went to my first convention to sell like contacts. It was it was the Fright Night Film Fest convention, Jeff.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that one. And they had it in like a really shitty hotel somewhere, and they had the reunion of the nerds, the Revenge of the Nerds guys. And so I got everybody's signature on my wall. You've seen the poster of my place. And I saw his brother there, and I just was very quiet. I was like, "Thanks for the signature." And like he was not happy to be there at all. He was like very distraught and didn't want to be there. And
of course. I mean, come on now.
He didn't talk to anybody. Like he didn't like. He wasn't mean or anything like that, but he didn't want to like converse with anybody, So, but he wasn't an asshole. Let me say that.
Dude, absolutely though. Come on now, you lost your brother. Like personally, I love you guys, but if I was at a con to meet everybody and somebody passed away like that was really close to me, like my mom, I would be gone. Sorry, I wouldn't even. I'd be like, hey, I'm leaving. My mom passed away or something passed away.
No,
I'd be gone.
Yeah,
I respect him that he stuck around for that shit.
He did, and he was and he once again he was decent. He was decent. He was not an asshole. He was not overly mean or overly on that. He signed my poster. I said thank you and I walked away. I didn't go beyond that. I didn't be like, sucks your brother died. Like I didn't do that. So
there's a like I've told you guys my mom passed away in January, and we had the funeral on Saturday, and it was like Monday night rolled around, and I'm like, am I gonna do the show or not? And it's like I did the show Monday, Tuesday, and I was in the wrestling ring on Wednesday night because that's my therapy. Like it really is, Yeah. But yeah, I can understand him being there and not wanting to say anything. I mean, everybody grieves differently. Me, I handle everything with just very, very dark humor, and it honestly got me through. But no, but big, that's a big thing. Him actually being there. Yeah, I can understand not wanting to converse, but hey, man, you're there representing, it is. That's admirable,
Yeah, and like they were all in the room, and you went through the line, and you got your signatures. Like, and once again, I didn't make it a comment. I just signed the poster. He signed it. He's like, how do you want it? He's like, oh, can you sign it as your character and put your name? He's like, cool. And I was like, thank you. He signed it. They gave him the money. Walked off.
It's not like you're asking him to play a game of Hangman.
No. God damn it. God damn it, Pete.
That's why we keep you around, buddy.
I mean, like George Costanza, I should leave on a high note. Good night, everybody.
Oh, jeez.
I love when we have con stories, Nick.
Yeah. They're the best. Always some wild shit happens.
That's true. This one was no different. But folks, if you want to hear that, you can check out the replay of the show where we talk about the con. But if you have any specific questions, you know what to ask. Let's see. Our friend John Thomas, we read that one already. Thank you very much, John. So now we're all caught up. Let's check into our next segment. So, guys, Nick and I And Pete, to a degree, I don't really know what your level of James Bond fandom is, Pete, so I won't speak for you. But I will say that it has been a very interesting few weeks. I wanted to do a James Bond video proper, but with the con and the book coming in, I've been fulfilling that for everybody. I've been a little tied up, but I've been dying to talk about James Bond. And luckily for me, it hasn't died on social media. This is probably the most fervent James Bond discussion of social media ever. Like, Daniel Craig, you got to remember, folks, Daniel Craig played James Bond before Twitter, before Facebook. Hell, when James Bond was around, when Daniel Craig started, I believe it was just MySpace was the big one. Maybe Facebook existed as a college-only app, but, we're talking way, way back in the day.
Yeah.
But here we are in 2025. That jabroni is out of the role, and everybody wants to talk about who's next, what's next. And I have seen Pierce Brosnan talk about James Bond. I've seen Samantha Bond, who played Moneypenny in the Pierce Brosnan films, talk about James Bond. I've seen everybody talk about 007, and it makes me feel good and warm and fuzzy because James Bond is very important to culture. But I am kind of happy, and I'm feeling kind of good because I've never made this very public. I'm not worried about Amazon taking over James Bond because we've gone through the worst part. And now everybody that seems to be talking about James Bond is really fighting for that traditional character. And so I'm being optimistic here, but what I'm seeing, if what I'm seeing is going to be representative of what Amazon and co do with James Bond, I never advocate for big corporate takeovers. I never advocate for big multinational companies controlling art. But if those people don't have their heads up their asses like the Broccoli Michael G. Wilson combo do, I'm pumped. And I've been getting into debates about Daniel Craig all day long. So this is where you come in, guys. Pete, did you like Daniel Craig as Bond? Any negativity to talk about him, or are you all pro Daniel Craig?
I did. I saw all of the Daniel Craig Bond movies over the years, and I didn't mind him. I didn't see the very last one. Was it No Time to Die? He died. I didn't watch that. I had zero desire to watch that. After I heard you guys talk about it and other people, I'm like, no. I didn't hate. I think Skyfall gets a lot of heat. I kind of like that one. Casino Royale of his movies was probably my favorite, I think. But I didn't mind him. He just, I'm more of a Pierce Brosnan guy. I like Brosnan a lot. Because GoldenEye, I'm a novice Bond fan at best. But I really liked GoldenEye. It came out when I was 15. I wanted Xenia Top to strangle me with her thighs. I think that may have led to some of the fetishes I have, but I had him.
She's my favorite, dude. Like, I see her in movies, and I'm like, damn, she still looks pretty good. Famke Janssen?
Yes. But no, I really liked Pierce Brosnan. And Daniel Craig, it just got kind of, he's like, I don't know, was he more brooding than the other? Like, I never really saw Pierce Brosnan or Timothy Dalton like brood like he did. I don't know. Maybe it's just me.
He wanted to kill himself. Okay, let me be a nerd for a second. You saw Pierce Brosnan brood once in Tomorrow Never Dies, and I think it was the first time in these movies where you saw James Bond alone. He was like drinking in his room, like depressed because the woman he loved that got away, married a rich billionaire mogul, and he's this government agent, and he's just sitting there drinking his vodka, literally alone, waiting for somebody to come kill him. If they do, then she rolls up. So that's the one time you see him really brood like that. And it works when it's like a small element of a bigger picture. But when you make the 5 films starring Daniel Craig about the brooding, about the bitching, about the crying, about the, I won't say cuckoldry, but because other people use that word, but because seriously, Pete, you didn't see the last one. You find out that girl he's been moping over for the entire movie was 23 years old. How many how many dudes that are in their 40s are simping over a 23-year-old? And if they are, do you respect them?
No.
Why the fuck am I supposed to respect Daniel Craig, James Bond?
I'm 44, and if I'm simping over some 23-year-old girl at my age, I've got fucking issues. All right.
Thank you.
That's it. I mean, like, you guys know I'm married. Even if I was single, I don't think I would ever date anybody more than 5 years younger than me at this point. Like, there's too much of a generational gap there to, for me anyway. I'm a curmudgeon, but I'm a curmudgeon.
Do you have a cane that you walk around with?
I do, and I shake it at the neighbor kids when they walk by because my dog barks all the time.
Yeah,
yell at
he's
clouds.
always telling them to get off of his
Hey,
lawn. all the
I
time.
do, because I have a very nice, well manicured lawn with little bastards riding their fucking bikes. I'm
That's
my
how
lawn, you
you.
little
That's
pricks.
that's how you know you're kind of old, Pete.
I do. I sit
My
there.
lawn is nice. Don't fuck it up.
I've got spare time
off
during the
my
day when I'm not
lawn.
making YouTube videos lifting her in the wrestling ring. I just stand at my front window and yell at the kids passing by after school.
You live the life I plan to live in like 20 years. Like, I'm going to retire before 60, and I'm just going to yell at people all day. Like, I'm going to be nice to my family and my friends, but I'm going to yell at everybody else. It'll be cathartic. Nick, I need you to film it for me.
You got it, buddy. You got it. Just old man Jeff, like,
Yeah,
dude, we should do old man Buffalo Jeff. That'd be creepy.
no, let's not do that, Jeff. Let's not do that. Think about that. Let's
Old
not do
man Buffalo.
Hello there, children.
You know, Buffalo Jeff is one part Freddy Krueger, right?
that. Yeah.
Like, seriously, what the inspiration is, there's the scene in Nightmare on Elm Street 2 where he goes, "You are all my children," and he lifts out his arms in the fucking the luau party. That's where
Oh, God.
that's what in my head, that's what I'm thinking of, is that scene every time I do the voice.
Okay. All right. That makes sense then.
See, I love to give out the little tidbits of inspiration, because as a kid, I would get so excited hearing about what inspired Star Wars. So when I make art, folks, like with Wokebusters, I don't tell you all the bits and pieces because I'm trying to sell it to you. Like, that's the shit that excites me. It's like, there's a Die Hard joke in here. Do you get it? And most people do. But there's also like a Terminator reference, like when the T-1000 melts at the end. I copied that. Instead of the T-1000 melting, the Stay Woke Jigglypuff Man gives the finger as it melts into the fucking... That's neither here nor there. I'm sorry. I'm on my second one of these now, so I'm pretty relaxed.
It's all
on
good.
Thursday night.
Oh yeah.
It is good.
Yeah, dude. I was never a fan of Daniel Craig. As soon as he came on the scene, people were like, oh, like blonde James Bond. I'm like, no, that's not how it's supposed to be.
That's my number one complaint. He just doesn't look like James Bond.
No, and he's been okay. Like Casino Royale was fine. I didn't like the relaunch of James Bond. I thought that was idiotic. Like, why are you relaunching? Why are you doing a reboot to fucking James Bond? It's stupid because you're breaking the other movies, and like it doesn't make sense. You're basically shitting on the other ones that came before him, and like that's wrong. Because those movies are great, and everybody should watch them and have the 4K set. It's crazy.
If it existed, Nick, I'd have it already, but it doesn't. So I only got the 1080p set.
That's bullshit. I will say this: like Casino Royale was fine. It was all right. Quantum of Solace was okay. Skyfall was no big deal. Spectre was probably like the best one out of the bunch. It was less of a fucking. It was a more formed turd than the other ones. It was a more formed turd.
It was a James Bond movie. It had all the beats.
Yeah, it really did. It really did. No Time to Die was. It was sad because I mean, it's one of those things where like there's this thing that happens in the Bond movies, like before you go to like him shooting and doing the whole like introduction sequence of the girls dancing and stuff and the music. It's supposed to be something that like it's supposed to be him or something that pertains to him about the mission. And this was more like about his fucking girlfriend with their like illegitimate child or something. It was stupid. It was so idiotic.
Dude,
and you even fucking like like Rami Malek was the bad guy in like the shittiest James Bond movie, which I feel so bad for because you wasted Rami Malek. You wasted him.
Yeah.
Oscar winner.
Even I even feel bad for Anna de Armas because she was fucking hot in that movie and you wasted her too. Like, why was she in a shitty movie?
Bro, you had some of the best talent to ever grace a James Bond film. And Lashana Lynch playing 007, which is
you had Jeffrey Wright as fucking Felix Leiter.
Buddy, he is the reason why I can a one race swap that I will buy into is Jeffrey Wright as Felix Leiter. That man was as good. He was better than everybody in those movies.
I will say this: the Felix Leiter scenes when they had together between Craig and him were the best parts of those movies.
Agreed.
Granted, they were like 5 minutes long, but they were the best parts because, like, for some reason, it felt like they really did know each other, and they always ran into each other in like clandestine circumstances, which I loved. But he always talked to him like he already knew the dossier of the mission, already knew it, and he's like, "Bond, get the fuck out of here! I'm gonna block this guy," like that kind of shit. Like he would help him out. It was like
he was the one dude he could trust.
One dude he could trust. Like I wish they would make a movie about just like their interaction. Honestly, if it was just like Felix Leiter and Bond for 4 movies, I'd be happy with that.
Buddy, you know what I would have loved is had like Felix appeared in like the midpoint and then just stuck through to the end of the movie.
Oh yeah.
Because
well, I mean that would
there's
great.
never been a Felix Leiter appearance where let me rephrase that. Living Daylights, 1987. That Felix Leiter kind of shitty. Long story short, though, like every other time Felix pops up, I'm on board. I like Jeffrey Wright Felix Leiter is like a 10 out of 10 for me. David Hedison Felix Leiter, who's in 2 of them, is like an 8 out of 10 for me. And then Cecil Linder's pretty good too. But the rest, I don't know, Jack Lord's good. Most Felix Leiters are pretty fucking good. I'm sorry. I know everything about these movies. Way too much that I'm willing to admit.
Yeah, you do.
But I just wanted to take this time on the show to go, I love that James Bond's in the popular conversation finally for the first time in what feels like forever. But I did want to say one thing is I love interacting with people, but there is a misnomer out there that I wanted to address is everyone acts like Pierce Brosnan was this terrible James Bond who failed at the box office. But what everyone fails to realize is that his movies of their time were the most successful James Bond movies. And Die Another Day, which even I shit on, made $465 million. Every Pierce Brosnan movie is in the top 10 of its year. And really, up until the last 2, it's in the top 4. Tomorrow Never Dies is in the top 4 when Titanic is the number 1 movie. That's pretty fucking impressive. When Titanic, Men in Black, and something else, huge movies, and James Bond, which is coming off of a revival period of being a 35-year-old, 35 years old at that point. A 35-year-old franchise. Like, people just want to act like he's old, he's shit, he's this, he's that. But much like Michael Keaton Batman, there's going to be a renaissance period where everyone that likes to dump on Pierce Brosnan is going to go, he's the best one, because it happened with Michael Keaton.
Yeah, and the funny thing is that with Pierce Brosnan, once he did that one Bond movie, he did like spy and like heist movies like for a long. I think he's still doing them now.
Thomas Crown Affair, After the Sunset. That was a fun movie. That's a Taylor of Panama.
Taylor of Panama, dude. Yeah, go figure. Yeah, the couple of other ones I'm looking at in here as well. But like he's done a bunch of them. Even like his Thomas Crown Affair is I dare I say almost better than the original. Almost.
I haven't seen the original, so
I know I watched it recently, and I'm like, it's very 1960s. It's very much in that era, and it's really wonderful. Like it's kind of like Ocean's 11. The original one is beautiful and great for like in that time and where they were, but the newer one just has a little bit of more oomph to it, and it's a little bit more fun, and it's just a little bit more of a ride. Same thing with Thomas Crown Affair. Like the music and everything that happens with Renee Russo and her character, like it just works, clicks, and it's like a lot of fun.
Speaking of work, I wish Renee Russo got more work, because I was watching Lethal Weapon 3 not that long ago. She's good. She's not the like normal sex pot character. She's just very like, she is the great counterpoint to Riggs. And when she rolls up in part 3, you're like, I understand why he fell in love with her and they got married in part 4. It just, that kind of stuff pisses me off. But I wanted to address too, people talking about Die Another Day in the chat. While I don't like Die Another Day is a lot like Spider-Man 3. Hear me out for a second, Nick.
Yeah.
Tell me if I sound crazy. Die Another Day and Spider-Man 3 are like the same situation. They are not good movies, but had you made another film in the series, you would have never thought of these films as the worst, because they were the biggest box office hits. People talked about them, they bought them, they liked those movies enough. It's really asinine and really ignorant to say, well, Pierce Brosnan failed at James Bond and that's why they rebooted it. No, they rebooted it because they wanted to copy Batman. Yeah, flat out. Because when James Bond writes culture, that's when James Bond is clearly the superior franchise. When James Bond follows trends, that's when it dies.
Hey, Jeff, wasn't there a line calling James Bond a dinosaur in one of those movies?
You mean Goldeneye, a sexist, misogynist dinosaur, a relic of the Cold War? Yeah, that's a line or two in the movie. Yeah.
It was at the beginning of his era in Goldeneye in 95.
95.
Yeah.
Yep.
When that character should have died in the Cold War, like she said, but yet you had the Brosnan movies, which like once again, like when you look at the Craig ones, these are fucking masterpieces. Even Die Another Day, which I like. Once again, I know it's not the best, but if it's on and if there's 2 channels on and it's a Craig one and Die Another Day, I'm watching Die Another Day. I'm 100% watching Die Another Day.
Dude,
the
first half of Die Another Day is solid.
Yeah.
The second half of Casino Royale is solid. But those movies are like very much cut you can cut them at certain points and they're great or they're shit. I think Daniel Craig's novelty of like a hard edge James Bond, which existed since Timothy Dalton, excuse me, it wasn't this big game changer. And I'll admit, in 2006, I saw Casino Royale. I liked it. I bought it on disc, but it's Quantum of Solace that shits the bed. That is what I hate.
Yeah, and like I think they made Bond too emotional and not enough like of a a cold killer, which I mean I feel like Brosnan had that balance of being the cold killer and also like a little bit emotional, not really emotional, but like a little bit when he had to be. Like you can
caring,
yeah, you can see it in his acting where like if one of his femme fatales died, he like he shed a tear for them, but he moved on quickly, so.
Did you know that Pierce Brosnan's James Bond has the highest kill count of any single movie?
Oh, fuck.
Or not single movie. Yeah, GoldenEye, he kills them. Pierce Brosnan's James Bond, I think he kills 135 people in one movie.
God
damn.
That's wild. But
yeah.
And it's one of those things where like we were lucky enough as kids to have cool like people around us and uncles and things like that, or even like TV that during Thanksgiving, you'd have the Bond Fest on TBS that would like wall to wall James Bond for like at least 2 days. It was crazy, and you had them from the 60s on. You saw how wild they were, and you got
the
to see like
007 Days of Christmas.
Oh my god, dude, I love that shit so goddamn much. I miss that so much. I might like in all honesty, I might just recreate it in my fucking house, just like have it running like on a TV for hours.
I'm gonna come over and hang out, and we're gonna. But let's do something. Let's get them all downloaded and then do a randomizer where we don't know what's going to play next. I will watch Nick. I will come down with some. I will drive down, bring some supplies. We will fucking hang out and watch every James Bond movie.
You and Pete and Kendo and Dee need to come down. We need to fucking do that shit.
I got spare time.
Yeah.
Anything for James Bond.
Yeah, because I mean, like, because we once again, like, we were at the age where we still got exposed to a bunch of stuff, older stuff that was beyond us, almost like stuff that our parents like saw as kids.
Yeah,
like we were able to see like a bigger world of entertainment than like just what's on our phones, sadly. And we got exposed to a lot of it, and we were able to watch it. We had video stores, we had options, we didn't have streaming, and we still like dealt with it and still saw things that were culturally relevant at that time. For us to talk about with our friends and everybody we knew. Like, it was fun. And James Bond was one of those things that like you said, there was a long time. Like, what was it between Dalton and Brosnan? What was how long was it?
6 years.
6 years. Yeah. Okay. So 6 years we had, and like I didn't know that as a kid, but like when GoldenEye came out in '95, and you had the nice trailer come out, and everything, it was action packed enough that me as a kid was like, I want to go watch this. I want to go check this out.
I actually remember like, as a kid, 2 Pierce Brosnan James Bond memories. I remember watching Entertainment Tonight with my grandma, and they did a behind-the-scenes sneak preview of GoldenEye, and it like showed them on location filming the models and stuff. And I went, "This looks cool," because I already liked James Bond Jr. But, and this is not a false memory. This is something I remember as a kid. I was watching some show, and a commercial for GoldenEye came on. It was the one where he walks out of the gun barrel, and he goes, "Were you expecting someone else?" I remember that at I would have been 6 years old. That's like an early memory. I remember seeing that going, "Oh my God, this is the coolest thing ever." And guess what? I saw the movie and it didn't disappoint. It is awesome. So that is why I get it. It's our age, but there are certain seminal James Bond moments that you can't really like brush under the rug. "Oh, I like Moonraker." Fuck you if you like Moonraker. I don't even care. Like, I love you if you're a fan of the show and I respect you, but if you think Moonraker or Octopussy are the best James Bond movie, get out of here, man. Go home and rewatch them and realize that you're wrong.
Yeah, go get the set and like go watch them. Just go watch them. But Brosnan, like he brought it, man. He brought it, and like he had a nice era from like I want to say '95 till like the early 2000s. We had a bunch of '02. We had a bunch of like fun movies besides that came out as well, and he did, and like he had a really good run, and I think now he's in tequila or whatever, and he's doing his own thing.
He seems like a solid dude too. I bought his. He does art. He's an artist, and he did like UNICEF plates that were like raised for charity. I bought those because I'm like, James Bond's an artist. I'm an artist. Fuck, I'll buy whatever you draw, dude.
Yeah. No, it was fun. I remember you talking about this when we were at the con, and I thought of something. Do you ever remember the movie Spy Game with Robert Redford?
Yes. Yeah.
I was thinking they should bring back Brosnan to be the old Bond, and they should have him go through his cases in the room and do cutaways from like him in like the 60s or 70s or 80s, and it's just like it's a younger person. That's not him, obviously, and like playing him and going through the cases as well. Like there's like always a cutscene between like him in the room getting talked down to by like, I don't know, some British intelligence person. Like they're having to go over his case again because of some discrepancy or some shit, and then he has to go through and like, you know, and there's reenactments like with some younger guy like Henry Cavill or something is like the younger him.
You know, I used to be pro Cavill for James Bond until
I'm using that as an example, you know. Yeah, I'm using that as an example because like I can't think of anybody else that could like play Bond right now.
Oh, dude, if he was James Bond today, I'd be on board. I think Henry Cavill is the right. Art is a visual. Okay, film is a visual medium. I understand that it's more than just what you see on screen, but you have to look the part. 99% of my complaints with Daniel Craig is you don't look the part, you don't act the part, you aren't the part.
And he would constantly bitch about it. And I'm just
that's what I really hated, dude.
And I'm just like, you know, like Brosnan did, what is it? I think he did a show called something Steel?
Remington
Steel. That's why he didn't get the role as James Bond.
Yeah, and he did Remington Steel, which was kind of like, you know, a James Bond kind of esque thing, or you know, a sideline to it. I mean, look at fucking what's his? Oh god, I'm forgetting all these names now. On Her Majesty's Secret Service,
George Lazenby.
The shit he went through to fucking do Bond. If you ever watched that documentary on Hulu, like it's amazing. Yeah, all these guys jump through hoops to be Bond or in a Bond movie. Even the girls, like they jump through hoops to be a Bond girl. Like it was a fucking status symbol. And now nobody gives two fucks, which I fucking hate because like it's such a great franchise. It's such like wonderful movies that had such high regard that now, like, I mean, I hope you're right, Jeff, that Amazon does well. That Amazon treats him well. I really do. But
I know it's a personal thing, but I think because Jeff Bezos likes James Bond as the owner of Amazon, it's like me. If I had $1 trillion and my company's bought up Star Wars, hypothetically, you goddamn know for sure I'm going to be on set going, this is wrong. Why? Because I own the company and I can do that. And James Bond, too. James Bond appeals to every kind of guy. You might be this type of guy or that type of guy, but he's your guy because he represents like that peak fictional male character that everybody kind of goes, that dude's cool. I want to be like James Bond. Like James Bond is the coverall for cool.
Yeah, and well, I mean, like, that was kind of the 80s and the 90s and a little bit in the 2000s, but we kind of lost that. Where like, I'm not gonna get into that, but you know, we lost that era and that whole thing of like.
I don't know why you're not getting into it because it's important to talk about culturally.
Okay, fine.
Go for it.
Okay, fine. We lost this whole like, you know, male fantasy of like being the like peak physical fitness, you know. Peak, getting women, peak, fighting the bad guy kind of thing. We lost all that for some fucking reason. I don't know what happened. Probably Hollywood and like their cuckery or whatever. But it really pisses me off because we lost a bunch of good characters. I mean, we're not getting any more diehards anymore, Arnold Schwarzeneggers anymore, Stallones. None of these action movies. I mean, Jason Statham's still doing his thing, but he's merely one guy. He can't carry it alone by himself. And
he's a badass too.
Badass, love the dude. I will watch damn near anything he's putting out these days, even if it's just like him being a librarian. I'll fucking watch it. I swear to God, I love his stuff. But we need more. We need that to come back. That's why like I want James Bond to be back, where it was, in the peak of the Brosnan era, even Dalton or Sean Connery. Like I want it back to that where it's like this prestigious thing everybody wants to be part of. Like you have alcohol brands part of it. They have they have the really crazy launch parties that happened in the in England and stuff for it. Like I want that to come back.
I think too.
Yeah, and we need more of those. Like I think John Wick is kind of that, minus the ladies, which is fine. But like he was on a mission to like kill people who killed his dog the whole time.
Right.
But that's the best part about John Wick is like John Wick is so driven by his mission, he doesn't have time for ass. James Bond, on the other hand, he's like, hey, I'm in Jamaica. Well, I got to get to work in a couple days. Let's go have a couple drinks. Let's take this not Asian lady who's playing an Asian lady out to dinner. Let's bang her. I'm feeling musical in Italian. Like,
like we need some of that. We need,
James Bond, there was always time for coups. There was always time for coups for James
Look
Bond.
Pete, if you're gonna die, if you could possibly die tomorrow, let's say you're a single man in your mind, okay? Take yourself back 25 years. You're a single man. You're not 25 years because you'd be 19. Let's take you back to 21 years of age, okay? You're a single man. You're on a government job. Your life is at risk, but you have the freedom to do tons of shit. Aren't you gonna go get some on the side just in case you die tomorrow? Isn't that the last thing you want to do?
I am having sex with every female I possibly can.
Doing James Bond is true to life.
Yeah, I mean, let's face it. I mean, how most of the guys want to go out anyway is fucking. So
go with the bang.
Yeah,
literally.
I'm coming as I'm going, but not like a carrot.
There you go.
There we go.
Oh.
Yeah,
but no, that's absolutely right.
Yeah, and whatever. I mean, if you want to say feminism, whatever, killed it or something, that's fine, whatever. But it's just a weird thing that happened very slowly, and it's terrible. It's almost like they, like I guess all those action stars became old men, and they just kind of got treated like old men. It's like, oh, go to the fucking nursing home, like you're being delusional, which is terrible.
It's an evolution though, Nick, because if you go back, let's take Bond out of this. Let's just talk about like your traditional. And I'm not going to say American in terms of like American actors. I'm just like the type of American action film you have.
Yeah.
If you go to your Schwarzenegger and your Stallone, the muscly, ripped 1980s one-man army, by the end of the decade, that evolves into Bruce Willis making jokes. And Bruce Willis is not Arnold Schwarzenegger or Stallone in terms of that.
He was the everyman.
Yeah. And I'd like to even give a little credit to Eddie Murphy. He's a comedic actor, but Axel Foley was an action character, and that dude doesn't like McClane and Axel Foley exist in the same world. Like I believe that like Axel Foley could be down at Billy's house while McClane's chilling with Holly Gennaro. Like I believe that. But like Stallone and Schwarzenegger live in this other universe of like fictional masculinity, which is awesome, and I love it, and I'm on board. But I'm one of those people that says like, feminism and entertainment really don't go hand in hand because we become so self-aware and we're trying to talk ourselves out of what works and what makes money and all those things. But I do think the action star in terms of that, it evolved, and I don't even know if it's evolved. I think the other action star has always been there, because for everyone that goes, Stallone and Schwarzenegger are the greatest action stars of the 80s, I'd throw you in a Harrison Ford. Indiana Jones could take all those dudes and really hold his own. Like the Terminator's a robot and Rambo's a one-man army, but like Indiana Jones puts up with so much shit that those characters don't. Like Schwarzenegger gets shot in the arm, oh, no big deal. He just rolls on and fights. Indiana Jones is like trying to like hold his arm and fight off and do this and do that. And those movies are like the other action movie. And I think Bond lives in that window of the other action movie where maybe we stop trying to conflate James Bond with Schwarzenegger, Stallone, Dolph Lundgren, and what's his other face? The big Reb Brown. Like, he's an other action star. And I think we should go back to that classy, high action, kill, all that other stuff. Like, I'm on board with all of that shit.
Yeah,
good movies, man.
The chat's going nuts, and I love it.
Here's a thought for Bond. While we're on the subject of who could possibly play him, I always thought about somebody that would be an excellent candidate, and I really like is Michael Fassbender.
Did you see he's in the news talking about this?
No, I didn't. He's got a panache about him.
He does.
He does. The guy's got an aura, and I was like, he's so smooth, like in his performances. I really think he could fit that.
Yeah, I mean, unfortunately, he made a lot of bad decisions in the movies he made, but I feel like if he was given Bond, he wouldn't fuck it up. Well, I mean, the movies he were in weren't his fault. He did a good job in them. It's just that they flopped.
Yeah.
Michael Fassbender was considered for James Bond. He's been in a new interview when he talked about auditioning for the 007 role, but he suggested Daniel Craig play James Bond. He's also suggesting that some black guy play James Bond now, which no, thank you.
Yeah, I'm sorry. You like, I mean, some things will survive a race swap, which is fine. But like this, I'm not. No, don't do it.
Well, that's like a couple of years ago. Everybody was on the Idris Elba playing James Bond thing, and
fuck him.
I like Idris Elba. Don't get me wrong, I do.
I do too. Good actor.
Not as fantastic. Not as James Bond though. Yeah. And a race. We've talked about different race swaps that have worked that nobody gave a shit about, like I'm sorry, the 2004 Daredevil movie's not good, but Michael Clark Duncan is Kingpin. Dude, I didn't mind.
Yeah.
I didn't
That's
mind.
bitching.
That's but there's certain ones that don't matter. This changes the trajectory of, I mean, even more so than the Daniel Craig character did, you know, making him a brooding, mopey, like almost Twilight-esque James Bond character, to call back to the beginning of the show. But no, I don't see that working if you race swap this character, you know. It just, I don't know. It's just one that you just look. Could you do it? Yes. Will it work? No. Is it going to be soundly rejected? More than likely. So you're trying to rebuild the goodwill of the franchise. So why would you go out of your way? Like you said, Jeff, with Bezos being a Bond fan and Amazon wanting to take this back and give it that, you know, the refresh that it needs. I don't see that happening now. You know, the swap.
There's no money in the race swap.
No.
Okay, this is Amazon we're talking about. I know they do. Look, I don't watch House of the Dragon. That's not even that's HBO. Excuse me. I'm not watching The Rings of Power because guess what, folks? I don't watch shit and try to review it about if I don't like it. If I'm not knowledgeable, I don't know Lord of the Rings. I know the 3 movies and The Hobbit, and that's it. I've never read the Silmarillion. I couldn't tell you the name of the sword outside of Sting. Like, I'm not that guy. But I'm your James Bond guy. You do not trust anybody else. But look, there are a few James Bond YouTubers out there. I don't even watch those guys because I know my own shit. Like, there's nothing I'm going to learn from other people on the internet about Bond. I read the books. I take notes. I care about this shit. Nick, remember the 3rd episode of this show where you took notes? You were the only one prepared for the James Bond episode?
No. People, you don't understand. You do not understand, all right? Jeff, this is back in ye olden times, about 10 years ago when we started the podcast. And there were like 8 people on the show. Jeff was like, okay, let's talk about Bond. And like, I thought I knew some shit. Okay. Cause I was like, oh, I'm a casual fan. I know about it. And then Jeff talks. And I'm like, I know fucking nothing about Bond. So I was just, he's like, all right, let's take a week and come back. So I had my, like, I think it was 3 boxes, DVD boxes of Bond. I popped each one as soon as it ended. I think that the next day I started watching all of them, and I had a fucking notepad and a pen, and I was going through writing down everything I saw, and I was watching them without my phone and just watching them and making notes about everything.
That's why you're still on this show.
And I had like I want to say I had at least 10 or 20 pages of notes of like everything, and I had them highlighted, had it all put out, and I was like flipping through it like, you know, during that episode and everything, and I was going through all this stuff, and I was like, hey, this guy did this guy did the music on these 2, and like this director did these many movies, and this guy appeared in that, and like, and I was going through all of them, and Jeff's like, okay, you did your research.
You're world class, sir.
Yeah. It was crazy because like I thought I knew something. He knew everything.
James Bond for me is like you with horror. Okay. Yeah. I know my horror stuff, but you're Mr. I can tell you all this shit. So James Bond is my domain. Same with Spider-Man. I know the things I like aren't the broadest things, but like I can look at a picture of Spider-Man. I can tell you who drew it. I can probably tell you what, if it's like a Ditko one, I can say, oh, that's from the issue where he fights the Sandman or this or that. Like, I know it's not about being like obsessed with something. I have the kind of memory, like, and honestly, folks, most of the comic books I've read that I talk about, I read one time. Like, seriously, I read The Death of Gwen Stacy once, but I remember that shit. If it's visually based, I remember every fucking detail. I have that ability. And when it comes to Bond, I like it, so I have studied that. Like with Star Wars, I used to sit and I would read these books on trivia, and I would quiz myself like I was taking an SAT score on Admiral Akbar. Like, that's why I know this shit, because when I was a kid, I loved it. And same with James Bond. But James Bond I've stuck with as an adult more so. And I love to talk about these things. I love to get into it. And it's so nice that people in the chat want to have the discussion. Guys, like, this is one of my favorite episodes we've had in a long time because we're talking about James Bond Jr., GoldenEye, all this shit in the chat. Like, I love it. And by the way, for anyone, I think who brought up the James Bond Jr.? I don't want to not give you credit. Was it Eric T? Whoever brought up James Bond Jr. in the chat, I have most of the James Bond Jr. toy line lining this wall. I love that show. That was my introduction to James Bond, and I will always hold it right here in my heart. Yeah. That being said, I think we're in the most interesting place for James Bond fandom in a while, because we are down in the Moonraker depths. We lived through Moonraker and Octopussy, and now we're back in the middle. This could be your license. well, not License to Kill. I put that towards the bottom. This could be like your A View to a Kill or your, what's a mid-level James Bond movie? Tomorrow Never Dies. That's pretty mid, right? Right in the middle of them being good or bad.
Yeah, Tomorrow Never Dies is a good mid one as well. Yeah, I was trying to think. I'm like,
I like Tomorrow Never Dies, bro. It's so ahead of its time.
It really is. It really is. Who knew that would be our future?
Not 8-year-old. I bet 9 at the time. Not 9-year-old Jeff watching Tomorrow Never Dies. On videotape, like playing my fucking PlayStation 1 video game. That's another thing too about Pierce Brosnan, James Bond, that I think a lot of people overlook why this generation loves him so much. He was the digital James Bond. He was the first one you got to actually play as. Now I know you might say, Jeff, correction. There's James Bond with Timothy Dalton for the Sega Genesis. Yeah, but that's a pixel. It doesn't look like Timothy Dalton. But Jeff, there were the PC games. There was The Spy Who Loved Me and View to a Kill. Yeah, but those are like Amiga PC games where you're playing as a fucking car. Pierce Brosnan is the first Bond to be digitally like thrown out there. You got to be him in GoldenEye, Tomorrow Never Dies, The World Was Not Enough, Nightfire, and the 5th movie he ever made, Everything or Nothing. Daniel Craig was in a couple games. They were shit games, though. Daniel Craig was in a couple movies. Some were good, some were bad. I think what we're realizing is like the critical reception to those movies might become the conversation surrounding them. But hopefully, like with Batman and these other franchises where multiple actors play a single iconic role, hopefully we get to the point in time where people stop shitting on the Brosnan movies with incorrect information. See, the reason I take the stance I do isn't because people have a different opinion. I have no problem with that. I actually want you to challenge my opinion if you're factually correct. So many people talk about these movies or Star Wars or these things, and that's why I kind of do the channel the way I do is if you're factually incorrect, I don't want to fucking know about it. Like, I'm going to hit you with the facts. Like, I love the people we talk to on Twitter, but somebody's like, Pierce Brosnan's movies failed. They made more, each one. Domestically, they jumped up. The only one that didn't make more on the worldwide scale was Tomorrow Never Dies because Titanic was kicking ass. Then they made more at The World Was Not Enough, and that was Tomorrow Never Dies. I meant to say Die Another Day is the biggest one before Daniel Craig. So for as much as it shit the bed and killed the fucking franchise, it made almost $500 million in 2002 dollars, and nobody bitched about it. It was just one we were waiting for the next one. So I think a lot of people need to take into account how movies are looked at in their time, in their place. And this movie like The Last Jedi has sucked for the last 10 years, and it'll suck for the next 20. So my rant's over about Bond. I'm done. I am still playing the new GoldenEye release, Darian. I play GoldenEye once a fucking week. I always start with the facility.
He really does. He really does.
And you know what I do now, Nick? I go through the game. My goal is to not get shot once. I play it on Double O Agent, and I'm trying to not get shot. So I can do some levels perfect. Like Facility is my favorite level of my favorite video game. I know everything about it. I can tell you where every guy stands, where Dr. Doak could be. That's my game. Like, what is your game, Nick and Pete? What is the game that you know every detail about? I want to know what you're thinking. Tell me what's on your mind.
It's terrible. You don't want to hear it.
I do. Is it Friday the 13th, the game?
No. Is
it RuneScape?
No.
Is it Zombies Ate Your Neighbors?
No, I wish they would come out with another version of that. No, mine that I've been playing like ever since and for longer than I should have is I think it's Halo Wars.
That's a good game though.
Yeah, Halo Wars. I will turn on and I will turn the difficulty for the AI to like be as difficult as possible, and try to beat it on like a giant map that's there. And most of the time it beats me, but sometimes I get one in.
I don't judge.
Okay? Yeah, but that's one I will play for hours and just have a good time with because it's so much fun.
Pete,
mine's not that interesting, but it's WWF No Mercy on my N64, which is
yes, that's one of my favorites too.
Right down there on the floor. I found another N64 I had packed away, so it's like I still have because I sent you one years ago. I sent you one to the PO box
with that WrestleMania jersey.
Yep, with the rest. I got 2 of those. I sent you the one I got because I just got my mom's because we got matching jerseys when we went to that because we went to Mania.
Oh, you took your mom to Mania? That's awesome.
Yeah, Well, she took me for my birthday because we couldn't afford to go to WrestleMania 3 when it was at Pontiac because I live in Michigan. So we ended up going to the one at Ford Field 23, which is really fun.
Dude, that was a great night.
It was. We had a blast. But no, No Mercy is still my go-to game that I can just sit there because I've created the entire WCW roster from like 95 to 01. So I have like limitless combinations of matches I can have. So I have fun.
Did you see some guy, a modder, released a new version of No Mercy?
No.
Last week. I'm going to download it. You should check it out. It's called No Mercy version 3. It's got full entrances. It has all the deleted wrestlers. It has fixed moves. It's like the guy made it to where it's like if No Mercy it did everything it was supposed to do, like WrestleMania 2000 has.
Yeah.
And I'm glad you brought up No Mercy because when people talk about the N64 wrestling games, imagine folks like being among the best of the best. Like Revenge, WrestleMania 2000, and No Mercy are 3 wonderful video games. Even if you don't like wrestling, they're just well made. They're fun. That's all a video game is supposed to be, is fun. And No Mercy is the cream of the crop for that level, and that is so good. If you're the cream of the crop for the N64, you are some of the best gameplay ever because that system has great shit, man.
It did.
I love that game. I see Chuck E. Cheese brought up WCW versus NWO 64. The World Tour one, that's the one. That was my first game when I bought my 64. I bought it because I got it when it first came out. So I bought that game, and I got Turok the Dinosaur Hunter.
Oh, my God. Turok.
Which was really fun, too. But, yeah, then when GoldenEye came out, I snagged that, and that was just okay, so I had GoldenEye beat on my 64. I had it all saved. Everything was unlocked, so you can go in and like go paintball mode, and all that fun stuff, invisibility. And when Trey, my son, started playing that when he was about 3 years old, he deleted my entire game.
Oh no! I'd be so upset.
I walked out of the room, out into my garage, and I screamed. I did. I just yelled at the top of my lungs. And then I walked back in and I was like, it's okay, buddy. I'm like, it's okay. I don't have it in me to go back through it again. I just don't.
That's fair.
It's emotionally, I can't do it. It's like when George lost the Frogger machine in Seinfeld. I lost GLC. I have so little, that was me.
Do you have an Xbox at all?
No. I saw Draven in the chat. I play most of my stuff now on Steam.
Okay.
Because Draven just for my birthday a little bit early, he got me the 2K25, WWF 2K25.
You've been playing it?
I haven't downloaded it yet. He just got it for me today. So
bro, this was my next question I was gonna ask you. It is so fun. Like it is. There's only one complaint I have is that the GM mode is inferior to the one that came before it, but unless you play GM mode, you won't give a shit. But man, gaming is meant to be fun. You can do so much stupid shit in that game and have so much fun. And now that you can have intergender matches, I do the most like weird, like, how Dave Bautista gets real political?
Yep.
And like, he's insufferable.
You don't say?
I make Batista wrestle women. And like, I only do it because I don't advocate violence. But Batista is so annoying with his bullshit politics that I think it's funny that if he ever saw a video of him beating up women, he would get offended, and that's why I made the clip I did for my friends because I had Batista fight like Lola Vice. And,
oh my God! I
had Yokozuna fight not Jade Cargill, Roxanne Perez. He like picked her up and threw her into the Hell in a Cell. Oh, and I make Hulk Hogan do it too because he's a piece of shit as well. But yeah, it really is a fun game, and like I can't overstate how much fun it is. Like after I get off the stream, I'm gonna go play it until I go to bed.
I know I would, but I gotta teach tomorrow, so I can't get into it tonight because I won't stop playing Resident Evil 4. I just played through Resident Evil 5 and 6 with Vinny a couple months ago.
Have you never played 4?
I never have. I've never.
Dude, 4 is like one of the best games ever. I don't talk about it often on the channel, but 4 is in my top 5 favorite games ever. Like you gotta play it, Nick. You gotta play it too. It's so. Have you played it?
What is it? What is it on? Can I get on Xbox?
Yeah, I got it. I got the remake. Okay, there's a remake and a remaster. I suggest you play the remaster first because it's just upscaled, and I want you to experience the original game. Then get the remake, which is a phenomenal, like, cinematic masterpiece. It like, so Resident Evil takes place in usually Raccoon City about the zombies get loose and you got to fight them off. This time you're Leon Kennedy and you have to go to an island. You have to get the president's daughter.
Oh, I remember this one. Yeah,
it's like The Wicker Man meets like Die Hard. It is such a good game. I can't say enough nice stuff about it. And by the way, who said that I eat, sleep, and poop James Bond? Hell, I got the watch right here. So, and this is not a fake one. Here's the
no. He always wears it on Saturdays whenever we do the convention.
It's my James Bond watch. I keep it in a very special place, but I do own an Omega Seamaster. I got it as a graduation gift from college, and the first day I got it, after I got the link fixed, because my wrist was too big, I turned on the GoldenEye music and I just stared at my watch for about 30 seconds. And I went, okay, here we are. Then I just fucking moved on with my life. That happened.
I love it.
Oh man.
Yeah. But no, I didn't realize how much I love James Bond until we started talking about it. But it's one of those things, man, I grew up with, and I do not want to see it shit on again by Amazon. And like I honestly hope you're right that they do it correctly. I really do. I'm on the fence. I'm holding my breath. I'll believe it when I see it, kind of thing. So we're constantly going to hear the news about what decisions they make and what they're doing with it. So we'll see. We'll be on top of it for sure.
Absolutely, folks. And you know me as the James Bond fanatic. I mean, I have a bootleg James Bond action figure. That's how much I want James Bond toys. It's Daniel Craig too. Like, I don't care. I hate it, but you know what? I bought it because it's James Bond. I can overlook my hatred.
Yeah, I think we both bought the Lego Bond car, and I think you built yours. Mine's still in the box.
Oh, I never built, dude. I bought the Lego Bond car. I bought the Playmobil Bond car. I bought the Hot Wheels. I got a Corgi re-release. Like, if it exists in the modern age and I can find it, I'm gonna buy it. James Bond.
Dude, I remember we were trying to look for, I think it was James Bond like whiskey or whatever, but we found out it was like $5,000 a bottle.
I almost bought a bottle of James Bond Bollinger for $300, but I was a little too young. But I had the Belvedere.
Yeah, because I think it happened when No Time to Die came out. We were gonna buy like that set or whatever. I kept looking at them, but then I found the price. Instead of being like reasonable, it was like $5,000 a fucking bottle or something. It was terrible.
Dude, for $5,000, you're almost to an Omega watch.
Yeah,
like,
seriously. Yeah, at that point, I'd rather just buy the watch.
Yeah, there's no alcohol that's worth 5 G's unless, like, if I spend $5,000 on a bottle of alcohol, The Rock better deliver it to me and like sit with me and watch all my favorite wrestling matches and do commentary with me. Like, seriously, that's the only way I pay $5,000 for a bottle of alcohol. Is The Rock's tequila. If he delivered it, we watched Backlash 2000.
You mean you wouldn't pay an extra $1,000 and go to like Star Wars all-inclusive resort for like 47 hours?
Is that even open anymore?
No, it's not. No, it's
I thought
not.
they closed.
I'll get in my DeLorean.
No, it's now Office Space. It really is.
Wait, it's an Office Space themed hotel? Sign me the fuck up. I want to go to Bill Lumberg's seminar after a shitty breakfast, Continental style. Hell,
sadly,
learn all about DPS reports.
Sadly, that would take probably 1/10 the effort and yield more money than the fucking Star Wars hotel did.
Yeah.
I'd pay if you told me that hotel cost the same price, but like David Herman, the actor who played Michael Bolton, was there. And you could rap with him and do karaoke, that's worth $5,000. Like, there are things that are worth $5,000 for 48 hours. Star Wars ain't that.
Not the way they did it. If it was like A New Hope and it was like something along those lines, then once again, it'd have to be really, really cool. Then maybe. But the way they like fucking made their hotel a fucking wet diarrhea fart was just terrible. And they're like, oh, you're gonna pay like fucking solid gold brick prices for this. Like, no thank you, I'm good.
Yeah, Goldfinger would scoff at those prices.
Yeah, I was just like, because I mean, we all watch the videos on Twitter and everything else that got released once it came out and like how terrible it was. So everybody else is on our side because like it went to shit immediately. I think it was 19 months it lasted,
under a year.
Yeah, or maybe it was under a year. Yeah, I forget how long, but it was a very.
I believe it was like not even a September to a September. It was bad. It failed.
Yeah, it failed hard.
Miserably. As I look at some classic Star Wars stuff over here and I go, oh, I remember why I love this. And then I think of Disney and I go, nah, I'm not interested.
Yeah.
What I am interested in, though, is our audience's take. So our friend Darian217 has a request. He says, Jeff, he wants a Buffalo Jeff secret button and a Horse Girls, please. Of course, we'll give you that right here.
You found my secret button. Lucky you. Lucky me.
Who are you? What are you doing here, and where are my horses?
So creepy. So creepy.
You ever like watch something that you've seen a dozen times, but you're like watching it with new eyes for the first time? That was now. I'm like, this is really bizarre.
Yeah, it is. Bizarre.
Our friend Enrique Vasquez, who's been a member for 25 months, folks. Like, think of all the shit you can do for 25 months. Enrique has been a member for all of us. Thank you, Enrique. I appreciate you, buddy. Speaking of Pierce Brosnan, did you hear of his new series, Mobland? It looks really interesting and could be what
yeah,
could be.
It's I think it's directed by Guy Ritchie.
I'm there. I'm fucking there.
I think it's because I actually when I had Netflix for a month, I watched The Gentleman. Fucking great show. Holy shit, it was so much fun. It's very much like a long form Guy Ritchie movie, and he's been killing it lately. I fucking love that guy. Oh my god,
dude,
he's been really killing it the last few years.
I loved Beekeeper. Or not Beekeeper. I loved Operation Fortune. I really enjoyed the Ministry of Ungentlemanly Warfare. I'm on board with Guy Ritchie's modern movies.
Yeah, let me look that up. Because I want to say I saw. I've seen the trailer, and I want to say it's Guy Ritchie. I really do. Maybe I don't know. Let's see. Because I want to say his name was in there somewhere. Oh, yeah. Guy Ritchie is attached to direct some episodes in the series. Okay, so it's not his. It's just he's doing some of the episodes. Okay, gotcha. Still,
there's definitely a Guy Ritchie style.
Yeah. He loves doing like British mob stuff. Like that's his thing. He fucking loves that stuff. And this is on Paramount Plus apparently. And I'm down. Once again, Brosnan in a show. Especially with Tom Hardy's in it too.
Yeah, I'm gonna watch it.
Pierce Brosnan was really good in that show on AMC, The Sun. He played the oil man who was raised by, I believe it was Apaches or Comanche Indians in Texas. That was a phenomenal show AMC did a couple of years ago. I think it ran 2 seasons. The wife and I watched it. He was excellent in that.
He's a good actor. No, he really is a good actor. He's extremely talented. I mean, I've seen some off-brand stuff he's done recently, and like I still liked it. He still did a good job, So yeah, he's a world-class actor, regardless of being Bond. That's just a plus, really. You know.
I've only been jealous of one person I've ever met. When I lived in California, there was a shitty, and I mean shitty, stand-up comedian that was doing an open mic night, but he was really popular. And he was friends with Pierce Brosnan. And he was telling stories about how Pierce would have him over to his house. I'm like, fuck you, dude. I want to go hang out with James Bond so bad. I won't even be weird about it. I'll just be like, hey, man, what's up? And we'll talk. We'll draw together.
We'll draw together. Yeah. No, I still love that Pierce Brosnan was in After the Sunset. Fuck. Him.
Would you believe? Oh, go ahead.
Him, Woody Harrelson, Selma Hayek, Don Cheadle. Who else is in this? Anybody of notoriety? No, that's it. But like that was the whole. Like, it was a lot of people.
I like how you include Don Cheadle as a person of notoriety.
He was really good. He played
look, Don Cheadle. Don Cheadle's a good actor. I ain't gonna shit on him. I like Don Cheadle enough.
He did Hotel Rwanda. Give him a break, okay?
Bro, he did Volcano. I gave him a break in 1997. That break has continued for almost 30 years.
Volcano and Dante's Peak were like the same thing, except Dante's Peak was way more like emotional, and Volcano was like, let's just make a fucking volcano in LA.
Volcano is better. Volcano is like Con Air.
It is. Volcano is fucking iconic.
Dude, okay, so that's why when people talk about like diversity in movies and I roll my eyes, it's not because I'm some curmudgeonly old man. like in the late 90s, all the big
We
action
had it. We
movies
had it all
that.
there.
It was like cool. It's like, oh shit, the black guy's running the TVA. Oh, this like nobody gave a shit. You just got these like actors that people like doing these roles, and nobody thought about race. And then these assholes on the internet ruined it for everybody. We got to talk about our diversity. No, there's no strength in that. There's already strength there. Strength and unity, motherfuckers.
We peaked as a society in 2000. That was it. We did.
I agree. The end of the 90s was the end of everything good.
That we had peaked literally, like you were just bringing up about like nobody cared about like racial diversity in movies because it was organically there, just because they were casting actors that fit roles at that point and weren't looking at superficial reasons. They're looking at their bodies of work and their performances. But yeah, we had basically, if you look at it, yeah, we hit our speed bumps, but we had achieved peak society. And then after that, look, you know, you had the linchpin, the inflection point, 9/11, and then we sacrificed liberty for security. And when you do that, you deserve neither. And then social media started and this whole cycle of bullshit. And it's like, oh, well, we can perpetuate these, you know, untruths much quicker this way and reach many more people than we can through message boards, you know, like we were doing in the 90s, stuff like that. So yeah, by 2000, we were peaked as a species. That was it.
I concur, and I'm not going to regurgitate what you said. I feel the same way.
Because it's been a steady cycle of cultural stagnation since then. Like
100%.
Nobody's hearkening back to 2006 and saying we should bring back things from 2006. We're looking
2006
at
was an ugly period.
We're looking. That's exactly my point. We're looking at the 80s and the 90s for the good things, even the 70s for some of them now, because they were entertaining, they were enjoyable, things worked. And now what do we have? We have this filler and hollow shit that we're just spoon-fed and expected to just accept that under the pretenses that it's entertainment. Well, you know, it's like they say, like Star Wars. Well, it's allowed to be stupid. It's made for kids. The TV shows, like I always joke about this. I watched the Muppet Babies as a kid growing up. I love that show. The Muppet Babies referenced like the movie The African Queen. I mean, there were seriously, there was an episode dedicated to that. And you look at the references they made on these old movies, and I know it's a product of its time, but the material wasn't dumbed down. How many 5-year-olds are going to get a reference to the African Queen?
Dude, you are preaching to the choir on this, because I literally say the same thing. People want to know like why I have the knowledge of pop culture I do, because we grew up in a window of time where the shit that was for kids referenced the stuff that was 40 years older.
Yep.
Like you would have I Love Lucy references and shows that were for us, or Brady Bunch parodies, or stuff about fucking Mr. Ed or My Mother the Car. Like people, that's why a lot of people get angry about this modern entertainment. I try to. It's a shit show. It's not as good as Car 54. Where are you? But my point is, like, we grew up in this window of time. That's why the 90s were great, folks. It's not because we're old men yelling at clouds. It's literally, it was this conglomeration of like technology, the future, what could come next, but we also respected the past. It's like, hey, why was I, as like a 7-year-old kid, aware of like Green Acres or the Brady, like random shit, like beyond movie versions of like I had seen the Addams Family TV show, dozens of episodes, all these things, because we were the last era where you got a history. Honestly, it's not just pop culture history. It's literally anything. They fucking wipe out. It's like, you don't need to know about this or that. You do, because it like once you learn about it, then you're up at this level, and then everything else kind of falls into place. It's all about having a great base of knowledge. We don't have that anymore. You have skibbity toilets and fucking iPhones. Yeah, I like technology, but god damn, do I hate how stupid everything is today and how much it just copies everything else.
No, it's terrible. I mean, like we grew up with Nick at Night and TGIF and all that stuff. I mean, like even Nick at Night. We all watched the Dick Van Dyke Show. We watched Monsters. We watched Mary Tyler Moore. We watched I Love Lucy. We watched I Dream of Jeannie. I could go on and name a ton of old shows we watched.
Dude, when I was in grade school, I literally sat down and watched an entire weekend of All in the Family, an entire weekend of The Jeffersons, like shit that was out decades before I was born. Why? I was just interested in it. Sanford and Son. I've seen most of the episodes of that shit too.
During the pandemic, I watched a lot of old stuff because like I didn't want to watch anything new because it was all going to be terrible. I went back and watched fucking Taxi. Like I think there's 6 or 8 seasons of that show. It's fucking solid. It's crazy solid, man. It's nuts to see how these old shows like are so good because I mean you get the comedy, you get the camaraderie between them, the emotions. Sometimes episodes were this way and that way and things like that, but like they were all like really good episodes. They were all really fun shows, you know. And
Track
today,
media. Okay.
And today they all have to. Well, today hopefully it's ending soon, but like they all have to like hammer that message down into you in the last few years, and it's like fucking annoying. That's why any new show that comes out only lasts a couple of seasons because nobody wants to give it a time because they think if it has these people in it or it's from this network, it's going to be terrible and nobody's going to watch it.
Dude, you're preaching to the choir here about this stuff. And I don't think it could ever have a renaissance because there's been a 25-year gap in doing stuff like Looney Tunes. Track Media is talking about how Looney Tunes did it. Of course, I learned who Peter Lorre was from Looney Tunes. That dude had died. Were Peter Lorre and I ever alive at the same time? I don't think so.
No.
Humphrey Bogart the same way. I knew these dudes because I watched cartoons and they would reference them, and my grandma would say, "Oh, that's an old time actor. Oh, that's an old time singer. All this or that," and that's fine. But I don't think it'll ever come back, Nick. Not because I'm a defeatist, whatever. There's just a hole in time, and I think part of it has to do with social media being like nothing ever goes away. We haven't changed as a culture in America, at least I can't speak for the world, in 25 years. It's the same fucking decade. It's like I wake up and I look at the news, the Mighty Morphin Power Rangers are coming out. What the fuck? I grew up with that show in 1993. Like I can't let that one go. You heard me mention it on the channel, folks, about 5 times. I still am perplexed by the fact that like my favorite thing from my childhood will never go away. It's become a thing of like, go away. I don't really see Jason and Kimberly and all these guys on TV anymore. And I get it. They're trying to bring it into the next generation of kids, but make something new for those kids. They don't need our shit. They need new stuff because we weren't watching, like, I may have grew up watching Spider-Man, but I wasn't watching that 67 cartoon. We had our own Spider-Man. Kids deserve their own things. You got to give kids their own culture, but that references old culture so they can get and become a part of the conversation.
And the problem is that they can't do that because these kids like absorb and regurgitate the shit at the speed of light now because of, as you said, social media and iPhones, that they don't have the time nor the power to make something that quickly. And it's funny because they're the ones who perpetuated the social media and the algorithm, things like that. And now they fuck themselves over with that whole thing.
Oh God. Yeah. We're stuck in this. I think the 2 pieces of technology that have fucked humanity so far are social media and streaming, because social media has made everyone a shithead and streaming has ruined entertainment, and now there's no money in it, and now it's dead because back in the day you could sell it on home video and people would eat it up and rent it up. I like convenience, but I also don't mind renting a fucking movie, like going to a store and going, hey, let me check out the disc, let me get the special features. I'd rather spend $5 for a 4-day rental than I would $3 for a 48-hour stream.
Yeah, and you know, I'm in where I'm at now in Atlanta, I'm lucky there's Videodrome down the road that I can go rent new shit that comes out from Vinegar Syndrome, Shout Factory, all that stuff that comes out. I can go rent it from them and watch it for a day and then give it back, you know. So I'm lucky in that regard that that's still a thing. Like I said before, I think the rental store will come back. I give it a few more years, but I think we're going to get a renaissance in the rental store because people are searching for a third place, and that hasn't, like, we've lost that through a lot of things. And I feel like we're going to get that again because people need to get together and discuss movies, and that's a place to do it. We're like, hey man, you know, do you see this? Oh, you should check this out. Like, that's going to happen again because we need it, and we're getting old, and we want that back because it was a good time. We want that Tuesday. We want to go to the store and, you know, maybe on Tuesday and get the new shit that's come out, or Friday and get it for, you know, to watch it that night or whatever with our families or our friends. Like, we want that again. And I feel like it's going to happen. Give it a little bit more time, but you'll see mom and pop video stores slowly popping up again. It'll happen real slow, but it'll happen.
So Nick, what you're telling me is when we go off to Astoria, Oregon for our Goonies Adventure weekend, we're gonna rent a movie at the last Blockbuster and eat our weight in Godfather's Pizza, right? Because I will do that all day long.
Is there still a Godfather's Pizza out there?
There might be.
You know, Pete, that the original line in the Goonies wasn't Godfather's Pizza. That's dubbed over. He originally says, I ate my weight in Pizza Hut pizza, but they couldn't get the clearance to say Pizza Hut pizza.
Right.
So if you watch his mouth, he doesn't actually say Godfather's Pizza.
That's true.
That's the only. That and the octopus are like the only.
And
I know.
Thunder Robots is right. Go see your local library for movies. Movies are there. I don't think they're free to rent, or they're maybe really super cheap.
They were free, dude.
Okay.
I spent as a kid. I spent so many hours in the library. I'll sound like a nerd. I could get Marvel comic books at the library. Like they would have these Masterworks collections. I would read that. I'd read Star Wars. I'd use the internet. Like I just don't know why people don't seek out like knowledge. It was exciting as a kid. I wanted to learn more about everything I liked. Nowadays,
yeah, I mean, we're part of the generation where like we grew up with technology, and once it became more accessible for us to like Google something and find the answer, we did that. Even we do that now. I mean, even now we probably know how to use YouTube and Google better than the fucking kids below us. You know, they're like, well, what is it? It's like, go look it up, you jackass.
Well, Nick, I think that's the one thing where we're like the silent generation where it's like everyone's focused on the kids and the old people that won't die, but the majority of us are right in the middle.
No, Jeff, we're the IT generation. We have to help the olds with their pacemakers and the youngs with their PCs.
I'm not going to help the youngs because you people watch Skibbity Toilet and like,
oh,
but it's funny.
I agree.
No, it's not
but do you know how many times I had to fix my niece's computer because she like went somewhere she shouldn't have? And she's like, what's ad blocker? What's spam? What's this? I'm like, oh my God, kids. Oh my God.
That's the thing, Nick. Everyone's grandfathered into technology, yet we're the era that like, oh, okay, well, did you check what your startup programs are?
Exactly.
Maybe that's why it's like, did you hit Control Alt Delete first? Like, I don't know.
Did you press power button and then frantically tap F12 until you got the boot menu?
Or, I don't know, unplug your system completely from the power for 10 seconds to let it do a full read. Like, we knew these things. Like, because we read the fucking little manuals that came with your printer and your stereo. It's like, oh, I got this new cool thing. Let's just read it real quick. Okay, it can do that. Oh, I can record in different language. Cool. Like, that's...
Yeah, because,
I don't understand why they don't know how to use the shit that's out. It's so easy.
Yeah, no. For us, it's easy because, like you said, we took the time and the effort to read the instructions, consult people. Maybe you had to make a fucking call every now and again to the company to figure this shit out, but we did it because we wanted to know. We wanted to make sure this thing that we spent our hard-earned money on worked for a long fucking time. You know, these kids, they're in this world of like disposability where like if it doesn't work, they can chuck it, or they want to buy the new thing because it's brand new. Like they don't want to put an effort to fix the thing that's old, make it work until it's like, you know, dead, and then buy the new thing once it's over with. Like we sound like a bunch of old men now, but it's true.
Well, I know we sound like a bunch of old men, but I think a lot of people are frustrated with that. And it's not even people.
No, it is. It really is. But
there's
also
a window, like 10 years younger than us feel like that too.
Yeah. But it's also one of those things where it's like, we're also the problem because those kids have millennial parents. And so some millennial parents just gave their kids an iPad and thought it would be okay.
Yeah, I keep forgetting that people our age have children, and I go, you are barely an adult yourself.
Yeah, I know.
Yet you couldn't hold it in, or you couldn't not fuck for an hour, and then you got this kid, and now this kid is a holy terror of society.
Yeah, you got this crotch goblin, and you know now they're obsessed with Skibbity Toilet because you couldn't be, you know, you couldn't.
I'm not going to even argue about Skibbity Toilet I was out filming a toy video today. I was out filming a toy video today, and they have moved the Skibbity Toilet merchandise to like the end of the aisle. Like we were already at the end of Skibbity Toilet merchandise. When it shows up at Ollie's, I'll buy it for a penny and I'll destroy it just for fun. That's what'll happen to it. Oh, the only thing I will say, folks, in the chat, I've been reading the chat. The only thing I don't want to go back to is videotapes. Like, that's where Nick and I are weird. We're very nostalgic for the past, but videotapes sucked. Like, they sucked back then.
I love VHS. I have so many.
That's fair.
Like Poltergeist is sitting right here. Dawn of the Dead. I think Night of the Living Dead, the anniversary edition.
I got a Batman 89 videotape right back there, but I'm going to ask you an honest-to-God question. If I were to show you, what was one of those videotapes you just said? Pick one again.
We'll go with this one. We'll go with Dawn of the Dead.
If I were to show you a new 4K transfer of Dawn of the Dead that was overseen by like George Romero's best friend from grade school that's still alive, and it was like the best it ever has looked, wouldn't you at least want to check that out?
Oh, absolutely.
Once to see what it looks like?
Absolutely. No, I'm not opposed to the new technology and stuff like that. I'm very weird with like some things. Like I like watching movies on VHS. I know that picture quality isn't the best. It's not. But I still get like a measure of enjoyment out of it because I spent so much time recording stuff as a kid and as a teenager, you know. But yeah, obviously like, these movies, yeah, you want to see them at their apex if it's possible too. Yeah,
dude, Halloween looks like a different experience. I know that movie was made for $300,000 and change, but when I watch it on 4K and I'm seeing this Panaglide shot in super high resolution and everything's been fixed where it looks like you're outside in Haddonfield, Illinois, a place that doesn't exist. That's all I want for these movies. Like I want people to have their videotape memories, and I want people to have all those warm, fuzzy feelings. But I also want the society that we live in, the world, like to go, hey, that's an old archaic technology. Let's just keep pushing forward with better picture quality. You can't give me an actual reason why we should have 480p resolution. That's like gamers saying, I don't want 4K ray tracing. I want my games to run in fucking CRT. Like the CRT people that want their fake scan lines. Guys, you cannot artificially replicate your childhoods. Get over it. Okay? Either buy the shit from your childhood and watch it, or just fucking accept that everything was meant to look a different way than the limiting technologies of your era. That's why I hate videotapes and CRT televisions, because they're a fucking remnant of what was able to be done. We have passed that in society. Do you want medical technology to go backwards? Do you want car technology to go backwards? No. So why do you want to stare at a fucking fuzzy screen because you were a fucking kid and your parents were still married? I don't give a shit. I want to watch that shit in crystal clear, high definition. I want to see every fucking arm hair on Jamie Lee Curtis in Halloween, Nick. I want to be able to see when fucking Nick Castle, his eye popped out of the mask. I want to see the mistake in the background. I want to see Mark Hamill's caked on makeup in Star Wars. I for sure as shit do not want to watch a fucking videotape as my only frame of reference.
Just hold on. I'm about to record this. Hang on a second.
Now, Pete, do me a favor. Keep holding that up. Would you believe that this little rectangle of plastic that is this big is better in every way than the giant thing you're holding on your shoulder?
Absolutely. I just picked this up. This was at my parents' house. This was our childhood camcorder.
What brand is it?
There are tons of tutorials on YouTube where you can plug in a HD recorder to it. It'll record VHS quality, but like at 1080p.
Yeah, I'm gonna replace the microphone, the foam on it, and order new battery packs. But if I plug it in now, it still works. Like
Dude,
but
nice.
there are people who have found a lot of broken ones, and they've made them into, because there's some people who make movies that are called SOV or shot on video, and they'll use that recorder, but they'll have a little converter box that'll convert everything to like 720p or 1080p, but it'll just be VHS like quality. It's
the lens. Have you seen that people have a business where they take the lens off of the those disposable cameras? Yeah. What the fuck? They suck. They're just little pieces of plastic. Oh, I want it to look like the 90s. Motherfucker, you weren't alive.
Yeah.
It's funny. It's funny because I wanted that lens for my 4K camera.
All right, niche boy.
Because it's really cheap. I think it's $50 for the lens. It's really, really cheap. So I wanted to see like how 90s will it go? Like how much will it work?
Nick, I do love the 90s and all of the aesthetic and the technology. I think the one thing that ever turned me off from 90s aesthetics is I went to a party last year, and there was a married couple, and I knew them. They were a couple years younger than me. The girl went to grade school. Like, let's say we're like 5 to 6 years apart. Her and her husband came dressed like it was the 1990s, and this was like a St. Patrick's Day party. It was unironic.
Okay.
The dude was rocking like old Reeboks and a dad sweater, and like that's the aesthetic they live. And I think, the fuck, it sucked then. Why are you dressing like our parents? Like, that's the equivalent of us going like, hey man, I gotta get me some bell bottoms. I'm gonna grow a fro. I'm gonna go do all this shit because like, I guess this is the result of not having a culture anymore. So we go back to the time when we had a culture.
Yeah, when things were, when things were fun. But no, I'm with you.
Yeah,
we
were still married.
Sorry, somebody was paging me.
Was it Stone Cold? Does it say 316 on the screen?
It says boobs. It says boobs.
8008, my favorite number.
I gotta put a battery in this and see if this thing still works.
Oh my god!
Yeah,
give me your number. I'm gonna call you. 911. Call me, bro.
This when I was like a junior and senior in high school.
Oh my god, the pager.
Every doctor had one on his fucking belt,
Yep.
and then in the 90s, it's like every doctor had one of those big ass cell phones.
I had one of those.
Like that's
too.
how you followed trends.
Brick phone.
Yep.
We had one of the early Motorola flip phones that had like, the little thing on the bottom, and we couldn't. So I live in Cincinnati proper. Our roaming was out by Kings Island, so you could only drive about 25 miles in every direction before you were in roaming. And so I'll never forget as a kid, I wanted to make a call. My mom's like, we got to wait till it's not roaming. When that yellow light goes off, you can make a call. So I remember sitting there in the car, looking at my this phone, waiting. Oh, it's not roaming. Can I call? Yes, you can. Like, do you want that? I like that if I'm in an emergency, I can call for help in the woods. My phone will work. Like, that's what these people are nostalgic for. Inconvenience. Come on now. Like, I think what we should do for them to here's Nick, this is our ultimate 90s retreat. This is what it is. Everybody shows up. You know what we do? We say, we need your cell phone. Okay. And we throw their cell phone in the garbage. Well, we put it away so they get it back. Say, this is what it's like to live in the 90s. No fucking cell phone. Now go out and live your life. Oh, okay. And you can't talk about memes because they didn't exist either. And you can't talk about this because that didn't exist either. It's like all you do, you're nostalgic for shit that you wouldn't like. That's why we like the present for some reason.
No, it's and it's funny because my niece who's like 15 wanted a fucking camera to carry around to take pictures with. I'm like, what?
You have one in your pocket 24/7, dude. It tracks everywhere you go.
What are you talking about, kid?
I want
like, I want one of those disposable. I want one of those like battery powered cameras that you guys had in your pockets. You were carrying around to take pictures. I'm like, no, you don't, kid. No, you don't.
We weren't carrying those around in our pockets like they were regular. You went to Walgreens or Kroger to pick one up on the way to an event so you could remember it. Like,
well, no,
I
think
trips.
I think she's talking about the. No, sorry, I may have said disposable, but I think she was talking about like the battery powered ones you had, like that were worked on like in the first version of an SD card, like that.
Yep.
Oh,
I had
early
digital cameras, right?
Yeah, sorry, digital cameras.
I had one of those when I worked security because we had to take pictures of evidence and shit like that and print it out, which was always fun to do on a store computer. They have a freaking computer that you couldn't play Oregon Trail on.
Jeez. Yeah, so she wanted one of those, and I'm just like, I'm sure people who have it, who are selling them on eBay right now, are like making a ton of money because like, they're just selling the shit out of
them. Why did Polaroid cameras make a comeback? That was stupid too.
Oh, yeah.
Polaroid's in and out. Polaroid is in and out. It's weird. It's very strange.
The appeal of the camera, though, was to see the photo right after you took it. But like, you can now see the photo as you're taking it, and then you're like, oh, it was good, or let's take another one. I don't know. I kind of like roll my eyes at the people that are always like, let's go back.
Nice.
Oh my God, that hurts, Nick.
Nice. I love
literally, that flash hurts my eyes.
I love it.
It's so terrible. I think you can hear it like charging as well.
I hear it. I hear that whine, that pitch.
Next thing you know, was that your niece you were talking about, Nick? She'll be asking for a Zune.
Pete, let's be honest with ourselves. Nobody is ever gonna ask.
It's what's really funny is that there's now in the last couple of years, there's been a run of people rebuying iPods or getting them custom made on websites because everybody wants like the 2 terabyte battery powered Bluetooth enabled iPod in their pocket.
It's called your cell phone.
Right. I agree. I 100% agree.
Dude, in 2012, I got an extra James Bond Blu-ray box set for Christmas. I know, right? First world problems. Anyway, I was double gifted this set, and I was very happy. But I took it back to the store, and I took back a couple other things, and I had a Best Buy gift card, and I bought an iPod Touch. It was like, I guess it was a 4th generation iPod or whatever it was called. And I had it, and it had all the special features. And I felt so redundant having two like my iPod was like an iPhone minus the phone call capabilities. It could do everything else. And then one day it cracked in my pocket and it shattered and it was the biggest piece of shit. And I swore off buying Apple products. But long story short, it's like having it's like having a car that can go uphill and a car that can go downhill. When in reality, you need a car that just goes up and down hills. Like it's not that I'm mad that people have different tastes. I'm not mad that people are nostalgic for a time that they didn't know. I think it's stupid. What I think is stupid is this redundancy because of trends, or this redundancy because you read it on the internet and you want this device when you like literally have the evolution of said device. Like, I really want all these people that are nostalgic for this shit. I hope to God you are trapped in a situation where you have to use dial-up internet. That's what I want you to. That's what I want you to suffer through. All your Wi-Fi and social media, you won't have it because you have fucking dial-up. I want you to suffer through an AOL disk with 10 hours of free service. Like, that's the shit you got to live through to understand how good we got it technologically speaking. A fucking webcam is this big and a microphone is only $80. You know, back in the day, this shit was prohibitively expensive. Nick, you are a tech guy. How much did some of those early HD video cameras cost?
Oh dear God, dude. When HD first came out, you're talking like $5,000 at minimum. That was like the lower, shittier ones.
And
now,
today,
dude,
for $300, you can get a fucking cell phone that shoots in 1080p. Well, this isn't one of those, but you get a 1080p cell phone for cheap.
No. I mean, if you go to Best Buy now and you get a camcorder, you can get like a 4K one with Zeiss Zeiss glass, which is like really high end glass for a camera to record on, and like they're pretty good, and if you know how to use them fairly well, like you get a pretty good image, you know. But like even camcorders and things like that are like going the way of the dodo. Like it's funny because it's either cell phone or it's like a red or an RE camera for like Netflix movies. Like there's no in between anymore.
But isn't that how it should be, Nick? Since look, I'm not a proponent of the cell phone being the coverall, but if the little device that you have in your pocket at all times can do all those things that everyone already owns, like what does a mid-range 1080p camera serve? Like what master does it serve?
No, I agree. I 100% agree. Anybody who wants a camcorder, I mean, unless you have a specific reason for it and you are using it only for certain things, or like you've discovered that it's better to have a dedicated camera than on your phone or whatever. I don't fucking care. You know, different strokes for different folks. It's fine, but it doesn't make sense. Like I once again, I remember, you know, having the backpack of like the iPad, the digital camera, and like the cell phone. Like that was me. You know, like I had the gadgets in my backpack all the time, and like once I saw the iPhone or the smartphone come out and things like that, I was like, oh, I got to carry one thing in my pocket. That's it. It'll do all that shit. Even you were talking about the old iPad Touch. I remember looking at ways to hack that to make it a phone. Like you could jailbreak that and make it a phone, but it could only work on Wi-Fi. You'd have to be like in a Wi-Fi area for the phone to work. But it could use like I think it was voice over IP, VoIP or whatever it was at the time that you could use. You could jailbreak it, put that app on there, get credits for it, and it would work on that thing.
I don't miss those times at all. But let me rephrase it. The stuff that people are nostalgic for, like us that live through it, have nothing to do with the technology. It's the sensibilities. And this has been a really long segment talking about that.
Yeah,
like,
I know.
No, but no, seriously, like I'm watching the numbers. Not that many people are dropping in and out of this. Like people are here for it. That's it though, folks. If you're a younger audience member and you're like nostalgic for certain things that you weren't there for, ask somebody who was to get an honest take, because outside of like maybe politics or the way people treat each other, like what actually is, you know what I'm saying? Like the shows or the things like that. Yeah, those are better. But like, is a 1995 car like really better than a 2025 car?
Well, I mean, you were saying like, you know, you want car technology to go down. I mean, I kind of do, because with some of these cars and the way they're, you know, tracking you and and even now it's happening.
Fair.
It's even happening with Jeep. I just heard this, but with the screen on the Jeep cars now, they want to run ads on it constantly.
That's dangerous.
I just got a brand new Grand Cherokee. I haven't seen any of that yet, and I don't know if they're doing it in like all of them, because I've got like the big 10-inch display in the Jeep like I do my Ram. and I haven't seen that on the Jeep yet. So I'm hoping we missed that by a model year.
No. Yeah, and it's one of those things where it's like music in the car. Like I like having CarPlay and doing the GPS. That's great. I mean, I will go back down to like mounting the phone like on my dashboard or on the on the window and doing GPS that way, and just having the auxiliary cord go into the radio. I'll go back to that far, and that's as far as I want to go.
See,
Good.
I was gonna say I've got my my old car, which is now it's more than it's only got to be 25 to be a classic. It turns 40 this year. My old's Delta 88 Royale Broham, my big body. I'm even now that is all original. It's all restored. The engine's only got 380 miles on it. The body's got 42,000, but it's completely restored from the feet up. We're gonna start using that in some wrestling promos when we do this new stable, but. This year I'm going to put a new head unit in. I'm going to put a Bluetooth in and some new speakers, and I'm going to tint the windows out, and I'm not going to slam it this year. Next year I'll be slamming it, maybe putting some hundreds and some airbags on it. Cause I want a front to back on it. But yeah, I see in that car I like, because when I pop the hood on that, I worked in shops for, you wouldn't be able to tell it by looking at them. I worked in auto shops. I worked on small engines, boats, stuff like that when I was a teenager into my early to late 20s. And I can work on cars up to like 2002, like backyard mechanic stuff, basic stuff, because as a kid and teenager, I spent a lot of time holding a flashlight getting screamed at by my dad while he was fixing shit. So but I did. When I worked at the auto shop, I learned how to change radiators, and I know how to do tires, and I can do, head gaskets and shit like that on certain cars. So having that 85, it's like in the zombie apocalypse, I'm just going to ditch my Ram because it's run on a fucking, it's run on the V8 is a fucking computer. Like if one little thing goes, the entire thing shuts down. That 85 olds, if it shuts, okay. So we check spark, we check this, we check that. There's a chain of protocols you can go through on an engine like that. That's the thing that I prefer about, and I say about older car technology. Now, the conveniences of having the GPS and shit, like, yeah, that's fucking amazing, having that right on your screen and all that. I mostly listen to, like, I mount my phone on the dash. I just Bluetooth it and do YouTube music most of the time, because I don't want to pay for Sirius when I have YouTube music and I can listen to whatever the fuck I want when I want to listen to it. So,
dude, I think for me, it's like more of a gas efficiency, or
of course,
that's what I'm talking about. Because
absolutely.
Because 100%, like the older technology is efficient. I mean, I've had an 03 Jetta, I got a newer Jeep, and we have a newer Bug, and like the stuff in the Bug, man, it's like, oh, this sensor went off, and then you get your check engine light and a million things, and your car thinks it's fucking dying, and like. It also tells you, like, it's time for an oil change. It's like, I got an oil change 2 weeks ago, but you're telling me because I haven't reset something. Like, I get all those pedantic things about cars. I was just going by fuel mileage.
Yeah. No. I get that. Yeah. Like, I love my hybrid, but if the tech on the dashboard went down like by 10 years, I wouldn't be mad. I really wouldn't be mad.
Dude, like I said, I'm rocking an older Jeep. I put a touch screen in the car. When I bought that Jeep, I put the highest end touch screen. I put the little paddles underneath the wheel so I could control the audio.
Yep.
But I don't use that screen for anything besides, oh, my music's playing, let me hit pause. Hell, half the time I use the little paddles to control it. It's like, in a car, I don't want a computer and I don't want a TV. All I want in a car is to play music or podcasts, and I want to talk to other people in the car. I don't like the screen shit. I don't sit there and look, because it's got Waze built into it. I don't sit there and go, well, let me look at my GPS. I pull out my phone real quick and go, all right, I got to make a left here. Like, I'm in a weird window of time where I may advocate for like a lot of technology, but I also advocate for like a specific portion of technology that I think is valuable. We've reached the glamour era of certain things where it's like, this is dangerous, to have a big screen in your car. Somebody, like, you can hack your Teslas to watch YouTube or do whatever.
Yeah.
That's not smart. And I don't want to sound like your old man. Oh, be careful, kids. I'm a person. Dude, when I put on a YouTube video, I put my phone over because I know my ass will sit there and look at like, oh, they're talking about this. Let me see. No, I gotta drive.
Yep.
No, if I were to tell you the things that are happening with hacking cars and stuff like that, there's even a thing now that if you have wireless cameras outside your house, that monitor it. You can build a device that will interrupt that signal, so somebody can like walk into your house and kick the door open, and you won't even see them. Or they can get into your house like through another way, and the camera will just go blank for like 30 seconds, and like nobody, you won't see them at all.
Nick, you are a good friend to have, but a terrible enemy.
Yeah, I know, it's terrible because if your cameras are wired, you're fine, but if they're wireless, you're screwed. Because you can build that device and it'll fit in your hand. It'll be like a Raspberry Pi or something. It'll fit in your hand, have one antenna, and you just like click a couple of buttons and like it'll block the Wi-Fi signal. There's even a fun way to like scan for Bluetooth devices in a neighborhood like mine, and you can play somebody's Alexa 2 a.m. with whatever you want.
When I come down to visit, can we do that? I legitimately at like 3 a.m. I want to play the Rock Soul theme. If you smell, just wake people up like, what the fuck? Dwayne Johnson's in my house? What?
That's gonna be it, Nick. We're just gonna get high, walk around, and fuck with people's Bluetooth with like ICP music.
Yeah, and it's funny because like all these devices you can buy or make for readily easily, and you can see all the tutorials and like the video on YouTube on like how to do it. So yeah, that's where we're at right now. Also in technology.
This show has devolved. Like, Pete, you are the X factor in de-evolution, and this is a compliment. You were here when we went to the year whatever, and we had like robotic orgies with Kelly LeBrock. Like, dude.
That was so strange but hilarious.
I want to give a quick shout out to a listener, like a guy named Derek. Derek came down to the con. He was so awesome. He was super excited. Nick, you remember that guy who kept coming back on Saturday? He got the autographed Shuricopter. Yeah. Derek, if you're listening to this specific episode, thank you for being awesome. But he was into that. Never mind. I completely lost my train of thought. Let's keep moving forward. Sorry. You ever talk about something? I'm like, hey, here we go. And then I went, I've had a couple beers and I'm tired.
Yep. I do that
shout out to Derek. Anyway.
I do that.
Oh, no. Anyway, I apologize, folks. Enrique, here's the button you requested because it's getting late here and we got to press these buttons.
You had enough yet? No. That's another one.
So?
You just say the word, I'll keep going.
Go.
Eeny, meeny, miny.
Mo.
Your mother was a...
Ho.
He was a famous clown.
Bobo. Mitch, cut it out.
One of the last few good parody movies.
Until Stealing Solo comes out, yeah. You know how you always talk about getting American Pie in 4K? I want to buy that in 4K. I want to see Serena Vincent in 4K.
Oh yeah, no, because like I showed you when we were at the con, like they had, and you saw the things that came with it. There was American Pie, American Pie 2, American Reunion, American Wedding, and then like the straight to DVD movies, like all with the outtakes, with the bloopers, all the unrated versions, and all in 4K.
You know, it's crazy. For as much as we all talk about like 4K picture quality, we're all still cool with a CD. Like CDs still sound good, you know. You put it CD.
Because it's digital. It's digital. It's not like a vinyl where you get that vinyl noise. I mean, which is fine if you're into that. That's cool. I mean, I've bought a bunch of vinyls in the last few years. I mean, I buy a bunch these days of like soundtracks, things like that. But I'm just saying,
I buy them to collect.
CDs,
I never open them.
Yeah, CDs are good because you can copy them, you can download them, you can put them on other devices. They're digital, it's great. Yeah, they don't last very long, but you know, it's fine. But CDs are still good. They're good.
I'll send you a picture of the stereo system I just brought home from my parents' house. I've got two Tower Pioneers. It's got a working record player, dual cassette, CD, and equalizer. It's one of those.
Oh my
cabinet
God.
systems.
Same shit my dad had back in the day.
My dad was like,
too.
Your mother had to have this. I don't want it in the living room. Do you want it, or it's going in the garbage? I'm like, yes. Let's load it in the truck now.
Dude,
so it's out in the basement.
Yeah, my parents had that, and they'd have CDs like unboxed, whatever, put on top of it. And I swear to God, I always remember my parents listening to Michael Jackson. I think it's Onto the Wall or whatever that was.
Off the Wall.
Yeah, that was their favorite album of him all the time. I remember hearing that as a kid all the time. They love that shit.
Did they have those brown CD cases? Like everybody had those brown CD cases and videotape boxes. They were like,
yes, they did. They had
the same one.
Hang on. Hey, give me 1 minute.
Oh God, he's gonna bring it out.
Oh, is he gonna bring back a relic of my childhood? Do I need to pull out a videotape from Batman or something to be like, hey, I remember, dude? I remember as a kid going to people's houses. Even we had this set up.
Back in my day.
Remember the entertainment centers? The big square piece of wood that had the little portion for your TV on this side and then the little portion for your stereo, and it all stacked up. And then underneath you had storage for everyone had one, and they were all brown or they were glass. Like there were two models.
Yeah. Well, I mean, like that's why like
sound effect.
Well, no, that's why in my place, I have the glass media center in my place. You saw it because I wanted that like old school feel. You know, that's why.
Dude, I get it. I'm sorry. I heard Pete. I'm
it.
like, what? I was like, what's
yeah, something was crashing.
I closed the door. It's a good thing I've got
that one. I had that one.
Yep.
I have two of these here, and I have two more to bring home. But yeah, it
holds like 48 tapes.
Let's take a look at what's in here.
Ooh, let's see what you got. I'm actually into this.
Okay, so we
How
have
much port is in there?
We have enough. Milagro Beanfield War, along with the movie Remote Control with Kevin Dillon.
Oh my God, Remote Control! Holy shit!
Yep, let's see. Milagro Beanfield War stars Chuck Venera, Sonia Braga. A Chicano farmer attempts to irrigate his small plot of land, and it raises tensions among his fellow townspeople and a New Mexico land developer.
That's exciting.
See. We have Sweet Liberty, The Living Daylights.
Yes, Bond. Here we go.
And Bad Company. Let's see. This is Beaches. And Track 29 with Teresa Russell and Christopher Lloyd.
Wow, Doc.
Let's see. Angel Heart and No Mercy. Let's see. Angel Heart from 1987, starring Mickey Rourke. He looks like an old lesbian now. Robert De Niro. Private detectives plunge into a world of voodoo, mysticism, and ritual murder in 1955 New Orleans. Lisa Bonet's film debut. Oh, nice. And there's
what movie is that again?
That's Angel Heart.
I feel like I've seen that movie.
And there's graphic violence, nudity, and strong sexual content. My mom listed everything on these. These are
oh damn.
If you can see. Wait, these are. Hang on. They're typed. She typed these up.
What?
For every VHS.
That is wild.
Dude, your mom's like my mom. She had a typewriter and would label everything.
Oh my God, that's crazy. Okay, so Angel Heart. Okay, gotcha.
No Mercy, starring Richard Gere and Kim Basinger. While attempting to track down his partner killer in New Orleans, a Chicago police officer becomes involved with the crime czar's seductive, enigmatic mistress.
Ooh.
Okay. Let's see. Let's see what else we have in here. Let's see. Hatari, The Train Robbers, Rooster Cogburn.
True Grit,
dude. This one right here. Okay, this one right here. There's two that are great. We have Harry and the Hendersons.
Yes.
Nice.
Labyrinth and Baby, Secret of the Lost Legend, which I believe is I don't know, but those are two good ones. And then we have on this one, Who's Harry Crumb? And
John Candy.
Oh,
that's a
wow.
great
Yeah.
Who's Harry Crumb? Stand and Deliver. And let's go behind door number 2 here, see if we have any good ones in this. Let's see. Holy shit, this is deep. That's what she said. Yeah, Fifth Missile. Jesus, this is coming out of here. God damn it. Stay in. Stay in. Stay in.
That's what she said.
Let's see what else we have. Let's see. Hiding Out, Made to Order, and Pretty in Pink.
Nice. Pretty in Pink.
Out of the Shadows, No Man's Land. Hector Camacho versus Vinny Ponzienza from 1990. Vinny Paz. Here's one. The Wraith. We have The Wraith with Charlie Sheen. That's a great movie.
Yeah, the car movie.
That's a good one. Yeah, the car one. Yep.
On the same VHS as Flashdance.
What a feeling.
Which I do have the vinyl soundtrack to Flashdance.
Is it an original release?
No, it's a repro, unfortunately.
Oh, okay.
I do have the original Shaft soundtrack though.
And, that's awesome.
And Superfly by Curtis Mayfield.
Holy shit.
Black Jesus by Isaac Hayes. Hot Buttered Soul. And then I've got my dad got a bunch of these in the 70s.
Hey, Pete, Shout Factory just put out a Blaxploitation box set, and a lot of those old movies are in 4K. You should check it out.
Oh,
at least look at it, because it'll go down in price. Like give it about 6 months.
Yeah.
But I think they have Coffee in 4K.
Nice.
Oh, I saw that. I'm waiting until it goes down in price because Pam Grier in 4K.
Oh
dude,
no, yeah.
The word of the day.
As soon as it's under $100, like it's mine.
Pam Grier is, she got a lot of young men through puberty.
Actually, Jeff, I think we follow her on Twitter. You put her on the list, please.
Yep, got it.
Yeah, put her on the list, please.
Yeah,
those know what the list is for.
That's just some of the VHS collection. I've got a couple hundred tapes here, and I have probably about another 400 or 500 more at my dad's house still. My mother recorded everything.
Wow.
Everything.
Wow.
Did you see that lady that recorded every day for like 27 years? People were still trying to digitize her tape collection.
Oh yeah, she was. What was she recording? She was recording
just like a TV channel, like every day for 27 years. This old black lady, she recorded everything.
That's fucking awesome. That's awesome.
Yeah. I ain't knocking that. That's pretty cool. Like I'd love to sit and watch. Dude, okay. So the one thing I do like about old videotapes are the commercials, and I don't just mean like what you taped off TV, but like one of my favorite parts of Batman is the Warner Brothers studio catalog ad with Daffy Duck and Donald.
Oh
or
my
Daffy
God,
Duck and
dude!
Bugs
Yeah,
Bunny time.
The Warner Brothers store, man. I remember that place. Holy shit!
I used to go there all the time.
It's been
closed
while.
for 23 years essentially.
I remember they would sell cartoon cells, and they were fucking expensive, but they were.
Dude, they had exclusive Pokemon cards that my mom knew about collecting in a way that I didn't as a kid. She's like, honey, you want these? So she would like take them out there, and we get them all. We got them still in the fucking wrapper. Warner Brothers store Pokemon cards. You name it, we got them. All of them.
That's wild.
Of the first era, like over there, I got all of them. Like when they say gotta catch them all, I did. There wasn't a Pokemon I didn't catch as a kid. You name it, of the 151.
Jeez,
I got
man,
the
I'm
card.
sure. I'm sure if we put those on eBay, you get a pretty penny for them for sure.
When I was at the con, I'm looking at these $400 Charizards. I'm like, okay, I got like a $5,000 Pokemon card collection. Cool. I didn't pay $5,000.
Yeah, because like there's a whole thing now. I think there's even like I remember seeing this. There's your friend Tony talked about this, where you could make a 3D printed piece for your phone to sit on, and you just slide cards in there, and it'll scan it real quick, and it tell you if it's fake or real, or I think if it's worth something or not. I forget. It scans the card in some way and tells you something.
I like that future.
Yeah, so I mean, like, because there's been so many fake Pokemon cards all over the place that like it's crazy now, because anybody can make them with a printer in like some time. So people are trying to scam other people, but it's really difficult to find like authentic good ones.
I just got all mine from either Borders Books or Toys R Us back in the day.
Yeah.
Good old.
And I think even if you have them in those original packs too, they're worth a lot.
Mine are all in a binder. I looked at them once, I put them in my sleeve, and I never touched them as a kid. Because like, what do you do with cards? Like, this is the same window of time where I'm playing Nintendo 64 and with toys. So it's like, hey, my quiet time. Let me look at this Pokemon card. Yeah, I got Lickitung. I got Pikachu. Cool. Let's go play Smash Brothers.
Yeah. So. Yeah, but yeah, I'm sure if you took your Pokemon collection to a good dealer, a good person you could trust, you probably make a good chunk of change out of them for sure. If you ever wanted to do that, obviously.
If it wasn't prohibitively expensive, I'd get the whole collection graded because they're all near mint. I only have one card that has scuffs and shit on it because I traded it because I never saw Mr. Mime.
Yeah,
that's the only card I don't. I'm thinking of buying a new Mr. Mime and then putting it in the collection and having a mint card collection.
so then do it in portions, man. Do it in 10 or 20 cards at a time. Get them graded.
I think it's like $100 to get a card graded though.
Well, I mean, if it's worth like $5,000, then it's fine.
Yeah, I'm not gonna get my Pikachu graded, but like my Charizard for sure.
Yeah, no, exactly. Yeah, I mean, once again, if it's worth your time and you want to do it, by all means,
Bro, I got Blastoise both English and Italian. I don't even go Japanese Pokemon cards. I got Italian Pokemon cards. John Thomas, thank you very much for being a member of the channel as well as your super chat. Let's catch up with the audience and then we're gonna go, I guess. Nick, we were talking last night. It's like we're gonna do 2-hour shows. We are at 3 hours and 23 minutes, and we are not near the end. So
we haven't talked wrestling yet.
Yeah, I know.
We haven't got to the wrestling yet.
We have to at least bring it up a little bit. So we're gonna give everyone the time they deserve, folks. You're getting lucky. You're getting a longer show tonight. So, John Thomas, thank you very much. Sean Connery, Timothy Dalton, Pierce Brosnan, Roger Moore, Lazenby, only because he just did one. And last, Craig. John, that is a very good list. If I'm going to take it, I'm going to go Connery and Brosnan are tied because I love them both. Then I'm going to go Lazenby because he only did one film and it was great. Then I'll do Dalton because he did one great film and one film. And then Roger Moore, while he might be my favorite person to ever play James Bond, like Live and Let Die is a 10 out of 10. The Man with the Golden Gun is not. The Spy Who Loved Me is good. Moonraker is not. For Your Eyes Only is great. Octopussy is terrible. I Love A View to a Kill. It's pretty good. And that's all of his movies in a nutshell. So I'm with you. Anything else you guys want to add?
No, I mean that list he put up was fine. I just would have put Lazenby higher for sure.
Yeah,
probably done Lazenby above Dalton, I would say. You know,
because he made one movie that was so good. I love Honor Majesty's Secret Service. Between the music and the fighting and the action and the women, like everything about that movie kicks ass. I get it that it doesn't have Connery, but that's why I think it's pretty solid, because Connery was tired of playing James Bond and he didn't give a shit, just like Daniel Craig. But you had somebody hungry like George Lazenby and you got a classic. We got a Fuck, Marry, Kill, Halloween 2, H2O in 2018. That's easy for me. I'm marrying Halloween 2. I'm fucking Halloween H2O, and I'm killing Halloween 2018.
I'm going with that.
Same.
I'm going with that. I'm going with that.
Exact same order.
Yeah.
Well, here we go. We got another Fuck, Marry, Kill for Freddy Krueger movies. Number 2, The Dream Child and Freddy's Dead, The Final Nightmare. Well, I'm going to marry the Dream Child. Fuck. You know what? I'm going to be weird. I'm going to fuck Freddy Nightmare on Elm Street 2 because it's weird and terrible. And then I'm going to kill Freddy's Dead, The Final Nightmare because it's got Roseanne Barr in it.
I'll marry Dream Child. I can't fuck Nightmare on Elm Street 2 because that would make me gay. No, it's fuck Dream Child, marry Freddy's Dead, and kill Nightmare 2 for me.
Yeah, I'll go with that one as well. I was thinking that too.
Like Freddy's Dead, The Final Nightmare is so cheesy.
It is.
It doesn't have any scary moments. Like 2, I referenced it earlier. You are all my children. There are a couple moments that are cool in that movie.
There are. It's not a terrible movie. It's not. I give it
Pete,
shit.
The ending is one of my favorite endings of A Nightmare on Elm Street. We're on the school bus and Freddy Krueger's hand pops out of the girl's chest, and then the bus just drives off into the desert, and he laughs. You're like, what?
They just picked up the kids, and next thing you know, they're in the fucking desert. Like, is this Looney Tunes?
Yeah. Well, no, they just went to school in Nevada. That's all.
Are they in Yuma?
Well, Kendo was their teacher.
There you go.
Thank you, Xavier to God. All right, Just Joe 96. I love this one. Fuck, Marry, Kill, heel turns. Hulk Hogan joins the NWO. Stone Cold sells out to Vince at WrestleMania 17, or Cena at Elimination Chamber. Congrats to Lex Luger for the Hall of Fame. I agree. Good luck with everything, Lex Luger. Clearly had the career to deserve a Hall of Fame spot, so I respect that. To answer your question, I'm going to marry the NWO because that changes wrestling. Cena's so early, though. It was awesome, and I didn't see it coming. You know what? I'm going to marry that. I'm going to marry the NWO. I'm going to fuck the Cena and kill the Hogan, or the Stone Cold one. Personally, I like when Stone Cold turned heel for a very mean reason. When Stone Cold turned heel, it killed his heat in wrestling, and The Rock took over and never went back. So as a Rock fan, I like that heel turn because The Rock was the guy forever moving forward. You know, no revisionist history here. Stone Cold's heel turn killed his career. Then he walked out and just never really came back and was the top guy. Rock, my favorite, did, and kind of that's the only way he could beat Stone Cold is by having Stone Cold fuck up his career. But Pete, what do you say?
Yeah, I'm marrying the NWO because that is my absolute favorite. I mean, you guys know I had an entire stable based off of the NWO a couple of years ago.
Bro, I got your shirt.
You got it. You got the shirt. You do have the NWO shirt, the new Wakui in Order shirt, which is still available on our Teespring. But yeah, I'm marrying the NWO turn. I'm going to make sweet passionate love to the John Cena Elimination Chamber thing, because I was a huge Stone Cold fan. Even though I was a WCW guy, Stone Cold's heat and popularity was undeniable during that. And seeing him turn heel and then just the shit run, it was disheartening as a fan. So I would kill that.
I have been going through for Black Friday. I picked up a whole bunch of Titantron Live figures, and I've been changing the office in here. You can't tell on camera yet, folks, but some of the content I'm going to be filming is like literally me around the collection in the office. And I've been building up some old wrestling stuff and going through like that nostalgic feel, man. And I got back to WrestleMania 17 because I got the WrestleMania 17 figure line up here.
Nice.
And it was the end of an era. Like,
yeah,
you can't. This is something that I get when people like when older guys are like, you had to be there. I get what that means now, because you had to be there for this. Like, you can read a history book and go like, oh, I understand that Stone Cold turned heel at the 37-minute mark of his match, but like, you weren't watching. You didn't live in a world where he was only one version. You didn't live in a world where Hogan was only the good guy, red and yellow. Like, you now get it with John Cena. But you didn't have that before. And I got to say, man, that heel turn was awesome. But you know, Pete, what made us pop more than the heel turn? When Cody Rhodes said, go fuck yourself.
That
got us. Because Phil has a camera in his, he has like a, home security system.
Yeah.
And he's not like filming us weirdly, but he was in there. He had it on when we were watching Elimination Chamber, and he goes, hey man, watch this back. And he shows me the video of Rock, go fuck yourself, and we all pop, we scream, we're like, no way. But then when Cena turns heel, we're all quiet, we're like, what? No, what?
I didn't, like, the guys live streamed it on the channel, because normally we live stream the pay-per-views. I was out, actually, I went to training that day, I went to camp, and there was about 15 of us there. So we hung out at Dragon's Den, we brought out the 75-inch screen, we put the pay-per-view on, and we all hung out. It was just a bunch of wrestlers. So like during the matches, we're in the ring fucking around, but we watched that, by the end, we're sitting down, we're watching, the main and everything. And I popped for the fucking Cody Rhodes, and I'm not a Cody fan at all. Like, everybody knows, I think the dude is a glorified fucking mid-carder that's getting by on nepotism. And the fact that he went full Benedict Arnold on AEW when he came back and spilled his guts on everything he knew, from being an EVP to Paul and probably Nick Khan and whoever else needed to listen. And not that there was anything that they really could have gleaned outside of, contract stuff that he knew of. But I mean, because AEW is in the shitters, let's face it, it's not even a comparable product at this point. But him saying that was pretty fucking rad. But yeah, the Cena heel turn, like my buddy JJ, he was sitting behind me. He jumps up, he grabs my shoulder. He's like, oh, he's like 37, 38. He was like, I can't fucking believe it. I was just like, wow. Now, if I'm booking it, now this is going to be a little different. It might sound weird. If I'm booking this, John Cena is going to turn heel, but he doesn't turn heel until the double down in the main event versus Cody. It starts as babyface versus babyface, right? Keep it at that. Keep it at babyface versus babyface. He doesn't say anything to Rock. There's no beat down. There's no Travis Scott's bitch ass taking liberties with Cody Rhodes. And as a fucking worker, if he came backstage and I'm Cody, as soon as I get through Gorilla back there, I'm fucking beating the shit out of him. I am going to walk up to him. There's going to be no words. There's just fists. And it's going to take as many as they got to pull me off of them for making, because I'm the big dog champion. You can say what you want about Gunther. That belt is worthless. Jey Uso cashing in the Royal Rumble and I'm going to go after you're basically Austin Theory cashing in and going after the U.S. title at this point. And I'm behind Jey Uso. I like that they're pushing him. Him winning the Royal Rumble was unexpected, and we need this subversive booking like that at certain points when it makes sense. The guy's so fucking over. You got to give him his flowers. You got to give him his fucking flowers. You have to. But no, Cena turns heel mid-match at Mania in the main against Cody. The Rock is he's still trying to get Cody. So maybe, ref bump, incidental ref bump. Cena and Cody, bop, hit the ref. He pop, he's down. Rock is like, here's the opportunity. Him and his Travis Scott are sitting there. Rock fucking throws a chair in the ring. And Cody looks at it. And Cena looks at it, and they both go to get up, and neither of them makes a move. And Cody turns around, tries to shake the ref. Then Cena takes the chair. Cody hears the crowd, turns out, wham! Fucking gets waffled right into the fucking FU or the attitude adjust. Back, hits it, referee. 1, 2, 3. Heel. Now he's a heel for the rest of the year, and you didn't give away what could have been a fucking fantastic WrestleMania moment at the Elimination Chamber. Which, hey, I'm not saying I'm the world's greatest booker. I'm not at all. Not at all. But to me, we were talking about that on the show 2-3 weeks ago with, Cena. Well, we knew he was going to Elimination Chamber, or he was going to Elimination Chamber. It's like, it makes sense for him to win to set up for this title reign. So I don't know. I kind of think that would have been a more impactful moment had it been done at WrestleMania.
Oh, I don't disagree at all. Personally, I think the reason they did it is this WrestleMania was dog shit. The setup already.
That's exactly it. That's why.
And you got to sell this thing, because from a business standpoint here, let me turn this onto the normal mode. You can actually see us, folks. From a business standpoint, you got to be able to sell WrestleMania this year. And WrestleMania just wasn't hot. It was Travis Scott, or sorry, it was Jey Uso and Gunther, which we got at Saturday Night's Main Event.
Yep.
It was Tiffy time, which I love her. She's she's the tits. But
Yes.
Charlotte Flair again, like really again, like that bitch, like all this garbage, like wrestling. You folks, you think that like Disney Star Wars likes to rehash crap? Wrestling does it all the time.
Yep.
But it's not as political or shitty or this or that. But it's like, oh man, I get to watch the same match over and over. But nowadays the mentality is, oh, you'll watch the same match 10 times, but this time it's at WrestleMania. When back in the day it was like The Rock and Stone Cold didn't fight every year. They fought at 15, 17, and 19. And like they stopped interacting with each other. Like Rock and Stone Cold fought at Backlash. They didn't fight again ever until the following WrestleMania. They were both faces and they teamed up. Same thing with the build to 19. They weren't interacting every week. Rock and Stone Cold have their own storylines, and then we get to WrestleMania, and they're both like, oh, I got nothing else to do, and then they fight. That's just an abridged version. But my point is, like, there were so many things to sell back in the day. Nowadays, it's like, kids like Cody Rhodes. So we have to have this generic-ass guy with his fake blonde hair and his pretty middling promos. I don't dislike him as a human being, and I think he's talented, but like, I don't care about his shitty promos and his suit and his like he's trying to be Ric Flair and his dad and like 5 other wrestlers at once, and you have no personal identity. You're just other people. That's why I don't like Cody Rhodes. He's literally modern Ric Flair minus the cool factor, because Ric Flair was fucking women and drinking booze and partying all night long. What does Cody Rhodes do? He takes his little dog on his tour bus and they go home to their family. I don't want to watch this shit. This is pro wrestling where people die of drug overdoses and do steroids and do terrible shit. Like, this isn't like fucking vanilla white bread garbage. That's what Cody Rhodes is. At least have an edge to you. Like, maybe The Rock isn't out there doing all this crazy shit, but like, he was talking trash. What does Cody Rhodes do? He shakes the kitty's hands. He goes home to his family. Same with John Cena. Oh, hustle, loyalty, respect. Except that dude was drinking and partying and fucking fat women. Go watch the Howard Stern show where he talks about it. That was great. But the heel turn had to happen there personally because it just, you got to sell WrestleMania, dude. And you really, like, this 2025 year, I'm not even going. And if I'm beyond the ticket prices, I'm not even missing out on it. I don't feel like I'm missing out on the show this year. It's just, it's not worth the money.
We're not broadcasting night 1 because night 1 is my birthday this year. So we're having a barbecue, and then we're going to watch, we'll have people outside, and Draven's coming up for that. I think Superfan's coming. We're going to watch night 1 here, and then we'll live stream night 2.
Fuck, I wish I didn't have WrestleMania plans. I'd come over.
Dude, yeah, that would have been, like you said, we're going to have a big ass party for me 45th. So, and I'm wrestling the week before. I'm wrestling.
There will be a day where we watch WrestleMania together live.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely, sir. You know it. Yeah, that's my 45th birthday present. I get to wrestle the week before, which is my next booking, because I only work at Shogun. So I'm exclusive there. And yeah, it was a great, we worked a 4-on-4 elimination match. I had more matches I had more matches under my belt than the other 3 guys on my team did combined. It was a lot of fun. And we're working 4 guys that I worked years ago with at IWE, another company where I was my last run when we were doing the team ratings gimmick, the NWO thing, where we were. I'm still tag champion there. It's been 2,800 days. I never lost my tag titles, so I even referenced that in my promos. But no, the company I'm with now is fantastic. It's funny. Loudy knows one of the guys there, Eric Surge, because we got a bunch of Fort Wayne guys that come up every month. And I took Loudy to a show. I took Loudy to a show last April, and he's like, "Holy shit, that's Surge! I know him." and I was
it's Serge. Serge sounds like a virgin.
It's Serge.
Nick, I owe you a beer for that one. You beat me to a Beverly Hills Cop joke.
Really? What the fuck? That was sitting there the whole time.
I'm listening to him talk about wrestling. He's holding.
Dude, I gave you 2 full beats, and I was like, Jeff isn't gonna do it. I need to do it. So
I had 2 full beers.
I got to do 2 really cool things. Well, a couple in the match because I was the first one on my team to get eliminated, but it wasn't until like 20 minutes into the match. So I got to my finisher now is the diamond cutter, but like I said, I call it the Crystal 8 cutter because I've got the whole horror thing going with the Pete Daddy Dollar gimmick. So I hit that, me and my buddy. Now, I normally work very loose when I throw my punches and my kicks and stuff like that. Like I'm Tennessee style. It's very slow walk and talk. My boys, they work this Japanese strong style. They are very snug. So I'm like, okay, I can adjust my style and I can take a punch. I'm good with that. So my buddy Jared, him and Ben are the promoters, and they're 2 of the guys in the other team that I'm working predominantly with. So me and Jared have got this planned out in the middle of the ring. We're going to trade punches. So I use my forearm, and I grabbed him by the back of the head, and I went 1, and I hit him right here. And then I went back and went 2, and he steps back. He goes, "Holy fuck." And he's like, "You fucking rocked me." I said, "Do you want me to loosen up?" He goes, "No." So he grabs me, and he just jacks me twice in the head. He goes, "Hit me." He goes, "Hit me one more time. I'm gonna bump." I'm like, "All right." So I nailed him the 3rd time, and I came through with it. I mean, I fucking lit him up. He's like, we get in the corner, and I'm getting ready to hit a couple chops, and then I put him in a fucking figure 4. I'd never done the figure 4 before, so I locked that in, and we had that worked out where I'm pulling back on it. He sits up, and I fucking smack him in the face and knock him back down. Ref counts 2. Gets back up, another shot to the face, goes down, gets up, go to do it a 3rd time, blocks my hand, pokes me in the eyes once. I don't break it. I lay back on it again. So I leaned back up, and he fucking pokes me again. Then I broke the hold. We went into a camel clutch spot, and then into the corner where I went to set him up for a superplex. So I get up there, throw his arm under, and we're going. And I'm shaky on the ropes. I don't do much shit on the ropes. So I slipped. I was holding onto the rope, holding with one hand, and had him with the other, so it looked like we were fighting. I let go, kind of did like a quick run back up, locked it in. He grabs my right arm, pulls me down. I eat the buckle. Schoolboy, 1, 2, 3, put his feet on the ropes because he's kind of a tweener. I'm a heel. He's not a baby face, but he's a tweener. So he can do shit like that. He cheats in his matches sometimes, which it worked. And he wanted to keep me looking strong. So it's like just a quick roll up. I'm not going to hit any finishers on you or anything. I'm like, all right. So he fucking wraps me up. And I get out, and I fucked up and called the spot wrong earlier because I hit my diamond cutter on Brody, and he went head first down. Looked like I fucking killed him, but he takes bumps like that. So it looked fantastic. But I get through the back as soon as I'm through the entryway, which is like it's like a Japanese thing. So it's like the entrance to like the dojo. And I walk back through the little hallway into, because we have a full-on gorilla position with monitors and everything. So I walk through Gorilla, and all the boys are sitting there because we're 3rd match on the card going into intermission. So all the main event guys, I sit with like the veterans basically because I've been in for so fucking long. So it's just I sit there. And
just say you're old.
I'm old. I'm a vet. So I sit there with all the old guys. And it's fine. It's fine. I sit with the vets in Gorilla, and I walk. As soon as I come back through, normally I would go right to my seat, open my cooler, get my beer before anybody fucking says anything about the match. I don't want to hear shit. Let me get my fucking beer. Let me take a couple drinks, and then we'll fucking talk about the match. I walked straight through motherfucker and everything, right out the back door of the venue, walked out, punched the fucking picnic table a couple times because I was so fucking mad that I called the spot wrong. I thought I fucked the match up. Like I did. I take that shit personally. Like I'm the veteran. Like I'm supposed to be the heel. I'm the oldest guy in the team with the most experience. I'm the general. I called that spot wrong. And in my head, the rest of the match, I'm in there. This is weighing on me. So I'm going extra hard in the paint on the crowd. But I came back in and the guys were like, dude, everything looked fucking fantastic. They're like, how hard were you hitting Jared? I was like, I lit him the fuck up. Like he said to light him up. Now, mind you, I'm 6'3", 231. He's 5'8", about 185. Like, I mean, he's built. Like
that's a tiny dude.
He's compared next to me very. Like, I mean, he's built very well, though. He's a solid 185. I mean, he's very fucking strong. Dude benches 3 bills, you know. But yeah, I after I was like, he come back. I was like, I'm sorry. He goes, no, dude. He goes, don't ever hit me any softer than that. He goes, that's what I want to see out of you.
Dude, I'm coming up to your show 100%. I will be there.
I want you and Dion come up, man. We'll hang out after. It'll be a fucking blast.
Darian217, thank you very much. He goes, based on the chat feedback, he wants this button. Not creepy at all. Also, there is another part to that. I should turn that into a button too, Nick.
Yeah, you should.
We have some crazy. Oh, by the way, folks, when we were down in Lexington, Dion could never go to Lexington because there are horses painted on the garbage cans, and there are horse statues everywhere throughout the city.
That's true. Even on the welcome sign, there's a giant horse on that too. So
Dion
wouldn't make it very far. Wouldn't make it very
far. Xavier to God. Thank you very much for your super chat and for being a member. Xavier to God says, I'd watch Jeff and Nick or one of the guys stream on YouTube or Twitch the deluxe version of Resident Evil 2, 3, and 4 remakes, maybe with costume changes too. I have them all, Xavier to God. I would love to do Twitch. I own those games.
Yeah,
Just
well, I mean, I know. I know we talked about you also doing, your horrible version of Sims as well too.
Oh, dude, I cackled the other night. I logged in. I was watching them die. Like you know what I do? Sometimes I won't let them sleep. So like when they get really tired and they go to bed, I wake them right up and they're like, ugh! And I'm just like, come on, dude, go out and jog.
We like I want that so bad because I just want to hear you cackle and talk to people in the chat and be like, yes, die, motherfucker, die. Like just being like as evil as you can to these Sims. Like that's all I want to see.
What should I do to the? Okay. What I'll do, folks, is I'll design the Sims because I make them ugly as shit and give them terrible afros and fucking blue skin. They look like a fucking Smurf family. We'll do a Smurf family. There we go. They'll be fat though. We'll do it. But Xavier to God, I would happily play those games because I own them already. I haven't played through any of them. Maybe in October we'll do a Resident Evil month because I have Resident Evil 0 through Resident Evil 3 the remake. I got to get the 4 remake, but. That's, it's on my bucket list of things to buy.
Yeah, of course.
TLJ Screwjob, thank you for both of these in a row. Actually, TLJ Screwjob sent 3 in a row. So TLJ Screwjob, thank you very much. I appreciate that. He says, in regards to old references, I know about Abbott Costello and the Wolfman, etc. due to my late grandfather. I went over to his house and watched Lawrence Talbot and his dad, the Invisible Man, deal with the curse.
Oh.
He also says Claude Rains was the Invisible Man, and he also the dad in the Wolfman. Just a headcanon I have that's the same character.
Mm-hmm.
I think of Claude Rains. Isn't he in Casablanca? Like, isn't he the French police officer? I think. I could be wrong. I've only seen Casablanca once or twice. No, once. It was a good once, though. I love old horror, man. I've seen Abbott and Costello meet the Wolfman.
There was one I watched years ago. I think it was like the Man with X-ray eyes or something. It was made in the 60s, and it was really creepy because like I think he shows his eyes to people, and everybody gasped because you saw behind his head, and then like they zoomed into his face real fast. You didn't see what was like really the problem, but it was very much of that era, and I fucking loved it. It was great.
Nowadays, the man with the X-ray eyes would keep his powers secret, and he would just like look at people naked all day. I think that's what most people. If you had X-ray vision, I think that's what most. Actually, if you had X-ray vision, you'd be looking at people's bones all day. So that doesn't even, you know what I'm saying? Like, you'd have to have a superpower to see through people's clothing, but some people out there would, and they'd keep it secret. Anyway.
Yeah. As secret as they could anyways.
No, you know what you do is, like, if I had that power, I'd be like, who do you want to know what they look like naked? Here, I'll look at them and then I'll draw it for you and tell you.
You're using it wrong. Go play poker.
But you would see through the cards into the other person.
Yeah, but you see the card. You see the cards' faces though. Know what they have and everything. Yeah, you see the cards in the way. Even if you're playing blackjack, you see the cards that are like, you know, at least the top few, and like no.
I think we're all misinterpreting how an X-ray machine would work. Like,
well, I mean, we're also saying you have X-ray eyes, so like that's
true. You don't have, I could fly to the moon in 2 seconds and go get dinner with I don't know, Mario and Luigi or some shit like that. Yeah, I can do anything. Woohoo! TLJ Screwjob, thank you very much again for your generous super chat. He says, I went to a movie theater attached to a mall near me. I asked someone about the caution tape, and I was shocked to find the entire mall is being destroyed. Oh no, it's been around my whole life, and it's just gone.
Yeah, that happened to me a couple times. I know the single screen theater I talk about in Gallenberg is now, I think it's now a smart bank. And it has been for a while. It used to just not show movies. It used to just have like a show there, like a vaudeville kind of like show. And then they like tore it down and made it into a smart bank. I always had this dream when I was a kid. It's like, I'm gonna own that when I get older. I'm gonna work real hard and own it. Before I could get old enough to own, you know, to buy it, it was turned into a fucking bank. It's terrible.
And that's why you'll never go to a smart bank ever.
Yeah, that's really why. Because like it's just a bank, and I fucking hate it. It's, you know, if it had stayed a building and become something else, it would have been fine. But it's a fucking bank. They demolished the whole goddamn building.
TLJ Screwjob, to add to that message you sent in, my old mall. Okay, the mall is still there, but they took out the movie theater. The movie theater that I saw Spider-Man in 23 years ago, they replaced it with a Forever 21. And every time I walk by that store, in my mind, I'm giving it the middle finger because I'm like, you took away this beautiful. It was cool too because this is a big mall, and they just had this like weird movie theater that you went in, and it like went back forever. You're like, where the fuck is this at? But it was cool. I only saw Spider-Man there twice actually, and it was a good time. But one of my favorite local malls is being torn down. So,
oh man, no, there was a theater in Sevierville where I used to live, and now there's I think a Staples and a Hobby Lobby there.
Shit, dude. The way things are going with these big stores, they'll be going soon. I mean, do you see Ollie's bought Big Lots?
Yeah.
These 44 locations?
Yep.
You know what that means, folks? More videos. There's an Ollie's video on Saturday. I told you here's the thing. I'm doing an Ollie's road trip. When I run out of Ollie's stores, there's going to be 40 more to go to. I'm good. Thank you, though, TLJ Screwjob. Sorry to hear about your mall, man. You lost the mall's gone. I love malls. I know it's an old man thing to say, but they were cool. Like, even in the 2000s, you go to your mall, pick up a DVD and a video game.
I bought T-shirts at the Spencer's in the Midland Mall when I was there last year. I was down there.
Spencer.
I went down to deliver some cars, and we had time in between, me and my buddy Nino, and we stopped at the mall. And I'm walking around because I want to go to the toy store, TNT, because we are in Midland, come back from Sag Nasty, and I'm in Flint, and I'm like, there's 2 really good auctions down in Flint we go to, plus all the chicks at work.
I was thinking of the water.
But the one auction has like a ton of hot chicks that work there, so it's like I like go, especially in the summertime. I like going in there. But
can you bid on them?
I've tried, and they asked me to leave.
I'll give you $350.
I say, yeah, I just need about $350. $350. I was looking at a Harley. I was looking at, dude, I've never ridden a motorcycle in my life, and I'm just like, you know, I'm getting that, like, I'm 44, you know, it's like, that's why I started wrestling again. It's like that midlife crisis, that middle age. This is my Terry Funk run. This is my middle age thing. I got up in practice the other day. I'm like, you guys want to see me do a goddamn moonsault? I can't even feel my hip. I'm climbing up there doing my Terry Funk thing. No, everybody knows. Ain't no way in hell ain't no way I'm doing a fucking moonsault. I'm gonna do it. You don't deserve to see me do a moonsault, you bastard.
Forever. Sorry, Terry Funk is big in my 2K25 game right now. He's the ECW champion in GM mode.
Nice.
He's great. Like, in my GM mode, I play. Here's the thing, Pete, because you got the game. You said I play GM mode, but I play every show, and I'm playing against myself, and I'm doing the best I can to see what shows I can book to be the best instead of playing against the computer, and it is addictive. It is way, but they ruined the fucking GM mode though.
I love.
Yeah,
I love the Raw vs. SmackDown 07 GM mode. That's like
the best
that,
GM mode.
Yep, that's the last new wrestling game I bought was the 07 one. So it's been a few years.
08 sucked dick.
Yep,
09 was better. 2010 was better. 11 was mid. 12 was mid. 13 was good. 14 was great. 15 was shit. 16 was good. 17 and 18 were forgettable. 19 was crap. 20 was garbage and it didn't work. And then they skipped to 22. That was good, and they've been pretty good since 22 because they all have new controls and they keep tightening it up. Like it plays like a fighting game, but in a good way.
Okay.
You know, so I definitely want to play with you in the future because I think we'd have some good matches.
We're all, me and Fisk and Draven, he's got his guy. We're all creating our own characters, and I think you can like upload your own like entrance videos and do. So I'm gonna have my Pete Daddy Dollar entrance from Shogun, because dude, this is the thing about the promotion I work at. It is, and I say this not because I work there, but because truly we're getting our own fucking billboard on I-75, a 2-sided billboard.
That's awesome.
Right?
That's my highway.
We are one of only 2 promotions, I think, in the entire state of Michigan that has their own dedicated building. We never tear our ring down unless it needs repairs. Like the ring stays up 24/7 every day. And we, like I said, we go in there and train. I usually go on Wednesdays. I've been kind of under the weather this week, so I didn't make it last night, but I'm going Saturday, and I'm printing my T-shirts. The Pete Daddy Dollar T-shirts will be available both in person and I said, screw Teespring and all these other companies. You want merch, you're going to get it from me. I'm printing it. I fucking hand ship it to you. So
will you hand ship it to me? Because I'll buy one.
I absolutely will, sir. Absolutely. We've got I go from I think medium up to the 2X sizes. So
I wear a 2X, so I'm good to go.
There you go. But yeah, and yeah, we're doing the singlet and everything this weekend. I might even have a new tag team partner without divulging too much, but somebody I'm training with, and this is something that I said I would never in a million years do. I am going to, and this person had asked me if I would ever work in a tag team with them, and they're currently training. And I said to her, I said, absolutely, kid. Yep, I will take you under my wing. She's a manager now, and she started training. She did some gymnastics work, taken to the sport like a fish out of water. Like we were messing around the other night. I hit her with my diamond cutter a couple times. She'd never taken a front bump before. She said, put me in. I said, okay. So I locked her in the side. I'm like, this is all I do. And I fucking took 2 steps and just jump and flat back bump. And I said, you just take a front bump. And she's like, how do I do that? I said, honey, I said, with what you got here, I said, you don't want to fall on those. I said, basically, you're going to fall in a push-up and then let yourself down, and my arms are just going to gently guide you down. I said, I'm not going to latch on or anything, except for the very first one. I say, go, just go with me. And the first time she took that bump, we watched it back on camera. I'm like, God damn. She's got a bridge where you go to clothesline her and she goes into a full back bridge, stands back up, hits a fucking neck breaker out of it. I'm going to fucking do an elbow drop on that. Oh yeah. We're already working on some fucking, she picked our entrance theme and everything. I'm like,
oh, nice.
And yeah, so it's because we're going to end up in a few months. We're going to end up in the same stable, and she'll be trained in probably about another 4 or 5 months. So maybe over this, and the tag team champions at our promotion right now are a guy and his girlfriend. So I'm like, we're built right into a feud with them once you're ready to, start working matches. So yeah, it'll be fun. But yeah, she's 19 years old. She asked me, would you? I said, yeah, absolutely. So yeah,
it'll wrestling right there, brother.
Yep. I have no qualms about, like I said, we got 2 really, one of the guys I worked my first match with, return match, was this kid named Ryan Crow. I teach school with his sister, and I'm the one that steered him to training out with Shogun. And when I found out I got to work my first match with him, I was so excited because it's me, him, and this other guy I'm kind of really close with now, Vince. So it's me at 44, Ryan at 19, and Vince at 27. I'm like, these young cats are going to make me move. All right. So I hung in with him in the triple threat, ended up getting like a dual victory because Vince had Crow in the fucking sharpshooter, and I come in and grab the referee. I'm like, look at me. And I fucking lock him in the fucking crippler crossface. And then he tapped out to like both of them. So it was kind of like a shared victory. And then we start brawling to the back, and Crow does a springboard over the top on us. And then we just brawled to the fucking back. It was a blast. But that was my first show. That was a dark show. That wasn't a TV taping or anything.
I'm glad that's the only way you copy Chris Benoit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I love
definitely.
I love my family.
I think they're wonderful too, my friend. So
Yeah,
I'm
they are.
glad they're okay.
They're fine.
Hey, Nick. John Thomas sent a message. Says, Nick, explain why my effing OG iPod won't sync with my new car stereo. Pisses me off.
OG iPod syncs with the car stereo. It's an old iPod. It has to. I guess it can't read it. It won't. The auxiliary jack won't work. Maybe, I don't know. Like, that's the only thing I can think of, because I know the old iPods didn't come with Wi-Fi or Bluetooth, so it could only be the audio jack. I mean, even then, if it's the USB and you have the old like serial port thing on the iPod, it could be that too. Maybe it's just too old. Maybe the iPod is too old and the software on the stereo is too new. That's also a thing too.
Hey, John, if you don't have too much of an emotional attachment, you could probably sell an OG iPod for a lot of money these days.
You could, but well, here's what I would do. John Thomas, I'd look at a lot of online places and see how you could improve it, because I know you can put like 2 terabytes of SD cards in there, or a small SSD. You can put Bluetooth on there and have it transmit to the car. You could even put a Linux operating system on there, and it'll run that instead of the iTunes one. And it'll be a lot easier putting songs in there, because you just connect it to your computer, and it's just like an MP3 file. You just drag and drop. That's all it is.
Yeah, so iTunes was prohibitively annoying because you had to have that special cord and then plug it in.
You had to sign in with your sign in with your account, and then like drag and drop, and it had to transfer slowly over to the iPod.
That's kind of why, like, I only own the iPad because the program I use to draw only exists on Apple. Yes, Nick, our iPads look almost identical.
Yeah, they do. They do look very similar.
I mean, look, buddy, I even got a keyboard on the front and everything, just like you. Was your case $250? Because when I found out this thing was that expensive, I went, fuck, and I still bought it anyway.
But, yeah, I did too, because I wanted the soft case and the keyboard and the whole thing. Yeah, so I because it's one of those things where it's like, I'm gonna have this for a really long time. I'm gonna use it for a while, so I'll just buy all the bells and whistles for it now.
Dude, every piece of art from Wokebusters was done on that iPad. Like every page.
Dude, I showed you the shit I was drawing on mine. Like, I wasn't doing anything nearly as like fun, like you are.
It was this fun. It looked good, dude.
I was doing a bunch of like, just bunch of my own shit. So that's all it was.
I liked it though.
Yeah.
I won't tell anybody about it, but Nick will show it soon. Darian217 says, my laptop cost me $3,194.19 in 2014. Jeez. Same one I'm listening to on the stream right now. When I bought it, I expected it to go 10 years at least. I'm going into a year 11 now. My machine is built to last.
Yeah, well, I mean, back in 2014, I think that was like towards the end of them making things that actually lasted, especially computers, because like laptops, I remember when netbooks or notebooks were a thing. They were like the small, like 8-inch laptops are really small, supposed to be like almost an iPad, but not really. I don't know. I like my gaming laptop, but I think this is gonna be my last one, because I think I'm gonna go to a desktop. I've come to that point now where like I'm in a nice place. I like my stuff. I'm just gonna go ahead and just bite the bullet and build my own computer. That's awesome, Pete. That looks fucking great.
I got it. That's my gaming. Shit. That's my gaming computer I got, because I was running off a what was it? It was like a Demon or something like that. It's back there somewhere. I had a gaming laptop too, and that's what I've been using for like the last 4 or 5 years, and I still use it to record my promos, and then I just switch the file over to the main and do the editing on this one. But gaming, because we've been doing more gaming, and I'm just like overall power, the deal, because my friend built this and it's like a $3,000 unit. I paid $650 for it, because he was like, I was trying to sell it on Marketplace, but I'd rather give you a couple $100 off than have to meet with some weirdo in public. So he's like, yeah. I was like, I'll take that. So he's like, hey, see, I said, how much? He goes, $650. I'm like, okay, just come bring it over tonight. Help me set it up. I mean,
for to reformat the hard drives, and that's it.
Yeah, shit. You know, I've got a 30 and a 20-inch monitor.
Jeez.
I mean, that's what I'm looking at right now. Is it's basically a fucking TV. It's a 30-inch television. Then I got my other one there. But yeah, it's so much nicer than the laptop. Like even with the laptop, I was using the external monitors.
That's what I got going right now.
Yeah, you have to with that because staring at that, it just gets to be. It's like, okay, I can't do this.
It's too little realistic to stare at. It just doesn't work
for long periods of time. Yes.
Yep,
that's what I'm looking at right now. The same laptop. I bought this gaming laptop years ago. It's good though, but
yeah,
that's how I ended up like Uncle June from The Sopranos.
Oh God, that
motherfucker! He's on my celebrity death list for this year. Dominic Chianz.
He's still alive?
Yeah,
barely.
Junior died.
Uncle June.
Thank you though, Darian217. I'm glad you're listening to us on a machine built to last because we're the podcast built to last. TLJ Screwjob says apparently 25 years ago today, Mae Young was powerbombed off the stage. I got one worse for you. On this day a couple years ago, Tess died. And
shit.
Yeah, and there's a meme in the Twitter page, is Tess still dead? And the answer is yes. 22 years later, Test Andrew Martin is still dead. R.I.P. Test. I have your action figure in the closet. I was a fan.
I have a Test action figure as well.
Dude, Black Friday, I bought Test and Crash Holly. I was like, because I was buying a bunch of figures. I'm like, maybe I'll get these autographed. And the guys are like, you can't get these ones autographed. I'm like, I know.
I have Test and Crash Holly. And I frequently drop my Owen Hart figure. You know, I make these mock commercials because we have usually on Thursday nights at this time, I'd be doing the Awful Wrestling podcast, which is me and my tag partner from IWE, James Dillinger. So we do that. And I make mock commercials. We have Vince Russo's Bro Cream. I have Owen Hart's Crash Pads. Yeah, Owen Hart's Crash Pads. We have, what is it? It's personality classes with Bret Hart and Lance Storm. We have Bulldog Smack. And I'm trying to think what we have a Shawn Michaels dartboard. You know, because his eyes are like that now. He looks like the white Forrest Whitaker, like one eye seceding from the Union.
Pete, I'm a firm believer in karma, and I have confirmation that karma is real because Shawn Michaels and Tammy Sitch were pieces of shit in the 90s. She's in jail forever, and he looks like death. They both deserve it. Like, I am not like as mean-spirited as I sound on the internet, but those two individuals have fucked over a lot of people and killed people and ruined careers and lives. Fuck them both. And I love Shawn Michaels. He's my second favorite wrestler of all time.
Yeah, and you look at him as a person. It's like they say, never meet your heroes. You know, it's like you find out, you necessarily have to meet him, but you find out all the dirt. And it's like, yeah, Tammy Sitch is a garbage human being. And then she made this like shit appeal to the court saying she should be let out early because she's learned her lesson. Bitch, no, you haven't.
He's still dead.
You haven't learned your fucking lesson, you crack whore. Like, get the fuck out of here. Learn your lesson.
I'm not a fan. And TLJ Screwjob, I gotta say, I remember watching SmackDown, to go back real quick. I remember watching the SmackDown that showed the recap of Mae Young going through the table on Raw. That was special. The Dudley Boys, man.
Yep.
Back when you could beat up they were so over, you could beat up an old lady and still get cheered by a million people.
I'm gonna tell Maddie we're gonna do the 3D as a finisher. I'd be like, that'd be fucking sick. We'll use the 3D.
Dude, when I was a kid playing No Mercy, I figured out how to do the 3D with my buddy, and we were fighting his brother, and all we did was hit him with 3Ds all day. He's like, stop! You gotta stop hitting with the 3D! We're like, no, dude, we're not gonna stop hitting you. It was Tony's brother, Nick. You met Tony.
Shit, okay.
He's got a twin brother. They're identical twins. And he was just bitching, stop hitting me with the 3D! We're like, no. We nonstop. Fuck.
That ain't gonna work for me, brother.
No. Our friend Xavier God says John Cena's Doctor of Thugonomics heel turn is better than the 2025 heel turn. What do you say about this, Pete? I disagree.
I'm gonna disagree with that too, because I think even though this is the end of his career, it has the potential to be more impactful on the way his overall run is looked at.
I agree. This
could be like the defining moment in his career, which has had a ton of them. Don't get me wrong. I mean, I've never really been a fan of Cena, but I admire the man's body of work as a wrestler. It's like, yeah, I mean, the guy's done it all, but I think this has the potential to be better.
I just think because we literally haven't seen anything besides the heel turn.
Mm-hmm.
Like, we got to see where this goes. And I was kind of pissed too. The WWE did a list of their top heel turns. Nowhere on the list was The Rock and Vince at Survivor Series 98. Like, that Deadly Games tournament, people don't understand. That's like the crowning achievement of the Attitude Era for Vince Russo. The whole Deadly Games tournament, you never saw it coming, much like John Cena. It was a little different with The Rock. It was like he had just come off the Nation, and he's this face, and they're like, yeah, he's going to take down Vince with Stone Cold. And then he turns on, then he sides with Vince, and he goes on this heel run that makes him this big star. That was a good heel turn. That's got to be in the top 5. This Cena one, though, it was a big deal. So
it was.
Xavier to God, we'll be watching. Darian217, thank you very much for your other super chat. He says, that was one of the reasons they gave him the belt. They gave him the belt merely to stick it to Tony Khan, and because he was the top guy in AEW who never got a top belt there, to rub it in his face. I think Cody Rhodes looks like a marching band conductor in his crappy ring gear, and when he carries his belt out there, I just go, oh, wrestling's a cartoon again. I get it. It's all been fake. It's always has been. It's a scripted event, but Cody Rhodes is like Hulk Hogan in an era where Cody Rhodes is Hulk Hogan 1994. The kids love him. The certain portion of the audience love him. I don't see him as like wrestling right now. Like, he's not the face of wrestling. He's just he's the champion. That's it.
Yep.
So I dropped my headphones. Shit. Test is playing the long angle. He'll be back. I'm sorry. Like, you got to understand, folks. Me and my friends, once a week, we joke about, is Test still dead? I got to take a picture of that and send it to my friends. They're going to be like, what the fuck? Thank you, folks. This has been a wonderful 4-hour show. Pete, you do this to us all the time, bro.
I'm sorry.
Every time. And don't apologize. It's been a blast, man. It's been fun. Look, I went on my goddamn rants about why 90s technology was dog shit. Next week, you're going to hear me talk about those hit clips. Remember those little like files that
oh my god, yeah.
What a waste of fucking time.
Those were terrible. Those were terrible. That I think was that pre-iPod? Was that pre-iPod?
Yes. It was like a few months pre-iPod. Like it was like the kid MP3 player, and you're like, listen to clips of your favorite song, and I'm
it wasn't even the full song. Like, it was just a clip. It was terrible, and it was in such shitty quality because it was like a tiny speaker in that thing. It's terrible.
If hit clips were like your full song, if each clip, like little whatever they sold, that square that you plugged into the thing, if that hit clip was the full song, I think even I would have got into it because no,
yeah, exactly.
It was all censored music, but like, man, if I could have bought just the real Slim Shady, I probably wouldn't have bought the Eminem or the Eminem LP or the Marshall Mathers LP. So that was a fair opportunity.
I put a hit clips in Google and I got an eBay page. They're going for like, it's stupid how much they're going for. Really, it is.
Really? What? Up to $200? What?
This is incredibly idiotic. Here, I'll put it in this chat. I'll put it in another chat as well too.
It's $55 for an unopened hit clip that includes Britney Spears. Oh my God! Listen to this shit, folks. The Britney Spears song Stronger exclusive micro mix, almost 1 minute long.
So it's the exact same length as my sex tape.
Oh, yeah. If only Kim Kardashian's career lasted that long.
Yeah, the world would be a better place. Let's see. Hit clip Smash Mouth. Why can't we be friends? Car player. It looks like a car. It looks like the DeLorean.
Yeah, so this is why I get so mad at people when they want to get nostalgic for this like old technology. It sucked then. It sucks now. This was sold. No wonder this is a piece of shit. It's Hasbro. Hasbro, change your goddamn logo.
And it's like we said, it's a minute. It's not even the full song. It is a clip. Oh God, no! Look at them. They had that one like earphone, the really shitty earphone.
Oh yeah, it was only one. I forgot.
Yeah, it was only one. You only got the one. You got mono audio, a 1 minute mono audio file. That's all you fucking got.
Jeebus.
Yeah, it was terrible. God, there was even a watch. Ugh. Just disgusting. Just disgusting.
Yeah. On that note, folks, we're gonna go. So, Pete, where can we find you on the internet, sir?
Yes, you guys can find me over on my channel at Wrestling with Horror. Come on over. We have a special Raw start time this week because we review Raw. We live stream it for the channel members. You can watch along with us, and then we review it directly after the show. We'll be doing that this week as well for the special start time at 3 p.m. You can find me there. You can find my work on the Super Shogun Wrestling channel here on YouTube. We just uploaded February's episode where yours truly did color commentary all night and had two guys that wrestle at OVW who are regulars in our locker room tell me I sounded like a fusion of Bobby Heenan mixed with Jesse Ventura. And that's a week after they had JBL call in their matches. So I felt very fucking honored by that. But yeah, episode from last Samurai series from last Saturday will be up by this Saturday night. So you'll be able to watch that show in its entirety. We're the third match on the spot. And yeah, I'm on Patreon as well. Like I said, Nick said, all the Andy Sedaris commentaries, we break down specific wrestling matches. We just did Benoit versus Scorpio from Super Brawl 3. A lot of fun stuff over there. And yeah, thanks for having me on again, guys. It's a pleasure to sit in as the pinch shitter once again. And yeah, glad to be back. It's been too long.
No, it was always fun to have you, man.
Next time we got to go 7 hours and talk about the year 9804, where we've become like amoeba in outer space, and we're colonizing like a germ near the sun, and we're becoming super powerful. That makes no sense. Nick, anything you want to say before we go?
No, I'm good. I think you're tired. We're all tired. We need to get going.
Oh yeah, I got to be up at I got to be out. I have to be at Ollie's at 9 a.m. tomorrow. So
oh God.
I got to be to school by 7:40. I understand.
You got it worse than me. I'm done complaining. Folks, all I want to tell you is be on the lookout. Check your mailboxes. Go to your crowdfunding sites where you back the book. Wokebusters is done. It's on its way to you. There's this beautiful cover. There's the toy variant. There's the most popular cover, which shits on the female Ghostbusters. And there's my personal favorite, the action cover. But they all feature this cool bitchin' background painting style of Ghostbusters too. Because like most superhero movies that I like, you're not guaranteed a sequel. So I threw everything into Wokebusters. But it's been moving, and you guys have really liked it. I've been getting emails and shit about people enjoying it. So Wokebusters Go to Washington might happen. That's not a joke. Like,
we were talking about it. We were talking about it.
I had an idea after seeing a movie recently, and I went, wait a second. This is like Wokebusters. Fuck. Let's just go with that. I came up with it first. They copied me. I'm going to follow my own book. But, folks, thank you for watching. Love doing this. We'll be back next Thursday with more. I'll be back on Tuesday as well. But I'm going to Ollie's. We got new videos. I've just been taking care of some con shit and getting back in the swing of things. So be on the lookout for new videos. Be on the lookout for new books. And be on the lookout for a brand new, I don't know, world. Fuck it. We're that powerful. But, folks, until next time, be smart, be safe, be cool, but always be excellent to each other.
.com.
I'm Shawanda, and her name's Brickwilla.
Oh, those are beautiful names. I'm Gloria, and this is Black Dynamite.
My mama said my daddy's name is Black Dynamite. So did my mama.
Oh, hush up, little girls.